Chapter 1 Chapter 1 Neonmoto, Yoshihara, Flower Street. Hwaja is a place where the vanity and desire of men and women are intertwined with love and hatred. Here, every day, there are people who act lavishly, drunk, dreaming, drunk and infatuated, living a life that ordinary people can't believe. There are also countless people here who are reduced to the bottom of the society because of poverty or debt, and become objects of enslavement. This is a highly polarized place that is unimaginable. Dawn gradually broke, and the earth was hazy, like a silver-gray veil. Breathing the slightly humid and cold air in the early morning, many people have appeared on the street early, preparing to set up a stall and start a new life. Lin Yu slowly woke up from his sleep, touched the lace around his eyes, took a deep breath of cool air, and instantly dispelled the remaining tiredness, which was refreshing. Fumbling to get up from the bed, began to dress for a simple wash. All the movements are so smooth, so natural, obviously blocking the eyes and unable to see, but they seem to have experienced countless times. He didn't bump into anything, nor emptied his toiletries. As a traverser, this is already his second year in this new world. Although it was a bit unacceptable to pass through this kind of thing at first, Lin Yu got used to it after a long time. It's just that this traversing world makes Lin Yu feel a little headache. The Blade of Ghost Slayer. This animation that has been popular all over the world in Lin Yu's previous life, he is naturally familiar with it, and he has even brushed it once and loved it very much. But love belongs to love. When you really come into this world, it is not so beautiful. Because there are not only humans in this world, but also evil ghosts that wander at night and eat people. The evil spirit is not the kind that has been circulated in the world of Lin Yu in the previous life, but a kind of existence that looks like a human being. Read more at wuxiax.com. Possessing extremely strong power and terrifying regenerative ability, there is almost no other way to eliminate it except for beheading it with a sunwheel knife or exposing it to the sun. Ordinary physical attacks, even if it is crushed into meat sauce, have no effect. Moreover, this kind of existence with peculiar power can become stronger and stronger after more and more humans are devoured, and it can even evolve into a very strong existence with blood ghost art. Faced with this kind of ghost world when he doesn't know when he will encounter it, Lin Yu's heart naturally refuses, but fortunately, the system owned by the Traverser is naturally there. Role Inheritance System. Host, Lin Yu. World, Blade of Demon Slayer. Unlock Character, Admiral Fujitora. Unlocking Progress, 9.60%. The unlocking progress of the character inheritance reaches 100% to unlock the next new character. Daily Task. Swing the knife 1000 times, reward 0.01% of the character template progress, 0/1000, lose the light for at least 3 days, and double the reward unlocking progress. The character inheritance system, as the name suggests, is able to extract various powerful existences from the heavens and worlds, and gain powerful power by unlocking the progress. It's just that you want to unlock the progress, but it is not very easy to gain power. Lin Yu is not a blind man, and living blindfolded is just to speed up the unlocking progress. After all, in this hidden threat world, the stronger the strength, the more reassuring, isn't it? Although at the beginning, Lin Yu suffered from the loss of the bright life, but fortunately, the most difficult period finally survived, and now life is finally a lot easier. It's time to go to work. Everything was prepared, and Lin Yu went out. The so-called work is nothing more than going out to chop wood and then selling it for money. In other words, the blind wants to do other jobs and no one wants it. As for taking off the laces, Lin Yu would naturally not do this kind of thing about picking sesame seeds and losing watermelon. Every time you take off the strap, you have to lose 3 days of light again, and then complete the daily tasks to be able to double. Naturally, it is obvious how to choose. When he arrived in the mountains outside the city, Lin Yu did not rush to chop wood. Instead, he drew a very rough knife from his waist and began to chop in the open. Lin Yu, who originally appeared to be just an ordinary young man, quickly changed his temperament at the moment he gripped the handle of the knife. A fierce breath began to surround him, holding a wooden knife that looked like a child's play in his hand, but at this moment it exuded unbelievable sharpness. With a slash, a faint sound of breaking through the air sounded in the forest. Before the sound of breaking through the air dissipated, Lin Yu made another stab. For a time, the screaming sound of breaking through the air reverberated continuously in the forest, and the surrounding branches and leaves trembling constantly in the bursts of breaking through the air. The movement of running clouds and flowing water is so coherent, like a never-ending wave. Don't look at Lin Yu's movements without any pause, it seems to be very relaxed, but the daily tasks are not so easy. This seemingly random slash, in fact, every swing that Lin Yu uses all his strength, can only be counted as an effective slash by the system if he puts his all in. In this continuous wave, without a moment's effort, fine beads of sweat appeared on Lin Yu's forehead. Chapter 2. Chapter 2. Along with Lin Yu's actions, the numbers on the system panel were constantly beating. From coming out in the early morning, until the 3 poles in the sun, the daily task of swinging the knife 1,000 times was finally completed. At this time, Lin Yu's sweat had already soaked his clothes. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the daily task 1000 swings, reward unlocking 0.02% progress. Lin Yu panted slightly, wiped the sweat from his forehead, a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. At the end of the system prompt, a tall man with closed eyes appeared in Lin Yu's spiritual world, wearing a cape of an admiral. A domineering rod and knife lingering in the purple-armed color, the ground broke and the sea shook with wanton swings. When I raised my hand, the earth shattered and turned into cannonballs, and shot towards the sky before disappearing into the sky in the blink of an eye. Turning the hands, the sky trembles, the air trembles, and a meteorite haunting fiery flames falls from the sky. Every gesture was filled with unmatched power. Even if it was not the first time I saw it, Lin Yu's heart still felt a little surging. The picture in his mind slowly disappeared, feeling a warm current surging continuously in his body. Lin Yu shook his palm, and could clearly feel his strength once again strengthened. If it hadn't been the first day of the daily task, it would often be impossible to complete it because of the weakness of the body. The unlocking progress would obviously be higher now. It's just that I said before that every slash requires full effort. It is not an easy task. Lin Yu also successfully completed daily tasks after reaching a certain level of physical fitness. As for Lin Yu's current strength, he himself is not very clear about it. Although now armed with domineering, there are still strong abilities such as seeing and hearing, domineering, and fruitful, yet to be unlocked. But this 9% strength should not be underestimated. Whether it is swordsmanship, or Navy 6 styles, or the super physique in the pirate world, read more at wuxiax.com. No one is simple, and the integration of the 3 is a further improvement. According to Lin Yu's own guess, he should be similar to Sauron when he first went to sea, not too strong but definitely not weak. If possible, according to Lin Yu's personality, he would at least have to wait until the similarity reached more than 50% before considering the issue of fighting with people. After all, it is really difficult for someone who is in peace to fight. After finishing the daily tasks of each day, Lin Yu began to prepare the firewood for sale today in the forest. It is now in winter, and there is also a golden cave flower street in Yoshihara. There is still a huge demand for firewood. After a day's work, Lin Yu can get a lot of money to support his life. It may take an ordinary person a day to prepare a sufficient amount of wood. For Lin Yu, it is only a matter of 10 minutes, which is very easy. Hello, I'm here to deliver the firewood. Back in the town, Lin Yu stood at the back door of a brothel named Shirenwu with firewood higher than others on his back, knocking gently on the door. Without a moment's effort, there was the sound of the door opening. Lin Yu, can I trouble you to help bring in the firewood? I'm a little busy now. I'll get you money. It was a servant of the then house who was serving guests. Lin Yu was familiar with it because he often came to deliver firewood. Well, it's okay. Lin Yu smiled and walked in with the firewood on his back and touched the door frame. Without the domineering ability to see and hear, if it's okay to be in a familiar location, he still only has to fumble a little about the somewhat unfamiliar place like Sharen's house. Just put it there, come on, give you money, you can order some. Taking the money from the young man, Lin Yu put it directly into his pocket, and he still had the trust of the old patrons. It's only daytime now? Why, do you have major customers coming today? Putting down the firewood, Lin Yu asked curiously as he listened to the slightly noisy voice in the brothel. When the flower street is the busiest, it is always at night. It is the same for the brothel. It is still in the afternoon, so it should be the rest. Hey, haven't you heard? Today, the Warren Ms. Lixia in our then house is going to parade at night. That's it. Hearing the explanation, Lin Yu nodded. For a brothel, Warren parading is indeed a busy thing. There are not many opportunities to parade. Every time a parade can bring huge benefits to brothels, it is normal to pay attention to points. Hey, it's a pity that you can't see it, otherwise you will be able to see Miss Lixia at night, the face of the country and the city. Xiao Si said, seeming to regret that Lin Yu couldn't see it. Lin Yu didn't feel much about this. The information explosion in the previous life hadn't seen any beautiful women on the internet. And Warren could not arouse Lin Yu's interest. Leaving the Sharen's house, Lin Yu walked towards home, listening to the lively cries on the street in his ear, as if he was thinking of something. His steps suddenly paused slightly. Chapter 3. Chapter 3. It's true that he is not interested in Warren Parade, but there is still a little guy in the family, and he should be interested. With the money he had just obtained, Lin Yu asked his familiar boss to help him pick some fresh dishes for himself when he passed the stall on the side of the road, and walked towards his home. For Lin Yu, who has lived here for more than a year, it's not something he hasn't experienced before. Thinking of participating in the Warren Parade last year, Lin Yu couldn't help but want to laugh. Not long after coming to this world last year, I closed my eyes because of the system and started a life without light. Therefore, everything around you can only be known through hearsay. Out of the distress of life at the time, Lin Yu had to use his hobbies in his previous life to carve a lot of wood carvings, which he prepared to sell when he was parading in the streets. But when the Warren appeared and thousands of people on both sides of the street cheered the Warren's name, Lin Yu's heart suddenly became tense. Because that cheered name is nothing else, it is the pseudonym of Lu Xianji that appeared in the original work. Originally, Lin Yu had doubts about his position, but he didn't think much about it before encountering any familiar names. After all, when watching anime, how could such insignificant place names be remembered? When he heard the name of Fallen Ji, Lin Yu's first reaction was to consider whether to just slip away and settle down in another location. But after calming down, after thinking about it, he stayed. Although Falling Ji is a brutal and arrogant ghost, from a certain point of view, she is not a person who relies on her strength to prey freely. Instead, she is an Warren who uses her identity as an Warren. She manages secretly cannibalism a little bit, reducing all risks to the smallest. Moreover, Lin Yu was not without any strength at the time. Even if he couldn't win and escape to protect himself, there was no problem at all. One is the blind chaff and the other is the popular Warren. No matter how you think, there will be no intersection between the two. Moreover, no other ghost dared to steal the food in the sight of Winding Six. It can be said that there is no more suitable place for wretched development than this. Read more at wuxiax.com. I am back. When I returned to my home, I just opened the door and heard a series of light footsteps running towards me. Huan, welcome back. A slightly naive and stammering voice came, and the speaker seemed to be very incompetent. Lin Yu only felt light in his hands, and the vegetables he had just bought had already been picked up. Going back to a place you are familiar with is naturally very at ease for an invisible person. Just sitting down, the sound of previous footsteps approached once again, and a warm and moist breath appeared next to his face, gently wiping it. Feeling the moist warmth on his face, Lin Yu had a helpless smile on his face, reaching out and holding the little hand that was gently wiping with the hot towel. "Chineu, I told you, we are all a family, so you don't have to be so polite." "Okay." The immature voice rang in his ears, but the movements of his hands did not stop a little bit, and his attitude was very firm. Regarding this, Lin Yu had no choice but to smile and let her go. If someone who knew the plot was there at this time, he would definitely be able to recognize who the girl was who was carefully wiping Lin Yu's face with a hot towel at this time. Chineu, the stepson of the ghost-killing squad Changja Butterfly Ninja in the original book, is a beautiful girl with purple pupils. Not long after coming to this world, Lin Yu met Chineu, but he didn't recognize it at all. At that time, Chineu was exactly like a little beggar, ragged, stained and muddy. If it weren't for that long hair, it wouldn't be clear whether it was a man or a woman. She was so horrified, running barefoot in the street, avoiding the chasing of a man and a woman behind her. With some pity, Lin Yu rescued her, and after avoiding the man and woman, the two began a life of mutual dependence. It was not until the two had lived together for a long time that Lin Yu found out that the child he had saved was Chanel in the original book, and it was her parents who were chasing her. Chanel chose to run away because he could not bear the long-term violence of his parents. Without Lin Yu, I am afraid that the final outcome would be to be captured and sold to traffickers, and eventually run into by the Butterfly Ninja sisters. Because of the appearance of Lin Yu, this plot seems to have been completely changed. As for the name of Chanel, it was naturally Lin Yu who gave her the name. You must know the parents who would only violent her, but they didn't name her. Chineu, the koi summer warren in the house sometimes parades the street tonight, let's go and have a look at it in the evening. Flower, Kub. There was a bit of hesitation in Chanel's voice. For this relatively introverted girl, going out was still a bit difficult. After all, the things she suffered at home before made her especially afraid of life, and she always stayed at home on weekdays and was unwilling to go out. Listening to Chineu's voice, Lin Yu stretched out his hand and leaned towards her, and rubbed it on his little head. Chapter 4. Chapter 4. The hair is supple, and the hand feels exceptionally silky. It's okay, if you don't want to go, don't force it. Feeling the warmth from Lin Yu's palm, Chanel looked at the face close at hand, pursed her lips, and a little smile appeared in her eyes. The sky is getting darker, and the daylight in winter is always exceptionally short. While there was still time, Lin Yu was sitting in the room, holding a small piece of wood in his hand, and was carving it. And Chineu, on the other hand, was raising a fire, busy on the other side of the stove. Although neither of them spoke, compared with the cold weather outside, the room was filled with a touch of warmth. Listening to the sound of pots and pans in the room, Lin Yu's mood was particularly relaxed. The knife in his hand was constantly flapping, and bits of sawdust kept falling. It didn't take long for a lifelike wood sculpture to appear in Lin Yu's hands. At his feet, there are already dozens of wooden sculptures. For Lin Yu, this can be regarded as another kind of cultivation in disguise. After losing the light, other sense organs have become more and more acute. Even this kind of delicate work is not a problem at all. After carving the last wood carving, it is almost enough. In terms of his strength, if it weren't for development and unobtrusive, he could definitely lead a better life. Selling wood carvings is just incidental when parading, and it is Lin Yu's original intention to take Channa out for a stroll. Time to eat. Chanel's voice was small, and even in front of Lin Yu, he always had a timid taste. Since Lin Yu rescued Chanel, Chanel has always been like this. It can be felt that Chanel cherishes her current life and is afraid of losing her current life. It's like a timid and easily frightened little beast, which makes people feel pity. Well, here it is. The parade time should be a little later, after all, the best effect can be achieved only when the number of people in Hwaja increases, so there is plenty of time. Read more at wuxiax.com. At the dinner table, bursts of fragrance came to the nose, but Lin Yu frowned just as he sat down. Seeing Lin Yu's expression, Chanel seemed to have thought of something, subconsciously put his hands behind him, and looked down at the desk without speaking. Feeling the silence of Chanel, Lin Yu sighed, got up and sat next to the girl. Her voice was gentle but with an unquestionable smell. "Give me your hand." Chanel was silent, with a hesitant look in those purple eyes. After a while, seeing that Lin Yu didn't seem to be ready to compromise, he stretched out his hand in frustration. The girl's hands were white and delicate, soft and boneless, like a good piece of warm jade, with an indescribable touch. Just facing these catkins, Lin Yu felt a little distressed in helplessness. The fingers ran across Janae's palm, and the soft touch was like feathers, making the girl's somewhat dumb face slightly red. The tickling feeling made her subconsciously want to withdraw her hand, but she was caught by Lin Yu again and couldn't get rid of it. In a short while, Lin Yu found what he was looking for in Chanel's hands. After losing the light, Lin Yu's sense of hearing, smell, or touch has become very sensitive and has a huge improvement. And it was this sensory improvement that made Lin Yu aware of something wrong. When he swiped his fingers, Lin Yu could feel clear wounds on Janae's fingertips. These wounds were not deep. Obviously they were accidentally cut during cooking. It was the wound on his hand that made Lin Yu notice a bloody smell. Caressing the wounds, Lin Yu didn't say much, just took a roll of gauze for Chanel to bandage according to the position in his memory. Although this girl who is only 12 years old is very taciturn and not good at words, and does not even know how to express her feelings, she is extremely stubborn in her heart. Lin Yu rescued her out of sympathy and had no other meaning. But for Lin Yu's kindness, Chanel has always kept in mind. Because she is introverted and afraid of life, she can't help Lin Yu share any pressure in life on weekdays. But this doesn't mean that Chanel doesn't know how hard life is. Relying on Lin Yu to chop wood alone to support his life, this made Chanel feel somewhat self-blame in his heart. So Chanel always wants to help Lin Yu share the pressure of life in her own way. Whether it is doing housework or studying hard to cook, it is her way of performance. It's just that, compared with the ability in swordsmanship and combat, Chanel seems to be a lot worse than doing housework, and it always hurts herself. After bandaging the wound on his hand, Lin Yu smiled and prepared to greet Chanel to eat. Persuading Chanel not to continue to do this kind of thing will only make this taciturn girl even more self-blame in her heart, thinking that she is a burden. "Let's eat. I will be careful in the future." The soft voice suddenly interrupted Lin Yu's words. Facing Chanel's words, Lin Yu was slightly startled. Obviously he did not expect her to respond. But this is obviously good news, at least Chanel is beginning to be able to respond to others' concerns. Well, Chanel has also grown up. Lin Yu echoed in the room with a slightly smiling voice, and Chanel seemed to be able to feel the smiley eyes looking at him through the laces. A touch of warmth has passed through my heart. The most difficult winter in previous years, this year is exceptionally warm, giving girls a new definition of home. Chapter 5. Chapter 5. Compared with the daytime, the flower street at night is obviously a lot more lively. Only when night falls, it seems to be able to show that prosperous face. People come and go on the street, and the vendors on both sides have all kinds of exquisite snacks and objects. The sound of yelling and selling made the whole scene seem like a New Year's lively. The Warren Parade, also known as the Warren Road, is a unique culture in the country of Nippon. Every annual parade is the biggest event in the flower street. In the past, the Warren, who could only be seen with a single dollar, will show off his charm on the street today, so as to gain more popularity for his brothel. So today, the streets are full of guys who covet beauty and want to feast their eyes on. After dinner, Lin Yu took Chanel to go out. Taking advantage of the fact that the parade has not started, there are not so many people on the street, Lin Yu is ready to take Chanel for a good stroll, and can instantly find a good stall in advance. After all, staying in such a small home for a long time and without mobile phones and other entertainment products, Lin Yu was really afraid that Chanel might have any problems at home. "Let's go, Chanel, I'm late but there is no good place." Lin Yu stood at the door and greeted Chanel. The temperature in the winter night at night has dropped even lower. If it weren't for the parade, it would really make people uninterested to go out. Chanel almost changed her clothes, and under Lin Yu's repeated instructions, the small and thin girl in her original shape just wore a chubby feeling. With the somewhat timid face, she looked particularly cute. Facing Lin Yu's greeting, he looked at the smiling figure in the dark, pursed his lips, and walked out of the house. Walking out of the warm room, Chanel seemed like a baby bird leaving the nest, and subconsciously ran to Lin Yu's side, cuddling him tightly. "The road is a bit dark. Run slowly and don't fall." "Okay." The two of them walked in the direction of Hwaja, but after a while, their eyes suddenly became brighter. Read more at wuxiax.com. Although the parade has not yet begun, the lively atmosphere has begun to spread on the streets. Many innocent and lively children are laughing and playing in the street. Everything is so peaceful, it is impossible to see that this is a world with ghosts lurking in the dark. "Chaneu, you haven't been out for a long time, have you?" Turning his head, Lin Yu asked softly. Chanel looked at the prosperous street, and when they came back, the hardly populated path suddenly felt like a world away. When was the last time the distance came out? The girl tried hard to recall, as if she had noticed the thoughts in Chaneu's heart. Lin Yu stretched out her hand and suddenly grasped the slender palm. With a slightly cold touch, Lin Yu squeezed gently. "Don't think about it so much, it's hard to come out once, let's look around first, after all, it is a rare opportunity once a year." Feeling the warmth from the palm of his palm, Chanel's heart was as calm as an ancient well and could not make any waves. Suddenly a little ripple appeared. There are not many people on the street right now, but Lin Yu still guards Chanel strictly so as not to be hit by pedestrians, who is hard to come by. After such a long life of losing the light, Lin Yu can't see the concrete images, but daily walking and other life are no longer a problem. Even on the streets where people come and go, they can walk easily. The flower street at night is much more lively than during the day, and the brightly lit scene made Chanel a little dazzled for a while. These were all scenes she had never seen before. In her memory, the night brought only hunger, cold, and endless beatings. What I never knew was that there was such a different place in this world originally. Looking at these scenes that he had never seen before, and the figure standing tall in front of him, Chanel suddenly felt that the outside seemed not as scary as she thought. "As long as I am with Lin Yu, it is always so safe." Thinking of this, Chanel couldn't help but tighten the hand held by Lin Yu. Feeling the small movements of Chaneu, Lin Yu's mouth was filled with a smile. "Chaneu, this is a dorayaki, a kind of pastry with a filling. This is wagashi. By the way, there is taiyaki in the front. Try the oden, too. If you eat this in winter, it's very warm." All the way down, Lin Yu can't see it, but he ran to the food stalls one after another with Chanel. While introducing Chanel, he bought it and stuffed it into the girl's mouth. In a short while, the girl's mouth was already full, and she was still holding a bunch of various snacks in her arms. Chanel, who had never experienced such a thing before, was in a dazed state, subconsciously eating various classic snacks brought by Lin Yu. The bulging cheeks are like hamsters stuffed with food, and the chubby look worn on them, like a delicate porcelain doll, is extraordinarily moving. Chapter 6. Chapter 6. Chaneu, there is also a ramen here. It is said that it tastes good. Would you like to try it? Hiccup. Lin Yu's feeding plan finally ended completely amidst the full burp of Chanel. Walking down the street, so many stalls selling snacks were almost visited by the two. It was rare that Chanel was willing to come out once. Naturally, Lin Yu wanted to take her to taste something she had never eaten before. But this girl who didn't understand her feelings was already full but still didn't say a word. If it wasn't for a hiccup, Lin Yu almost ignored it. Sorry Chanel, I seem to have bought too much, you are not uncomfortable. Bringing Chanel to occupy a small space near the house of the time, after starting to set up a stall, Lin Yu apologized somewhat embarrassedly like Chanel. Facing Lin Yu's apology, with a bunch of snacks in his arms, Chaneu, who was silently helping Lin Yu with the wood carving, gave a faint doubt in those purple eyes. Putting down the wood carving in his hand, Chanel looked at the snack in his arms that was still warm, and said the first sentence since he went out. I apologize for, why? Lin Yu was a little dumb. This young girl who didn't know how to express her feelings still lacked some common sense about these things. If you force others to do something that is unwilling or uncomfortable for others, the best way at this time is to apologize so that you can be forgiven. With that, Lin Yu pointed to the snack in Chaneu's arms. Next time you have something like this, you must remember to say it. It's not uncomfortable, these things are delicious. Chanel looked at Lin Yu very seriously, trying to express his meaning. Hearing Chaneu's answer, Lin Yu's purpose of taking her out for a parade this time was finally achieved. Read more at wuxiax.com. Even if the previous small deposits are all used up, it is worth it. You must know that for a full year before, Chanel was full of fear and vigilance for the outside world. It is really not easy to be able to take this step today. As the two talked, a whistling sound that pierced the air suddenly sounded in the sky. Boom! Along with the bright fireworks in the sky, the Warren Parade in Yoshihara Flower Street has officially begun. Because they arrived earlier, the positions occupied by Lin Yu and the two were still relatively close to the center of the street, and the parade team soon came to them. Lin Yu didn't pay too much attention to the parade team, but silently calculated how much benefit he could get tonight. On the contrary, Chaneu, who had resisted going out before, watched the parade intently. One of the most eye-catching is naturally the Warren in the team, that is, Miss Lixia from the house at the time. It was a very gentle and beautiful woman, with just the right makeup on her face, matched with the clothing and hair accessories in her eyes, but she was a very beautiful beauty, and she also exuded a unique kind of beauty all over her body. Temperament. That is a different temperament or aura from the surrounding geisha. He has heavy wooden clogs under his feet, and he steps on a special step, walking quite slowly, but with a unique sense of beauty. In addition to the Warren accident, there are many geishas and men accompanying him. At the front of the Warren parade is a man with a samurai head. He carried a big red lantern in his hand, with the Warren pattern of the back Warren printed on the lantern. The entire parade is slowly advancing in accordance with the rhythm of the Warren. Although there are no special and exciting action performances, the Warren's slowly moving movements, combined with her appearance and temperament, form a group of performances with a unique charm. As the parade walks forward, the Lixia Warren can arouse bursts of exclamation wherever he goes, and even on the upper floors of the surrounding streets, many windows have been opened, and many people are talking about it. The Koi Summer Warren is so beautiful. The most beautiful one in Yoshiwara Flower Street is the Koi Summer Warren. She is simply the leader among women. That's right, it's a pity that I don't have any money, otherwise I would go to Sharen's house and listen to Miss Lixia's music. If I can marry a charming woman like Miss Lixia, I would be willing to lose 10 years of life. All kinds of discussions made the atmosphere on the Flower Street become more lively. It can be seen that Lixia, who is the Warren at the time, is indeed very popular here. But what Lin Yu didn't notice was that after listening to these discussions in his ears, Chaneu beside him looked at the slender figure of Lixia Oikui. After a long time without speaking, those beautiful eyes seemed to think what's going on. And as the parade line drifted away, on the second floor of a magnificent building on this street, beside a half-hidden window, a silhouette full of allure, with a bumpy figure, is looking sideways at the Lixia Warren who is gradually walking away. On the slightly pale face, the extremely charming Danfan eyes, the tall nose, and the red lips, anyone who sees it will marvel at this as a rare beauty. It's just that those charming Danfan eyes were completely destroyed by a touch of cold color at this moment, and they clearly possessed a thrilling charm, but at this moment they seemed incomparably permeating. Chapter 7. Chapter 7. If Lin Yu could see this scene, he would surely be able to recognize it. This is the first series of the original book, Lu Sangji, and the popular Warren of Kyogokuya. And the place where she appeared was naturally the famous Jingaku house in Hwaja. It wasn't until Li Xia's figure gradually disappeared from the line of sight that Fall Ji withdrew his gaze, and a sneer appeared on the corners of her red lips. The beautiful food is really exciting. In the corner of his eyes as he spoke, two intimate figures were drawn into the eyes. After the parade activities ended, the streets once again resumed their former bustling appearance. However, under the influence of the previous parade, the business of the small vendors on the street has obviously become more popular. Among them, the Shiren house, which was just parading, was already overcrowded early on. As Lin Yu, who was leaning on the side of the Shiren house, was naturally affected by this aftermath. However, for Lin Yu, this kind of spread is naturally a pleasure to see more and better. After all, queuing is a very boring thing no matter which world you are in. At this time, the wood carvings carved by Lin Yu naturally attracted the attention of many people. As a modern person who has traveled through, Lin Yu naturally knows how to respond to the consumption concept of everyone. After living near Hwaja for so long, I have seen a lot of Warren, large and small, before wearing the straps. The wood carvings he carved were also based on the impressions in his mind. These lifelike wood carvings may not be regarded as a thing in modern times, but in a society where science and technology are not particularly advanced, they are still very amazing. Warren, many people can only occasionally see with a glimpse. It is obvious that they do not have the financial resources to enter the brothel, but it is not a problem to buy a wooden sculpture. For a while, the wood carvings on Lin Yu's booth were rapidly decreasing, especially the wood carvings of Lixia Warren, which were even more sought after. I have to say that the star effect is universal no matter which world it is. For those who want to take a closer look at the appearance of Lixia Oikoi but have no money, Lin Yu has certainly become their first choice here. Read more at wuxiax.com. It didn't take long for the wood carvings to be sold out, and there was even a shortage of demand. However, Lin Yu was somewhat prepared for this situation, and immediately calmed down those who had not bought wood carvings, took out a carving knife and a piece of wood directly from his backpack, and started carving on the spot. A blind young man actually carved on the spot, and each wood carving has a different posture, which is almost as vivid as a real person. Suddenly, many people came to watch, and they all wanted to buy Lin Yu's wood sculptures. In the face of the turbulent crowd, Chanel at the side was still a little nervous, but from the expressionless face, there was no clue at all, like a cute porcelain doll, sitting on the side. Not noisy or noisy. In a short time, Lin Yu had already carved all the wood he had brought to prevent it from not being enough. For the customers who hadn't bought it, Lin Yu had no choice but to spread his hands. He hadn't cared about the parade before, and the preparation time was really a bit hasty. However, the income tonight is still very generous. It can be said that it is a small windfall, at least it will be fine even if it is not going to work for a long time. With this money, he and Chanel can spend the whole winter comfortably. After all, the last few wood carvings even started to increase prices. After ordering some money and confirming that it was correct, Lin Yu cleaned up the sawdust left when he had just carved the wood carving. Borrowing other people's gimmicks to make money, naturally you can't leave a pile of rubbish in front of others. Okay, Chanel, ready to go home. Hearing Lin Yu's call, Chanel looked up dazedly. It seemed that he had just recovered from the crowd that had never been seen before. Okay. There was a soft reply, but this time without Lin Yu's words, Chanel took the initiative to reach out and hold him. Realizing that there was a slender hand in his hand, Lin Yu raised the corner of his mouth and clasped his backhand. Are you happy tonight, Chanel? Open, heart. With some doubts, he raised his head and looked at Lin Yu, and Chanel repeated it lowly. Well, do you like what happened tonight? Do you want to do it again in the future? There seems to be some difficulty in this question, and Chanel frowned, seeming to be thinking. Lin Yu didn't urge her either, and the two of them just led her, strolling on the street towards home. After a long while, I heard Chanel who seemed to say hesitantly. It is good. Lin Yu laughed when he heard some answers that were not what was asked. Chanel looks like this, although it looks a little dazed, but it is a little different and cute. I see, then I will only eat food in the future, okay? Okay. Although I don't know why Lin Yu suddenly laughed, Chanel looked at her unfinished snack in her arms, and the corners of her mouth lifted extremely slightly, without even noticing it. Chapter 8. Chapter 8. The two wandered on their way home, and the number of pedestrians on the street gradually decreased. After all, in a prosperous place like Hehuja, wanting to live there is obviously not something the two of them can afford now. The residences of Lin Yu and Chaneu are relatively close to the outskirts of Yoshiwara, which is a so-called slum area. In this context, it may be a bit inappropriate to say that it is a slum, but people who are poor, hungry, and cold are always there. There are no street lights on the dilapidated alleys, and the houses on both sides are not as bright as those on the flower street. People living here, in order to save energy, have already gone to bed and rest early. Except for the moonlight in the sky, there is no light on the road at all. There is singing every night on one side and cold and hunger on the other, which is ridiculous. Boom! Just when the two of them were still some distance away, a muffled noise suddenly sounded on this quiet street. In this deadly winter night, where everything is silent, this muffled sound, let alone Lin Yu, who has an extremely keen hearing, can even hear it clearly. Lin Yu's footsteps speeded up slightly, and his originally calm face sank slightly. Compared with that muffled sound, Lin Yu heard more sounds. Under the muffled sound just now, there was a faint wailing sound. Listening more carefully, Lin Yu could still hear a few heavy breaths. What happens in such a secluded and desolate place is naturally not a good thing. Before, he had heard from people who also lived in the slums say that there would often be people from gangs who came here to ask for money in the name of collecting protection fees. However, even though it is a slum area, there are patrol officers who come to patrol every day, and Lin Yu goes back early every day, so this situation has not been encountered in the past more than a year. I didn't expect that today. I just went back a little later, and I actually ran into it. Although Lin Yu has a kind heart, he naturally didn't want to get into inexplicable trouble for this kind of situation, especially when he was still carrying Chanel. One thing is worse than one thing less, but even if you want to be fast, take Chanel back. Read more at wuxiax.com. However, just after walking not far, I heard a series of footsteps in a small alley behind him, and a stern voice with a bit of hostility. Hey, kid over there, stop for me. Hearing this sound, Lin Yu paused, brought Chanel to a halt, sighed, and turned around calmly. Oh, the night guy actually blindfolded his eyes. He turned out to be a blind man. Another voice came. 5 people. By judging the sound of footsteps, Lin Yu clearly knew the number of the opponent and pulled Chanel behind him. What's matter? Under the faint moonlight, several people sneered at Lin Yu's calm expression. Living here, know the rules, don't you? Give me the protection fee. Lin Yu nodded. It would not be a big deal if it was just for some money. As a person born in a peaceful era, he didn't want to have too many incidents. Taking out some money from his arms, Lin Yu handed it over. The guy in the lead took the money and threw it in his palm at random. Seeing Lin Yu's knowledge, he didn't say much. After all, although the slums are poor, they can still collect a lot of money, and it is a matter of fishing. If you can't do it, you can't do it. But at this moment, there was a voice that made Lin Yu's heart sink. Hey, are you the kid who was doing wood carving at the door of Sharen's house? After the voice was finished, he heard a footstep, and a breath of wine came over. "That's right, this guy, with a little girl. Boss, this guy is at the door of Sharen's house tonight." That voice said all about Lin Yu, who was robbed of selling wood carvings at the door of the then Ren's house. The atmosphere in the air suddenly became heavy and suppressed. "I mean, a blind man, how can he take money so readily? It turns out that he has just made a fortune. I thought I would just forget it. Since you are so ignorant, don't blame us for being merciless. Leave all the money and the little girl with me, and we will spare you." As he spoke, a sound of footsteps came straight to Lin Yu, and grabbed Chineta behind him. I didn't look closely, it turned out to be a beauty embryo. Before the bastard finished speaking, the bastard's pupils shrank suddenly. He didn't leave much time for this bastard to react. The only thing he could feel was a sense of suffocation that he had never experienced before and hit him. "Take the money and leave, can't you?" In a blink of an eye, a few people on the side saw that Lin Yu suddenly grabbed their companion's neck and lifted it up high. With an indifferent expression on his face, he said coldly at the bastard who was frantically struggling in his palm. "Save, save." The bully used his two palms and tried his best to break away the 5 fingers that Lin Yu was holding on to him. However, no matter how hard he tried, Lin Yu's 5 fingers looked like refined steel, with their silky patterns immovable and desperately hard. Chapter 9. Chapter 9. "Asshole, hurry up and take me." The gangsters next to him saw this scene for a moment, and they were ready to step forward to help. Boom! It's just that they didn't wait for them to move. Even before they finished speaking, they saw that in the moonlight, a black shadow flew towards the abandoned houses on the side of the street at extremely fast speed like a cannonball, making a huge roar. The black shadow slammed into the dilapidated wall, and suddenly a cloud of dust was lifted. The shaky house was directly smashed through the wall and fell directly. In the silent night, the roar of the collapse of the house sounded like thunder in everyone's ears. Previously threatened Lin Yu to hand over all the money, and the group of people who left Chineta was silent, looking at the tall figure in the moonlight, and the fist that crossed his side. A touch of cold sweat slowly slipped from the forehead. It was originally a very cold night, and at this moment, there was a bone-thin coolness that came from the bones. What happened just now, did you see clearly?" "No, I don't know, I didn't see clearly." Faced with such a situation, the gang members who had previously had sarcasm and malice on their faces now all had horror on their faces, and even the voice of their words was trembling. The 4 of them looked at Lin Yu's figure and felt a little chill in their hearts. Just now, they didn't even see clearly what was going on. Their companions had already flown out to live or die. This kind of power is simply unbelievable to be possessed by the young man in front of him. Obviously he seemed to be just a blind boy who didn't seem to have any lethality, and he would choose to act on their people suddenly. And if you don't make a move, it's so violent. What was originally thought to be easy to solve, until now a few people are shocked to find that they seem to have mentioned the iron plate. A faint smoke and dust floated from the collapsed houses on the side of the street, making the empty street a little more hazy under the moonlight, and Lin Yu's figure looked very unreal. Looking at the figure in the smoke, Lin Yu clearly had laces on his eyes, but the 4 of them seemed to feel that there was a fierce gaze filled with cold gazes, watching them with horror. Read more at wuxiax.com. There are 4 people left. According to the breathing sound coming from his ears, Lin Yu's mind even had a few people standing in it. For him who had adapted to the darkness, everything was so natural. Without staying too much, Lin Yu prepared to make a quick decision to avoid accidents. Sand. The faint footsteps, accompanied by Lin Yu's figure, are getting closer and closer to the 4 of them. Facing Lin Yu, who was alone, walking towards them. The remaining 4 gang members looked at each other, and they all saw a look of fear in each other's eyes, and even their calves trembled slightly. 4-1, the opponent is still a blind man. It sounds like a very easy thing, but they might think so in normal times. However, the deterrence caused by Lin Yu's previous punch was real, and it was a lingering fear. However, facing Lin Yu's steadily pressing, the guy headed by him had fear in his eyes, but he still had the blood and courage of a gang member. If he had escaped like this today, I am afraid that his fate among the gangs would not be much better in the future. At the moment, his heart was crossed, but he still made his own decision. There is nothing to be afraid of, he is alone, and he is still a blind man, go straight. With that, as if to make the companion behind him confident, he directly took out a somewhat old dagger from his waist. A faint moonlight sprinkled on the blade, glowing with icy cold light. Under the leadership of the leader, the three companions behind him also temporarily abandoned their inner fears. The gang members were originally a group of desperados, and they wounded people with knives if they didn't agree with each other. In the current situation, if you run away directly, it is the most outrageous thing. The four gang members all had a certain degree of weapon fighting experience, and they did not rush forward in a swarm, but were scattered around Lin Yu. He tried to take advantage of his invisible disadvantage to take advantage of the opportunity to attack Lin Yu directly in one fell swoop. And the guy with the dagger, while moving, pretended to inadvertently lean towards Chanel. No matter how well Lin Yu can fight, as long as he controls this little girl, everything will fall to the ground, and the other party will definitely not dare to fight back. With his own little calculation in his heart, he approached Chanel step by step. It's just that these so-called conspiracy measures are completely vulnerable to Lin Yu. Every move of everyone present has been deeply imprinted in his mind, even if he can't see it, it doesn't affect it at all. You guy, go to death for me. As if a brave roar sounded, the three gang members scattered around Lin Yu brazenly launched an attack in front of them. But when they raised their fists and were about to punch hard, Lin Yu disappeared. It was not an exaggeration, but Lin Yu had indeed disappeared before their eyes. Shave. One of the Navy's 6 forms, within 0.36 seconds, it stepped on the ground at high speed dozens of times to produce explosive reaction force to move, as fast as it disappeared in front of the enemy. Chapter 10. Chapter 10. This was Lin Yu's first battle and the first time he used the Navy Type 6 to attack. Boom! The dull roar sounded once again on this unusual night. At the moment when Lin Yu disappeared, the hard slate ground under his feet seemed to have been subjected to an unbearable force, cracking densely like a spider web. The stones on the ground even turned into fine dust under the impact force of that instant, and fluttered from the position where Lin Yu rushed out. The guy who was going to attack Chaneu just heard a voice in his ear, and an unprecedented feeling of heart palpitations spread throughout Chuancheng. It's like being stared at by a bloodthirsty and hungry terrifying beast. This is the fear of death from life's instinct, and it is a warning. But before he could react, a huge force struck from the back of his neck. Lin Yu's slender palms were like indestructible iron tongs, and they grabbed his neck and clenched fiercely. Crack! Even though the roar of Lin Yu smashing the ground before, it still reverberates, but the sound of the bone fragmentation is still so clear and so chilling. From hand to murder. It was really just a blink of an eye, and Lin Yu had already emerged from the siege of a few people, and got acquainted with the guy who was trying to do something with Chanel. The three people behind them still kept the movements they had just prepared to throw their fists, and stood frozen in place, watching the scene in disbelief. Thump! He threw the corpse in his hand to the side, and didn't care about the remaining people at all. Lin Yu knelt down in front of Chaneu, with a gentle voice. It was not as if he had just killed a person like pinching an ant. Chaneu turns her head and wait for me, we will go home after I take care of it. For this young girl who had experienced many misfortunes since she was a child, Lin Yu really didn't want her to see these bloody and brutal things. Even when I just killed someone, I tried my best to control my own strength and not see the blood. Chanel was still obedient as always. Lin Yu just turned around after speaking, silently looking at the moon in the sky as if in a daze. Read more at wuxiax.com. Without Chanel watching, Lin Yu stood up again and twisted his neck gently. As a person who grew up in a peaceful time in his previous life, whether he was fighting or fighting, he didn't experience so much, let alone murder. Before the murder, Lin Yu once thought about whether it would be very rebellious. But after really taking this step, at this moment, he only felt that there seemed to be something in his body, and he began to gradually wake up. The blood is boiling. Killing, it seems that it is not as difficult as he thought. The remaining 3 gang members saw Lin Yu, who stood up. At this time, he didn't know where he and others were. They were definitely not their opponents. The eyes were constantly trembling, and the fear that had been suppressed by a touch of blood and courage in my heart before, was like a monstrous tsunami, completely drowning them. Lin Yu's figure, that looked particularly tall and straight under the moonlight, was as terrifying as an evil ghost in front of them. Run! The 3 of them, where there is still the courage to stay here, quickly ran in different directions. Although their mentality was clear, at Lin Yu's almost disappearing speed just now, they definitely couldn't run. But even so, they are lucky. After all, what if Lin Yu let him go because of other people? Everyone hopes that they are lucky, but reality shreds their fantasies fiercely. Boom! There was a muffled sound mixed with broken bones. Thump! There was another sound of a corpse falling to the ground. Lin Yu is like a god of death who reaps his life, calmly extinguishing their will to survive one by one. When it appeared in front of the last person, everything was over. After processing, Lin Yu simply tidied up the bodies of several people, and ignored them. It's also mocking, maybe the slums only have this point. In this kind of weather, people will die every day, and gangs will do it from time to time. For this kind of dead person, the patrol will not pursue any investigation at all, just drag the body away. Just don't even think about filing a case for investigation or something. Let's go, Chanel, let's go home. Okay. Accompanied by the simple words of the 2, the street seemed to return to the previous silence once again, as if everything just now was just an illusion, and it had never happened at all. Only the cracks left on the ground during the previous battle seemed to prove something. When I got home, it was late. I usually had already rested at this time, but today it is obvious that this time is going to be postponed. Because all this is just the beginning. Wandering all night, you must be tired, it's late, it's time to rest. For that gang, Lin Yu is obviously not going to let it go. After all, if something goes wrong with today's things, someone else accidentally sees it and spreads it to the gang. At that time, he will face endless revenge. He is naturally not afraid at all, but Chanel will definitely be affected, which is definitely what he does not want to see. Chapter 11. Chapter 11. In addition, Lin Yu didn't want Chanel to see blood, so he had to take her home quickly and settle her before he could deal with the gang. With Lin Yu's character, this potential threat must be eliminated. Facing Lin Yu's words, Chanel didn't show any great waves. After all, the girl's heart had not been completely opened, even if there were emotional fluctuations, she didn't know how to express it. Seeing that Chanel fell asleep, Lin Yu blew out the candle, picked up the wooden knife leaning on the corner of the wall, turned and walked outside the door. Just when he was about to go out, a familiar voice came from his ear. Definitely, wait for your return. Okay. Lin Yu paused, turned his head and smiled gently, then resolutely walked out. Chanel is just not good at expressing his feelings, but he is not a fool, and he can guess how much Lin Yu is going to do. Taking advantage of the darkness, Lin Yu was like a panther who was fused with the night, galloping on the empty streets with agility. Even if his eyes can't see things, but this can't bring him the slightest impact. For Lin Yu, who has lived in the slums for so long, the stronghold of the gang is naturally well known, and it is not a trouble to find the door. All the way out of the slum, Lin Yu's pace did not stop, and headed towards Huaja. Huaja, a grey industry that tends to be underground, has always been inextricably linked with gangs, and the gang's stronghold is in Huaja. About 10 minutes away, Lin Yu came to a very secluded alley according to the impression he had heard in his mind. Obviously he is in the bustling flower street, but this alley is exceptionally deserted. Even the pedestrians outside subconsciously speed up their pace when passing by, for fear of getting into trouble. The noise seemed to avoid this alley. It's only a few meters away, but it's like two worlds. Read more at wuxiax.com. Walking in this quiet alley, the keen senses watch every movement around him. In the somewhat cold air, a faint smell of blood reverberated in the alley. This ordinary alley had the deepest darkness, as if it were the road to hell. After another distance, some voices were finally heard in this quiet environment. "This damn weather, it's so cold. Ha ha ha, are you wasting too much energy on a woman? Wait until the replacement later, just go in for a drink or two. I heard that the boss has brought back a new group of women. It seems that I can have a good time tonight." Lazy voice, with a bit of leisure. Based on the position of the voice, Lin Yu began to quickly simulate the position of the two in his mind. If nothing else, these two guys should be guys standing guard outside the gang. Behind the two of them, Lin Yu could hear other faint voices coming. This is the headquarters of the gang, that's right. Once the position is determined, the next time is the time to harvest life. Day. Without hiding his steps, there were bursts of crisp sounds on the hard stone road. The two people standing guard outside the door of the gang were slightly energetic when they heard the voice, looking at the dark alley, but they didn't care much. The whole Yoshihara has been subdued by their gangs, and even Hwaja needs to make confessions on time. It can be said that this is their indestructible nest. I never thought that someone would come to ask for trouble. At most, there are alcoholics who drank too much and came here in a daze. It just happened to feel a little bit cold, so there was someone who could move me around. Today's luck seems to be really good. Throw it out as soon as it's resolved, it will be replaced soon. The two were talking leisurely and disapprovingly, without the slightest realization that death was imminent. And at this moment, Lin Yu's vigorous figure rushed out from the darkness of the alley, without any nonsense, and headed towards the two gang members. The lace at the back of his head was hunting and dancing in the wind. One step was taken suddenly, and the tight muscles all over the body were like steel bars that were tightened during the action, and the blood was boiling turbulently, flowing at high speed. The figure that looked like a cannonball slammed into his companion in the eyes of another gang member full of horror. The wooden blade dashed through the air, causing bursts of breaking air, falling like a meteor. Boom! The huge head and hard bones did not play any defensive role at all. In this dim alley, it exploded in an instant. Like a ripe tomato, the minced meat and bone stubble are evenly swayed in the alleys like a goddess scattered flowers. The warm blood even cast a face on the gang member beside him. A faint heat rose in the cold air, and a column of blood spewed out of the headless cavity. Thump! The corpse fell heavily to the ground with a muffled noise. A little bit of blood soaked Lin Yu's clothes. I don't know if it was because of the blindfold. Even if he slashed his head without leaving his hand, Lin Yu didn't feel much discomfort. Chapter 12. Chapter 12. The strong smell of blood, like a poisonous fragrance full of charm, evoked the deepest fear in people's hearts a little bit. The remaining member of the gatekeeper gang looked at Lin Yu's faint figure in the darkness, his apple trembling slightly, his mouth opened slightly, and he wanted to shout but couldn't make a sound. A pair of eyes were shrunk to the size of a needle, trembling constantly. As a gang member, I have seen a lot of dead people. But I split a head with a fragile wooden knife, let alone seeing this kind of thing, I just didn't even think about it. Tick! The sticky blood dripped from the tip of the knife, but only when the drop of blood hadn't landed yet. Lin Yu's figure had already disappeared in front of the gang's eyes, and in the next second, there was another muffled sound, which sounded in this quiet alley. A bright red flower of flesh and blood blooms brilliantly on the wall of the alley. The two muffled noises outside the door, although not very loud, still clearly passed into the gang's stronghold. What sound? What's going on outside? In the magnificent stronghold, there were men with strong and fierce statures sitting inside. At this time, they were gathering together for a drink. Hearing the sound outside, a very strong man sitting on his head frowned slightly. Hearing the man's words, the noisy voices in the stronghold, as well as the moans of lust, suddenly became a little low. The two men sitting near the door suddenly put down the wine glasses in their hands and stood up to see what the two guys standing guard were doing. It's just that they just got up and walked to the door without even having time to open the door. That huge, thick, and heavy wooden door was directly pierced by a powerful force from the outside. The wooden door in front of him, under this force, was like a heavy city wall, slamming towards the two of them. Read more at wuxiax.com. Under this wooden door, two sturdy men who were tall and sturdy were almost like fragile rice stalks in the field, and they were directly knocked out in the blink of an eye. The original lively and peaceful atmosphere, under the intrusion of the cold air in the winter night, the atmosphere instantly became dignified. The two gangs directly knocked over a table and chairs, and the scene was very chaotic. The man who sat at the head before suddenly turned gloomy. The entire underground society of Yoshihara is all within the sphere of their influence. It can be said that they are the underground emperors. This was the first time that people were hit directly at the door, and it was completely barely hitting them in the face. The light in the room extended towards the deep and dark alley. It's just that the darkness in that alley is like a giant creeping beast, even the light seems to be able to swallow it, it's exceptionally cold. Despair. Sensen's footsteps came from outside the door, as if there was a god of death, slowly approaching. The atmosphere became more solemn, and there was no need to even lead the man to give orders, and the gang in the field pulled out various weapons from under the table. A long knife with a bright handle, a dagger with cold light, the breath of killing spread instantly. Fighting and killing is not uncommon for gangs. As long as the enemy appears in front of them, they will pounce like the most ferocious hyenas. The footsteps were getting closer, and black shadows slowly emerged from the darkness. When seeing this figure, the gang members who had been wary in their hearts had a slightly surprised look in their eyes. A blind boy with a wooden knife came to the gang's headquarters alone on this cold winter night. This kind of thing, in their opinion, is like a big joke. Seeing that Lin Yu's body was not sturdy at all, the originally tense atmosphere suddenly eased. Where did the stinky kid come from? I'm really tired of living. You really ate the bear heart and leopard gall, don't you know where this is? The gangs in the stronghold all had ridiculous smiles on their faces, looking at Lin Yu, they didn't take his appearance at all. What kind of threats can a young boy in a mere gang pose against hundreds of people in their entire gang? Hurry up and drag it out to feed the dog. Damn, it's really disappointing. The leader sitting on the top, his eyes narrowed slightly, his eyes were quite impatient, he waved his hand casually, and prepared to let people go directly to solve Lin Yu. It's not that they have lost their vigilance because they have too many easy lives. In fact, it can only be said that Lin Yu's appearance is too deceptive. The two people who had been knocked into flight before, also got up at this time, their faces slightly flushed. In the presence of so many companions, it was too embarrassing to be knocked into the air by this blind boy caught off guard. The two men grabbed two long knives directly from the ground, roared and rushed towards Lin Yu, wanting to smash his body into thousands of pieces in order to restore the face that had been lost before. Just when the two rushed to Lin Yu, the corner of their eyes saw the two dilapidated corpses in the alley behind him. Sudden astonishment, it is simply a fatal existence. The original strength gap between Lin Yu was already a huge difference. He even dared to be distracted because he really felt that death was not coming fast enough. Chapter 13. Chapter 13. Facing the siege of the two, there was also the scream of the long knife splitting the air. Lin Yu just turned sideways in an understatement, and in an extremely relaxed posture before everyone's eyes, he avoided the long swords cut by the two of them. What's the matter? This guy is obviously blind. The gang wielding the knife looked at Lin Yu, who was close at hand, and their hearts were full of confusion, but in the next second, a sharp knife shadow appeared in front of their eyes. Clang! The sound of metal breaking is so crisp in this environment. One knife, only one knife. Lin Yu's wooden knife was like a magic weapon. It directly broke the metal long knife in his hand, and almost split his whole person from it. The red blood was scattered all over the back along the wound. The strong smell of blood spread in the air instantly. Witnessing the instantaneous tragic death of his companion, the guy who had besieged Lin Yu before, the anger in his heart would suddenly be extinguished like ice water. Horror, fear, incredible. Many complex emotions are mixed together. If you don't see it with your own eyes, it is difficult to imagine that a person's face can actually show so many emotions. At this scene, everyone in the entire stronghold was stunned. This is completely different from what they had thought before. Two gangs of knives should deal with a blind man logically, and that should be a matter of hand. But at this time, the smell of blood reverberating in the nasal cavity was telling them that the reality was completely different. Splitting metal with a wooden knife, is this really something that humans can do? Everyone who saw this scene trembled in their hearts. The face of the man sitting at the top changed several times at a time, and finally froze in fear, no longer the previous arrogance. The scene was silent for a while, as if time had stopped. The knife brought them not only a visual shock, but also a shock on the soul. Read more at wuxiax.com. Who could have imagined that just relying on manpower can create such a huge power? This shock even made them all freeze in place, not daring to attack Lin Yu again. But if these guys didn't move, it didn't mean that Lin Yu would let them go. Flashing past the side of the other attacking gang just now, the long knife in the hand of that gang was gone for a dazzling time, and a blush on his neck was slowly emerging. Thump! The sound of the corpse falling to the ground was like a signal heralding the beginning of the killing. After unscrupulously releasing his power, Lin Yu's heart did not have any restraint or disgust, but was full of joyful pleasure. Just like a horse that can finally gallop on the grassland, today finally has an opportunity to let Lin Yu unscrupulously display his strength. The long knife with the cold light, constantly in the bright light, brought a touch of light. Every wave, every appearance. There will be a puddle of warm and red blood swaying in the air. Fujitora's exquisite swordsmanship was doing his best in Lin Yu's hands at this moment. The tall and straight figure is like a death reaper, performing a magnificent dance among the dense crowd. Screams and howls are the soundtrack of this dance. The blood and the corpse are the soul of this dance. The gang that controls the entire Yoshihara underground forces has absolutely no resistance in Lin Yu's hands. It was like a hungry wolf breaking into the flock, slaughtering wantonly. Even if these helpers are many and powerful, even if they are strong, even if they hold a sharp blade. But these are not enough to become the capital to survive under Lin Yu's hands. One after another, the fountain of blood was blooming in the stronghold, and the flowers of flesh and blood cast by the blossoming blood filled the whole hall. Kill him! Kill him! Kill him quickly! The roar of the gang leader awakened everyone whose brains were occupied by fear at this time. Faced with such a horrible situation, everyone finally recovered a bit of reason. The other party is here to seek revenge. If he does not kill him, I am afraid that no one will be able to escape here today. This is no longer a fight to defend the face of the gang, but a struggle to survive. Go! Let's go together! He's alone! Kill him! Die to me! Roars sounded from all sides of the hall. A gang full of hundreds of people, wanting to directly advance, obviously still not so fast. The remaining dozens of people, brandishing the sharp blade in their hands, rushed towards Lin Yu like a tide, only to be able to kill him under the tactics of the crowd. But facing such a situation that is almost mortal for ordinary people, the corner of Lin Yu's mouth is slightly raised, and there is no panic in his heart. A sharp blade came with the sound of tearing the air. If ordinary people can't see it, let alone see it, they would have been panicked a long time ago. But Lin Yu's heart was exceptionally calm at this time. At the center of the siege, Lin Yu didn't even plan to use the Navy Type 6, but stood quietly and listened carefully to the sound in his ears. Messy footsteps, rubbing clothes, whistling blades. All of this converged in Lin Yu's mind at this moment. Chapter 14. Chapter 14. The image formed deep in his heart is so clear at this moment that he can even feel the maliciousness and panic sent by these people. Although Lin Yu had some doubts about such a change, none of this was important for the time being. Under the siege of dozens of people, Lin Yu wandered through the crowd in the middle of the stormy attack with a long knife in his hand. One after another sharp blades glowing with cold light slashed past Lin Yu's side, but none of them could be cut on Lin Yu's body, not even the corners of his clothes were touched. Kill one person in 10 steps and never stay for 1,000 miles. Maybe it's what Lin Yu looks like now. No, more strictly speaking, Lin Yu killed 10 people in 1 step, without blood. The dense crowd, like a whirlpool, tightly surrounded Lin Yu, constantly trying to drag him into the abyss of death. But no matter how hard these gangs tried, everything they did and all the attacks they made could not cause Lin Yu the slightest harm. Seeing the smile raised at the corner of Lin Yu's mouth, everyone's hearts were filled with despair. In just a few minutes, in the almost desperate horrified eyes of everyone, Lin Yu waved the long knife in his hand, and harvested the lives of one group after another. The messy corpses filled the whole hall. The red blood even stained the ground red, and the starting point was turbulent. It took less than 10 minutes from Lin Yu to enter the stronghold and then to start conflicts. All the gangs in the entire hall had already been slaughtered by Lin Yu. On the ceiling, the originally bright light seemed to be reddened and a little dim in the dense blood, regardless of the previous brightness. Watching Lin Yu wipe out all of his men. The leader sitting at the head, his whole person almost splitting, this is not anger, but full of fear for this irresistible figure. Read more at wuxiax.com. It's not that he doesn't want to escape, but the exit is behind Lin Yu, and he must pass through Lin Yu if he wants to escape. In the previous melee, it was not that no one wanted to take advantage of the chaos, but this kind of person was often the first target Lin Yu killed. After all, since he has done it, he must cut the grass and remove the roots. Naturally, Lin Yu will not let these guys escape, leaving behind any troubles. Facing the dead bodies on the ground and Lin Yu standing in a pool of blood, the leader who had just been energetic, was already covered with cold sweat at this moment. If it weren't for him to still sit on the chair, I'm afraid those soft legs would have caused him to collapse to the ground. Chong! Lin Yu gently shook the long knife in his hand, and the red blood rolled off, and in a blink of an eye it was restored to its new appearance, glowing with a permeating cold light. Stepping on the blood under his feet, Lin Yu walked towards the position of the leader. Every step is walking on the blood, and many of the warm blood has begun to condense slightly under the effect of the temperature, and walking on it makes shuddering sounds. Cold sweat slowly slipped down his face from the forehead, and the leader faced Lin Yu's walk-in. His heart was filled with despair, but also with deep doubts and bitterness. You, don't come here, no matter what it is, it should be enough for you to kill so many people. I still have money. If you want money, I can give you anything. Let me go, please let me go. The leader of the gang, who used to be aloof and in control of the grey industry of all underground forces, at this time in front of Lin Yu, like a beggar in despair, begging to let him go. The huge contrast between the front and back makes people feel unreal. However, in the face of death, no one can face it so calmly, especially this kind of person who has endless glory and wealth waiting for him to enjoy, even more reluctant to just die like this. But that cry of crying plea did not have any effect. Whether it is money or other things, if Lin Yu wants it, he can get it more easily with his powerful power. It is obviously impossible to exchange life with these things. Lin Yu's unmoved appearance was seen by the leader, and at this time he couldn't care about the issues of dignity and face. Hearing only a plop, the tall leader knelt down in front of Lin Yu with a grey face. His voice seemed to have resigned, and he said in a deep and astringent voice, "At least, let me know exactly why you want to do it to us." Lin Yu stood condescendingly in front of the leader, slowly raising the long knife in his hand. "Because, you might disturb my life." As soon as the voice fell, the leader who had been kneeling on the ground suddenly reached out and grabbed a long knife on the ground and gestured towards Lin Yu. It was just a gleam of cold light, but before he got the long knife, it flashed in front of his eyes. The icy blade drew across his neck, and the severe pain of slashing the skin and cutting the trachea was unbearable. He could even feel his own piping hot blood, gushing out continuously along the torn wound. The leader fell in a pool of blood, desperately covering the wound on his neck, but no matter how much he tried to stop it, it was just in vain. Chapter 15. Chapter 15. Ho, maybe, just because maybe, ha. Ha ha. The voice came out from the broken trachea. It was so vague. The expression on his face looked at Lin Yu standing with a knife in front of him, and it was even more desolate, with a bit of sarcasm. With the passing of blood, the smile gradually solidified on the leader's face, his body fell heavily to the ground, and the breath of life began to slowly dissipate on his body. So far, the gang that controlled the entire Yoshihara underground forces was completely annihilated in Lin Yu's hands. The entire gang, with hundreds of people, was slaughtered overnight, leaving no one alive. Standing in this hall full of corpses and full of blood, Lin Yu felt peaceful in his heart at this moment. Although the nasal cavity was full of bloody smell, but unexpectedly there was no feeling of disgust or disgust. On the contrary, it solved everyone in the gang and felt a lot easier. After all, no matter how you say it, this can be regarded as Lin Yu's first murder in his past and present life, and it can be regarded as a perfect end. The entire gang, with hundreds of people, was slaughtered overnight, leaving no one alive. Standing in this hall full of corpses and full of blood, Lin Yu felt peaceful in his heart at this moment. Although the nasal cavity was full of bloody smell, but unexpectedly there was no feeling of disgust or disgust. On the contrary, it solved everyone in the gang and felt a lot easier. After all, no matter how you say it, this can be regarded as Lin Yu's first murder in his past and present life, and it can be regarded as a perfect end. However, now that Lin Yu is here, Lin Yu is not ready to go back empty-handed. Anyway, the wealth of the entire gang can't be wasted. After a careful search in the gang's premises, Lin Yu found the room where the money was stored. It seemed that he was very confident of his own strength, and the money and things were stored very casually. Read more at wuxiax.com. After Lin Yu packed up all the large and small money and things, he chose a brand new long knife of very good quality and put it in the sheath. After changing the clothes on his body that had been stained with blood, and after all the blood stains were cleaned up, he took advantage of the moonlight and moved towards his home. It is also due to the physical fitness that has been strengthened by the system, otherwise it would be really inconvenient to carry so much money. You must know that the gangs that control the entire underground force, the income of the slums alone is a large amount, not to mention the protection fees collected from the Hwaja brothel, and all other operations. The wealth he had accumulated was completely taken over by Lin Yu. The value contained in it can be said to be an astronomical figure. At least Lin Yu and Chineu have enough money to live a prosperous life for a long time. As for whether the killing of this gang will cause any harm, Lin Yu naturally won't care much. When he completely let go tonight, and slaughtered Wanton, Lin Yu's mentality had begun to change slightly. With his strength, he could truly be regarded as the existence of his opponent, and there were only ghosts that were difficult to kill. The rest of ordinary people, even if they use firearms, do not pose a threat to him at all. Moreover, even if the existence of gangs is tacitly approved, no matter what the city is, it is a cancer. Now that it is destroyed, everyone will only clap and applaud, and who will care who did it? In this era when most of the positions are to be sent by letters, the official binding force is even minimal, and it will only turn a blind eye to this kind of thing. Feeling the heavy weight of the money on his shoulders, Lin Yu couldn't help but raise the corners of his mouth. After being in this world for so long, it seemed that he could finally live a luxurious life. In the bustling flower street, although the night was already late, fortunately there were still a lot of people, and Lin Yu's figure did not attract much attention. And when Lin Yu took advantage of the darkness, when he set foot on his way home, he was in the Jingji room not far from the gang base. In a room full of classical charm, Fallen Ji was lying on the tatami in a lazy posture, lying on the tatami, holding a small wine glass with exquisite workmanship in her hand, playing with it carefully. The air was filled with a faint smell of incense, and the curling smoke floated slowly. It made the slender and charming figure seem a little unreal. She drank all the liquor in the glass in one sip. Falling Ji licked her beautiful red lips, and was about to let people serve another pot of wine, but her beautiful brows suddenly frowned slightly. He shrugged her strong nose slightly, as if there was something in the air that attracted her. It's really nostalgic for such a strong smell of blood. However, the taste is not beautiful at all. Brother, are you interested? While talking, a dark shadow came out from behind Fallen Ji's smooth collarbone little by little, and the cold breath suddenly spread throughout the room. The messy hair, like seaweed, continued to gush out. A figure slowly emerged from Fallen Ji's body, a scarlet pupil slowly lit up, and the whole scene looked unusually terrifying. It just so happens that I am a little hungry too. Chapter 16. Chapter 16. When he returned to his door, Lin Yu's movements were obviously lightened, and he didn't want to wake up Chineu, who had already rested before. But never thought that when he was about to open the door, Lin Yu felt the sound of breathing that was quite different when he was asleep. Pushing open the door, Lin Yu smiled helplessly. Chanel was lying quietly on the bed at this time, with watery eyes, looking straight at Lin Yu who came back. He didn't look asleep at all and was waiting for him to come back. I'm back, Chanel. The girl didn't speak, but just ran off the bed barefoot, threw herself into Lin Yu's arms, and hugged it so quietly. Feeling Chanel's movements, Lin Yu put down the heavy package on his body, and stretched out his hand to gently caress the girl's head. Don't worry, it's all right now. Although Chanel barely spoke, from the girl's whitish knuckles clutching her clothes tightly, it could be seen that her heart was not as calm as it was. After pacifying the girl who was not good at expressing for a long time, Chineu, who had been shopping for a whole night and staying up most of the night, finally couldn't hold it anymore and fell asleep deeply. It was just that until he fell asleep, his slender palms clasped Lin Yu's hands tightly, as if he was afraid that Lin Yu would not be seen again, and he was unwilling to let go. Lin Yu didn't leave either, but just sat quietly, until he heard the sound of steady breathing from Chanel. A slightly sleepy smile appeared on his face. In an unfamiliar world, there is someone who is willing to wait for you to go home. This feeling is still very warm. After a busy night, Lin Yu was also very tired. It was the first time that hundreds of people had been slaughtered, and it was the first time to experience this kind of thing. Even with the extraordinary physical quality of Pirate World, Lin Yu was mentally overwhelmed. In any case, there are more than 100 living people, not immobile wooden stakes. Even if you stand still and kill you, it is not so easy. Read more at wuxiax.com. In the early morning, Lin Yu woke up early from his sleep. The fatigue after the battle last night, after a night of rest, has disappeared. The body is full of vitality, as if it is inexhaustible. After experiencing the baptism of iron and blood, Lin Yu's entire temperament even slightly changed, like a long knife hidden in a sheath, with a somewhat sharp aura. Get dressed and get ready to get up. Although I have money now, I don't have to run around for a living, but the habit of getting up early has never changed. As for Chineu, who had been staying up most of the night yesterday, Lin Yu got busy one step earlier. Some awkward movements were constantly busy in front of the stove, preparing breakfast for Lin Yu. Morning, Chanel. Looking at the busy figure, even though it was still cold and severe outside, there was a bit of warmth in my heart. Chanel, who was messed up by breakfast, turned his head and nodded when he heard Lin Yu's voice, and then began to concentrate on the ingredients in the pot. When Lin Yu finished washing, Chineu also brought a freshly cooked breakfast and put it on the dining table. The hot breakfast exudes heat, and the fragrance of the food is oncoming. The smell alone is not only a move for the index. Greeting Chineu to sit down, Lin Yu picked up the spoon and filled it with a spoonful of it, expecting what the girl did today. Just as soon as the spoon entered, Lin Yu's expression became a little subtle. It's not that it tastes bad, but the shape of the ingredients in the bowl is really strange, and the strange shapes, large and small, are really confusing in the mouth. It's no wonder that every time before, Chanel always cuts his hands when cooking. This kid's knifeman now seems to be a big problem. As if thinking of Chineu's clumsy appearance when cutting vegetables, Lin Yu suddenly laughed. Seeing the smile on Lin Yu's face, Chanel tilted his head slightly and didn't seem to understand why he suddenly laughed. Facing the girl's cute look, Lin Yu said with a smile. Chineu, you are not good at handling ingredients, right? Lin Yu's words immediately caused Chineu to cast his gaze into the empty bowl, and slightly pursed his lips, as if he was a little embarrassed and gave a low Every time when he took a knife to deal with ingredients, Chanel was always a little weak. Every time he cut out things of different sizes, it looked very funny. Although the girl is already working hard to overcome this shortcoming of her own, but she can't do it well, and she often accidentally hurt herself. As if perceiving Chineu's emotions, Lin Yu pointed to his long knife leaning against the wall. Would you like to practice with me? In this case, Chanel may be able to cut out beautiful ingredients simply and neatly in the future. Chanel subconsciously looked at the long knife leaning against the wall and the kitchen knife on the stove behind him, and his little mind was full of doubts. The gap between the two seems to be too big. Will it really be useful? Lin Yu didn't say much about Chanel's reaction. He just grabbed an ingredient and drew out the unused new knife that he brought back from the gang yesterday, and slashed the ingredient slightly. Chapter 17. Chapter 17. I saw the ingredients suddenly turned into neat small pieces, and evenly fell in front of Chanel's eyes. Seeing this scene in front of me, those purple eyes were a little surprised, but more of them were a little bit of excitement. In the future, Chanel will be able to do this too. How about it, should we go together? Lin Yu initiated the invitation again. This time Chanel didn't hesitate, and his little head nodded vigorously. Upon seeing this, Lin Yu returned the long knife to its sheath, found a cloth bag and put it in, holding Chineu, and the two went out together. Lin Yu actually had this idea for Chanel to practice with herself. In other words, it is not just for Chanel to cut vegetables easily. In this world, with the existence of ghosts, Lin Yu didn't dare to say that he could stay by Chanel's side at all times and protect her well no matter what. If she could have a little self-protection ability, then it would be the best, so Lin Yu would feel more at ease. It's just that before, Chanel was very disgusted with things like going out, and it was really unrealistic to want her to come out. And if she starts training at her age, nutrition must keep up, otherwise it will only be harmful to the body. But now, everything is different. With the massive wealth of the gang, there is no need to worry about other problems at all. Even if they don't need to work, they can live a relaxed life. So Lin Yu wanted to take this opportunity to teach Chineu and let her improve her strength. The so-called processing of ingredients is just a cover to induce her to come out. Besides, in terms of Lin Yu's current strength, in terms of swordsmanship, he may not be as good as the genius Ji Kuyunyi in this world for the time being, but it is also enough to stand on the top of the pyramid. After all, Fujitora is also a generation of outstanding swordsmen. Read more at wuxiax.com. Teaching Chanel's words is naturally not a problem. As for the breathing method, you don't need to learn it, anyway, as long as the ghosts are slashed, they can be killed. Besides, can it be said that the Navy Type 6 is not fragrant? Thinking about the Chanel using the 6 Navy styles, Lin Yu felt a bit wanting to see that scene in his heart. The two of them walked on the streets of the slums, planning to go to the place where Lin Yu had gone up the mountain to chop wood every day, where they were sparsely populated and would not be disturbed by others. It's just not long after he came out, Lin Yu noticed that the atmosphere on the street seemed a little weird. Did you know? We died here this morning. Dead? That's not a common occurrence. This time is different. 5 of them died at once, and they were all very miserable. I heard that they were all members of the gang. The keen sense of hearing caused those whispering voices hiding in the corner to pass along the wind. After hearing these words, Lin Yu finally understood why the atmosphere on the street was so solemn. When returning home yesterday, when dealing with the 5 gang members, Lin Yu simply threw the corpses aside, and didn't pay much attention to handling them. It was naturally discovered by the refugees living here this morning. In the hearts of people living in slums, gangs are the absolute controllers here, and their fear of it is even heavier than the official. Today, 5 gang members suddenly died here, and the people who lived in the slums for a while were panicked in their hearts. If the murderer cannot be found, the wicked gang members might use them to vent their anger. If you are accidentally implicated, it will be worth the loss, so many people have even begun to consider whether to move out of the slums and hide for a few days before returning. Lin Yu just smiled at these people's opinions, and didn't care, let alone any nervousness or worry about whether it would cause any trouble. If it were yesterday, out of caution or something, Lin Yu would still be a little concerned. But after experiencing last night's slaughter, Lin Yu has a clearer understanding of his strength. Even if an ordinary person uses firearms, the threat that he can cause is only minimal. Only the so-called ghosts can really threaten him. Besides, just 5 people made them so scared. If the news of the gang's destruction came out, wouldn't they have to become a brutal existence comparable to evil spirits in front of them? Maybe by that time, no one would dare to live on the street where he lived. As for whether someone will come to them for trouble, let alone think about it. All the people who love them have been silenced. Without any monitoring, no one would have thought that it was him as a blind man made. Although he does not say that he has expanded to the point where he feels invincible because of his strength improvement, he is still very confident in self-protection. If something really happens, soldiers will come to cover up the water. Walking into the forest with Chineu, the dense branches swayed slightly in the cold wind, and the sound of the wind like a ghost crying can be heard from time to time. Chapter 18. Chapter 18. This mountain forest is not very high, it can only be regarded as a small hill strictly speaking. This kind of height, for Lin Yu, is like a stroll away after a meal. But for Chanel, who doesn't go out very much all year round and hasn't exercised, it's a little overwhelming. The girl's physique was already very slim. If it weren't for wearing a lot of clothes, Lin Yu would doubt that the wind in the mountains would blow her away. When the mountain trail was halfway through, Chanel's breathing had begun to become heavy, and a layer of fine sweat appeared on his smooth forehead. 2 faint blushes also appeared on the white cheeks. As a person who has been training hard for a long time, Lin Yu realized through the sound of Chineu's breathing that she seemed to have some difficulties, and did not insist on continuing to climb the mountain. Lin Yu knew in his heart that if he didn't stop talking, this somewhat delicate girl might really bite the bullet and climb to the top of the mountain without knowing that she was tired. But if that's the case, training is meaningless. After all, after climbing up, Chanel probably didn't have the energy to practice swinging the knife anymore. Well, it's almost here, let's rest for a while, then we will start practicing. Lin Yu drew out the long knife in the scabbard, cut out a clearing in the forest, and started looking for suitable wood. Because the previous wooden knife was stained with blood, and because it had a real knife, Lin Yu left it in the gang's stronghold and did not bring it back. Now I just have time and materials to make a new one for Chineu directly. Standing on the side, panting slightly, Chineu watched Lin Yu holding a piece of wood that had just been chopped off and was caring intently. Lin Yu's figure was reflected in those beautiful purple pupils, and he didn't want to move away for a moment. Read more at wuxiax.com. Chanel himself didn't know why his eyes always fell on Lin Yu's body. But every time I saw Lin Yu, I felt exceptionally peaceful inside. She liked this feeling very much. It's done, here, take it. Lin Yu simply made a wooden knife for Chineu that was similar to what he had before. After grinding away the wooden thorns on the handle, he handed it over. Looking at the brand new wooden knife in front of him, although Chanel didn't say anything, the joy in his eyes could not be concealed. Perhaps this wooden knife had no ordinary value in the eyes of others, but for Chanel, this was the first gift she received and the first gift Lin Yu gave her. Holding the wooden knife, Chanel waved it, imitating Lin Yu's way of practicing. Today is your first time to start training. Don't be too reluctant. I'll teach you how to use your strength first. Lin Yu circled Chanel from behind, holding her hands, holding the hilt of the knife, and began to carefully teach the girl what posture to use and which body parts to use. Feeling the temperature coming from behind and Lin Yu's voice in his ears, Chanel instinctively felt that his whole body seemed to be enveloped by Lin Yu's breath. Even standing on the windy mountainside of this mountain, it seems that you can't feel the cold breath at all. The two close figures overlap each other with exceptional warmth. After briefly teaching Chanel some basic precautions and techniques for exerting strength, Lin Yu found that Chanel's comprehension in this respect is quite amazing. However, it is the new generation of geniuses of the ghost-killing team in the original book. Chanel seems to be able to master some of the areas that require long-term practice. It is extremely fast to learn. Before long, the motion of swinging the knife was quite arrogant. Compared with the clumsy motion when holding the kitchen knife, it was hard to believe that this was the same person. Chanel's talent is really good, you have almost figured out all these basic things, and you can start practicing. Not stingy with his own exaggeration, seeing that Chanel was almost ready to use, Lin Yu also began to prepare to complete his daily tasks. Seeing Lin Yu taking out a long knife and standing aside and starting to practice, Chanel suddenly felt a little empty in her heart. She didn't know what it was, but she seemed to want Lin Yu to keep the same. The posture never left. Lin Yu naturally didn't know the thoughts in the girl's heart. After starting the practice, all Lin Yu's attention was focused on this. The daily tasks are not simple, they are always challenging their physical limits, and they must be taken seriously to be able to complete them. In the clearing among the forests, the mountain wind is still passing by, making some horrible sounds, one big and one small figure, but in this cold environment, they are constantly waving their hands. Long knife. Time is slowly passing by, everything in the mountains is so peaceful, but at this time in the flower street, a shocking news is spreading at an extremely fast speed. Compared to the night, the flower street during the day is always deserted, and the pedestrians on the street are sparsely visible, except for a very small number of people who go out to make a living. Most families with good conditions will not choose to go out in this cold winter. It's just that the peace of Hwaja was broken in a horrified scream. Chapter 19. Chapter 19. Last night it was the Warren of the then house parade. According to the rules of the brothel parade that day, part of the money earned must be used to honor the gang. This is the usual practice of Hwaja. So when the sun in the sky gradually rose, Shiren House, where all the accounts had been counted, dispatched a small servant to take the money towards the stronghold of the gang. And this time, the scene in the alley completely frightened the young man. The dilapidated corpse fell on the icy ground. The original red blood had turned dark red after a night of precipitation, spreading windingly on the ground of the alley. There is a little scarlet blood on the wall, and there are stubbles of flesh and bone, like a silent narrator explaining what has happened here. As an ordinary person, I have seen such a horrible scene before, and the screams of horror and the figure fleeing in a hurry have aroused everyone's curiosity. Soon, the fact that the gang was destroyed was discovered by people. This news suddenly resembled a storm that swept over, and spread all over Yoshihara instantly under word of mouth. The first reaction of people who heard this news was to doubt or not believe it. After all, the gang's dominance in Yoshihara was too great, and the remaining prestige was deeply rooted in the hearts of the people. Hundreds of social groups with weapons in this era are obviously not one that can be wiped out. Even if the official wants to get rid of this deep-rooted organization, it is not an easy task. And if it were an official action, it would definitely not have been so quiet last night, it would have been the roar of gunfire. But if it is not an official action, then who has the ability, or which force to eradicate the gang? This question lingers in the hearts of all people. After the news of the demise of the gang came out, everyone in Yoshihara was talking about this, as if they wanted to find something from the clues to satisfy their curiosity. It's just that these things have little to do with Lin Yu. No matter how people think, they will not doubt him. Read more at wuxiax.com. When the time came to noon, Lin Yu finally completed the daily tasks that he had to complete every day. His thin clothes were soaked in sweat, and a touch of heat was steaming on his body. Chanel on the side was not as exaggerated as Lin Yu, but that fair face was also full of sweat. Okay, Chanel, you can rest. When you first start practicing, don't force yourself, let your body adapt a little bit, otherwise it will easily cause counterproductive effects. Hearing Lin Yu's words, Chanel gasped and stopped his movements, wiped the sweat from his forehead, and nodded. The amount of exercise in the morning was indeed a bit too much for her, and her hands were a little numb with the knife, and now after she stopped, she didn't even have the strength to lift it up. You wipe your sweat and don't catch a cold. I'll chop up some firewood, and then I'll take you to dinner. Although they are now sitting on the wealth of an entire gang, they can make money without having to work as before. But Lin Yu still didn't want to be so obvious. He decided to continue his previous life as a cover, and when it was about time, he would improve their lives a little bit. Within a few minutes, Lin Yu collected enough firewood in the mountains and forests. As before, after tying it up, he carried Chanel's hand on his back and headed down the mountain towards the town. The two returned to the town. At noon, the streets were filled with the smell of food coming from each household. Smelling this alluring breath, although Chanel didn't speak, his belly made a grunting sound unsuspectingly. Lin Yu bought a piece of taiyaki from a stall passing by the road and stuffed it into Chaneu's hands, letting her pad her belly first. When the two came to the back door of Sharen's house, Lin Yu gently knocked on the door. "It's you, Lin Yu, why did you bring firewood over so early today?" "Well, I got up earlier today." While talking and laughing, Lin Yu accepted the firewood behind him for his reward. "By the way, you set up a stall at the door to sell wood carvings yesterday, right?" Just when he was about to leave, Xiao Si suddenly asked Lin Yu with some curiosity. "Yes, it will affect your business, right?" No, it's not enough. It's just that Miss Lixia saw your wood carving from upstairs yesterday, and she liked it very much, but when she wanted to buy it in her spare time, you had already left." "That's it, then I will continue to come tonight." "You can come and get one at that time." "It's a trivial thank you. After all, I borrowed your limelight." "Thank you so much." Leaving from the then house, Lin Yu took the hungry Chanel and hurried to fill his stomach. "However, I have been thinking about the future in my mind. Now that he has money, Lin Yu naturally wants to have a better environment to live with Chanel, instead of living in that shabby slum. However, in order not to attract people's attention, we still have to think of a way to make the money more reasonable. I was reminded by Xiao Si today that selling wood carvings is a good idea. Although the business may not be as good when it is parading, it is obviously much faster than selling firewood." Chapter 20. Chapter 20. As long as you save a little for a while, you will be able to change to a new residence in the city grandiosely and live a better life. Thinking of this, Lin Yu's heart suddenly became clear, and he began to silently prepare for the evening plan. The daylight in winter is always very short, and the sky quickly darkens as time goes by. Compared with other streets in the city, Huaja officially starts a new day at this moment. After Lin Yu had eaten with Chaneu early, he came to Sharen's house and set up a small stall at the location where he carved the wood carving last time. This time, there is still plenty of time to prepare. Therefore, the wood carvings on the stall are not only some Waran, but also a lot of mythical beasts or cute things in Lin Yu's impression of the past life. Although this time was not as good as the number of people on the street, the charming and sexy wooden sculptures on Lin Yu's booth still attracted the attention of many people. What happened during the day did not seem to affect people's mood. Soon a lot of people gathered around. After all, even if you don't buy it, it's amazing to see a blind man sculpting. Lin Yu's wood carvings can not only be directly bought ready-made, but also can be requested on the spot, and customized according to the buyer's ideas. With good craftsmanship and the identity of a blind man, many people make purchases at a time. The lively crowd constantly attracts pedestrians, and in disguise it also makes the Shiren house behind him a lot more popular. It didn't take long before it caught the attention of Shiren Yu. Every time that the little servant who bought Lin Yu Chewo saw Lin Yuzhen came, he watched more and more people squeeze in and shouted at Lin Yu. "Lin Yu, I'm here to get the wood carving, you promised to give it to Miss Lixia. I have to explain that the star effect is really terrifying." As soon as Li Xia's name came out, it immediately aroused the enthusiasm of everyone. Lin Yu hurriedly stuffed the prepared wood sculptures into the hands of the young man from behind, and quickly calmed the agitated crowd, which calmed the atmosphere. Read more at wuxiax.com. The wood carving business is actually much faster than selling firewood to make money. Lin Yu has never stopped since the beginning, and the wood blocks prepared behind him are declining at a speed visible to the naked eye. Lin Yu was sculpting intently, and after not knowing how long it had passed, Chen He, who intuitively felt next to him, pulled the corner of his clothes. At the same time, the crowd seemed to be a little restless. Lin Yu thought it was because some people were impatient after waiting for a long time, and were about to speak. Suddenly a charming and arrogant voice rang in his ears, which drew Lin Yu's attention back. "Not bad craftsmanship, is the Warren carving on your hand?" Facing the guest's question, Lin Yu smiled and stopped the carving knife in his hand to answer. With keen hearing, he heard extremely low voicing whispers from the crowd. "Hey, look, that person is Miss Warabeheim, right? It's really Miss Warabeheim, I didn't expect to be able to see her." "Warabeheim? Is the Warren of Kyogokoya? I heard. Warabeji is the pseudonym of Shangxian Lu Banji in the Flower Street." Faced with the sudden appearance of the wind, although living here, Lin Yu had already prepared in his heart to meet Fallen Ji, but meeting him on this occasion really caught him off guard. However, Lin Yu did not panic, just like an ordinary vendor, nodded. "Well, this wood carving is Miss Lixia." "Oh? It's really interesting that you are blind, knowing what an Warren looks like." Fallen Ji looked at Lin Yu in front of her, and her words seemed to be somewhat inexplicable. However, in this survey, more is placed on Chanel's body. "Yesterday when I was upstairs, I accidentally saw this pair of boys and girls in the crowd. Although they were holding hands, they were not as intimate as a couple. On the contrary, they felt like brothers and sisters, which attracted Fallen Ji's note. After all, she also had an older brother who took good care of her when she was still a human. Later, when I saw Lin Yu setting up a stall, with a somewhat entertaining mentality, he changed into casual clothes and came over to take a look. I have seen some of them when my eyesight was good before." Lin Yu was unsure of Fuji's specific thoughts, but only calmly responded. "If this is the case, then you can carve a Warabe Warren. If it is done well, money will not be a problem." Fallen Ji and the Lixia Warren before him have completely different feelings. The arrogant attitude and powerful aura are like the sun in the crowd, making it hard not to pay attention to her. Even when she was speaking, the surrounding voices became lighter subconsciously. Lin Yu didn't refuse Fallen Ji's request, only that she was an ordinary guest, and began to carve. The carving knife in his hand flew, and within a short while, the wooden block in his hand had become a graceful and beautiful woman. "It's done." Handing out the wooden sculpture in her hand, Fallen Ji took it and looked at it carefully. She has to say that the craftsmanship is really good, at least for her who has a high self-esteem for her appearance. There is nothing to be picky about. Appreciating the wood carving in her hand, Fallen Ji didn't comment on anything, but asked inexplicably. Is your sister next to you? Chapter 21. Chapter 21. Hearing these words, Lin Yu subconsciously turned his body to the side of Chanel, hiding him behind him. Well, this is my sister. Lin Yu's movements naturally did not escape Fallen Ji's eyes. This small detail made this man-eater who had lived for hundreds of years flashed a faint jealousy in his eyes. However, Fallen Ji didn't show anything. As her eyes flowed, she covered her mouth and chuckled twice, and took out a few money from the placket of her chest and gently placed it in Lin Yu's hand. I like your wood carving very much. After that, accompanied by the crisp sound of wooden clogs, he turned away from the crowd. That swaying posture was like a beautiful snake full of allure, causing the eyes of the surrounding crowd to flash with the evil light of lust. Holding the money from Fallen Ji with a bit of body temperature in his hand, Lin Yu silently accepted it and continued to carve. Time flies quickly. After Fallen Ji left, there was not much time before Lin Yu had used up all the wooden blocks that Lin Yu had prepared to carve wood carvings. Sorry, the materials have been used up, I will come again at this time tomorrow. Like those who didn't buy the wood carvings, the guests apologized, and Lin Yu began to clean up the stall and prepare to leave. What happened tonight was really unexpected to Lin Yu. The sudden appearance of Fallen Ji was indeed a bit surprising, but nothing bad happened. Fallen Ji didn't know that he had recognized his identity, and Lin Yu was naturally happy to pretend to be confused. After all, it is better to do more than to do less. If Fallen Ji is not ready to make trouble, Lin Yu will naturally not take the initiative to look for trouble if he is full. He is not a virgin with a righteous heart, he is just a selfish ordinary person. As long as there is no crisis that he still has Chanel himself, what does the life and death of other people have to do with him? However, the only thing that made Lin Yu a little bit minded was that when Fallen Ji was talking to him, she seemed to be a little strange, and her questions were always a little baffling. Read more at wuxiax.com. After clearing the stall and the sawdust on the ground, Lin Yu shook his head secretly, without thinking too much. Now this kind of pretending to know nothing is the best. If there is something wrong with Fuji, it will not be difficult to protect the safety of the two with his strength. It's time to go back to Chanel. Are you hungry? Do you want to eat something? It has been a long time since the time for the two to eat dinner, and there is a ramen stall next to it that has not closed. It is a good choice to eat something hot. Just as the two were talking, a familiar figure in the next room ran towards them. Lin Yu. Hearing this voice, Lin Yu smiled gently. It's you, is Miss Lixia still satisfied with the wood carving? Yet. Miss Li Xia likes it very much. I don't just take time out when I'm done, I want to invite you to sit in. Faced with Xiao Xi's invitation, Lin Yu raised his brows slightly. As the most prestigious brothel in the Flower Street, Shiren House is naturally expensive for consumption, and it is naturally not accessible to ordinary people. If the average person went to the Shiren's house once, they would be so proud that everyone would know it. I didn't expect that the Warren in charge would be so polite and would invite them to sit in. If this were to be someone else, he would be more excited than before. After all, Warren was not an existence that ordinary people could see. But thinking of the environment in the brothel, Lin Yu smiled and shook his head, and politely refused. Chanel is still young, so it's better not to go to this kind of place. Even if the Lixia Warren is the one who sells art but does not sell himself, but the main thing in the brothel is to do skin and meat business, Lin Yu doesn't want Chanel to hear something that shouldn't be heard. Sorry, I also thank Miss Lixia for her kindness, but it is really inconvenient. If there is a chance in the future, I will definitely come to visit. Seeing Chaneu next to Lin Yu, the young man also smiled helplessly. Strictly speaking, a girl at this age can already marry, but looking at Lin Yu's attitude, it is obvious that she should be treated as a child and protect her. Good job. But he didn't try to force anything, he just nodded and greeted him and went back. Listening to the footsteps of Xiaoxi leaving, Lin Yu took Channa's slightly cold little hand and rubbed it in the palm of his hand. Have you decided, do you want to eat ramen for warmth? Guru. Before Chanel could answer, her belly had already told Lin Yu the answer. Chanel looked a little embarrassed with his head down. Although he didn't speak, he took the initiative to take Lin Yu's hand and walked towards the ramen stall. Feeling the little hand holding him, Lin Yu squeezed his backhand, and the mood that was a little vigilant because of Fallen Ji's appearance before became relaxed. This girl who has frozen her heart and all her emotions seems to have begun to open her heart to Lin Yu a little bit and learn to express her emotions. This is naturally good news for Lin Yu. Compared with Chaneu's changes, Fallen Ji's influence has long been thrown aside. Lin Yu now only wants to protect his peaceful and warm life, nothing else. Chapter 22. Chapter 22. As time goes by day, half a month's time has passed in a blink of an eye. The weather also began to become more and more icy. I don't know if it was Lin Yu's illusion or something. Compared with his previous life, Lin Yu always felt that the winter in this world seemed to be particularly cold. There is no heating, no houses and clothing that can effectively keep out the cold. It is foreseeable that if it snows in a few days, it is not known how many people in the entire slum will freeze to death here. But these are not things that Lin Yu should worry about. Although he is a little lamented, it is impossible for him to help those people, even if he has the intention, he is powerless. On the contrary, after half a month of going to Hwaja every day to set up a stall, Lin Yu's fame has become more known through word of mouth. Many people even come to Hwaja not to look at the delicate women, but to see how this so-called blind boy is carved. Under this influence, Lin Yu's business is getting better and better. On the other hand, Shirin Wu can be regarded as a reward for having formed a good bond before. Together with other brothels, Lin Yu always seems to be a lot more lively and business is better. And with Lin Yu taking the lead, naturally there are many more followers, but those people, whether it is carving skills or so-called gimmicks, have not been able to compete with Lin Yu. In the end, Lin Yu was the only one who made a big profit. It's not that no one has thought about it carefully, but to Lin Yu's surprise, Rin Yu actually came forward to warn those guys, and only later learned from the young man that it was the Lixia Warren's help. The existence of brothels is often black and white, and naturally it is not something so-called gangsters can provoke. As for those guys who still want to go their own way after eating the courage of the bear heart and leopard, Lin Yu is naturally not polite, and ruthlessly taught those guys. They even regarded them as Chanel's swordsmanship. After a few people disappeared, no one dared to beat Lin Yu's mind. It was also during this time that the official finally gave a certainty to the destruction of the previous gang. According to the explanation given, the gangs caused infighting due to the uneven distribution of spoils. Read more at wuxiax.com. With just such a simple announcement, for Yoshihara, there was only one disappearance of hundreds of lives. In this world where ghosts are often infested, the officials have no choice but to sloppy and give a so-called explanation in the face of such things that are impossible to start. Hey. In the mountains and forests not far from the slum, Chanel was panting, holding a wooden knife and treating the trees in front of him as imaginary enemies, practicing hard. Although only half a month's time, but Chanel's progress is very huge. In addition to the difference in physical fitness in adults, facing ordinary adult men, as long as they have a wooden knife in their hands, they can handle it. When someone made trouble with Lin Yu before, Chanel, with his acquiescence, smashed one with a wooden knife. Lin Yu is still very satisfied with the speed of this progress. Being able to deal with ordinary people, Lin Yu can feel more at ease. After all, the number of ghosts is still relatively small, and it is generally not an easy task to meet. Those seemingly ordinary people are sometimes even more terrifying than cannibal evil spirits. However, Lin Yu hasn't changed much in the past half-month, and the unlocking progress on the system panel has only increased by 0.3%. Although the improvement is not large, it is a step closer to 10%. When Lin Yu sees the numbers on the system panel, he always has a hunch in his heart. Once he breaks through the 10% progress, the improvement in his strength will inevitably be huge. It is even possible to unlock the domineering or fruitful ability he had been looking forward to before. Whenever I think about it, if I can master the abilities with extraordinary characteristics, when completing daily tasks, I will always feel that inexhaustible power emerges from my body. Laugh. He exhaled a heavy breath of foul air, and when it came in contact with the cold air, it instantly turned into a white mist, which was constantly rolling. Today's task is also completed. Lin Yu returned the long knife to its sheath and stood in the woods and shook his hand. Lin Yu sighed slightly as he felt the state that seemed to have plenty of energy in his body. If possible, as long as the unlocking progress can be accelerated, even if the daily tasks become more difficult. Some helplessly wiped the sweat from his forehead. Lin Yu greeted Chineu. Chineu, it's almost time to go. When Chanel heard Lin Yu's words, he quietly put away his wooden knife, walked down the mountain without saying a word, and did not come up and took the initiative to hold Lin Yu's hand. Facing Chineu's reaction, Lin Yu showed a funny expression on his face. Yesterday, when I saw Lin Yu doing wood carving again, he was overwhelmed. After returning home, Chanel whispered to learn wood carving. In the process of gradually opening his heart, Chanel couldn't hide his thoughts at all. Obviously, the girl saw Lin Yu being busy alone but wanted to help, but it was naturally impossible for Lin Yu to agree to this kind of thing. Carving this kind of thing, for Chanel, who is clumsy at cutting vegetables, is simply hell difficulty. Chapter 23. Chapter 23. Lin Yu didn't want to see Chanel hurt herself every day by practicing wood carving, and wood carving could not produce results in a day or two. Instead of wasting time on this, it is better to take time to practice swordsmanship. It's just that after rejecting it, this cute girl who is usually sulky and sulking is obviously a little unhappy. When she came out for training today, she didn't hold hands like before. Lin Yu smiled secretly in his heart, and didn't chase her, but just walked slowly towards the flower street like this. Although there was no expression on Channa's face along the way, the white face was sulking, and it looked like a little bun, and looked very cute. When he came to the door of Sharen's house, he didn't talk to Lin Yu, and silently paved the small pavement, and sat there with his wooden knife in silence. Lin Yu came to Chineu and sat down, took out the carving knife and wood block one by one, and then took out a small paper bag from his arms and stuffed it into Chineu's hand. Seeing the extra paper bag in his hand and the warm breath, Chanel raised his head and looked at Lin Yu. What's so unhappy? I can still get busy with this little thing, don't worry about me. Here, the buns you love, eat them while they are hot, it won't be good if they are cold. Holding the warm bun in his hand, Chineu's little cool hand began to warm up. Facing Lin Yu's gentle smile, he was originally sulking, but at this time he couldn't get angry anymore. Got it. Replied in a low voice, took out the white and fat hot buns from the paper bag, and ate them in small bites. Soothing Chineu's little emotions, Lin Yu is about to start today's work. After half a month, although the popularity of wood carving has not been as high as before, there are still many people who come to Lin Yu for carving every day, and it is a long-running business. However, according to Lin Yu's calculations, it was almost time to move out of the slum with Chanel. Don't underestimate the benefits of wood carving. Outside of manpower, Lin Yu has almost no cost to do wood carving, and because of his superb skills, the price is gradually rising. Read more at wuxiax.com. Every day's profit is very expensive. Otherwise, there would not be so many people following suit, or even risking offending Shiranya to attack him. With this pretense, coupled with the firewood that I have sold for so long before, it is not so conspicuous to use the money from the gang at this time. As for what to do after moving, Lin Yu has roughly his own ideas. It is best to open a martial arts gym, so that it is very convenient for you and Chanel to practice, and you can also have a reasonable source of income. Now that night has just come, there are not many pedestrians on the flower street, but Lin Yu also has time to plan continuously in his mind. Just as Lin Yu was considering future plans, a sound of familiar, very light footsteps suddenly came towards the stall. Hearing this footstep, Lin Yu only felt a little familiar, but for a while, he couldn't remember it. It seems that your sister is not in a good mood today. Amidst the charm, with a haughty taste, such a recognizable voice, there is obviously no one else except Falling Ji. This is Lin Yu's second encounter with Fallen Ji on Hwaja. Faced with this Shangxian Lu who appeared in front of him again, Lin Yu had a normal smile on his face after a brief period of astonishment, as if he was talking to an ordinary guest. Little kid, there are always times when you have a little temper. This is normal. What do you want to carve for this guest? Lin Yu stretched out his hand and touched Cheneyu's head as if he was chatting with his neighbors. Watching Lin Yu's movements, Fallen Ji's eyes narrowed slightly, and a light called danger flashed away. Then, carve me a wooden sculpture of Miss Warabi Ji. Same as last time, Fallen Ji asked Lin Yu to carve a wood sculpture of her own. While Lin Yu was carving the wood carving, Fallen Ji looked at Cheneyu, who was eating buns next to Lin Yu, and felt a little uncomfortable. Unlike other Warren's status in the brothel, even the boss in Kyogoko house doesn't care about it, she can only confess with fear. There is no other reason, all the guys who have caused the bad mood of Fallen Ji have all disappeared. Even if I look for it, I can't find any clues at all. I don't even have to say anything about this situation. The boss of Kyogokuya knows that she doesn't even bother about anything she does. Otherwise, there is another Warren who can go out like her without any scruples. Even if it was the Lixia Warren who had a high status in the then house, Lin Yu hadn't heard of her going out in the past 2 months. Falling Ji came out today because there was nothing to do, but she wanted to come and see the brother and sister Lin Yu specially. Since the last time he bought a wood sculpture from Lin Yu, Fallen Ji has become very interested in the brother and sister. It's not because of wood carvings, or because of predation. It's just Falling Ji, it seems that he has seen the shadow of himself from Cheneyu's body. Chapter 24. Chapter 24. Fallen Ji was born in the flower street of Yoshihara when she was still a human before she became a ghost. But when she was just born, Fallen Ji's mother died of syphilis. She grew up with her ugly, deformed older brother Taro. Because of the environment of her childhood and the influence of the prostitute Taro, Fallen's 3 views gradually distorted, and she gradually developed that if she was hurt by her, she would give her a tooth for a tooth, claim it before she was captured, and take away her happiness when she encounters misfortune. Concept. When seeing Lin Yu and Cheneyu, Fallen Ji subconsciously thought of herself and the prostitute Taro, and after contacting him once, she became more sure of this feeling. The same life is very difficult, and the same is also protected by my brother. As long as Lin Yu and Cheneyu came to set up the stall behind, Fallen Ji would observe in secret. But the more he saw his shadow from Cheneyu, the more unbalanced Fall Ji's heart became. All these imbalances, all jealousy, all stem from Chanel's happiness. Originally, Fallen Ji didn't even think about coming up to talk to each other today. It was just that she was sulking before seeing Cheneyu, and Lin Yu's gentle attitude really made her a little uncomfortable. This was the scene just now. The jealousy in his heart is like a burning flame, turning the emotions in Fallen Ji's heart into nourishment, and it is growing bit by bit. Perhaps Fallen Ji hadn't noticed it herself. Every time I saw Lin Yu and Cheneyu's happy appearance, the more jealous I was in my heart, the more I wanted to know more about them. And when the jealousy, resentment, envy, and other negative emotions in the heart are all mixed and erupted, the flame will become the most vicious malice. It didn't take long for Lin Yu to carve the wood carving in his hand. Here, Ms. Warabihame's wood carving, are you satisfied with it? Being able to have nothing to do with Fallen Ji, Lin Yu was naturally happy to pretend to be confused, and handed the wood carving to him as if he didn't even remember that Fallen Ji had been there. Seeing that his hand is different from the previous time, but the same lifelike wood carving, Fallen Ji's hand holding the wood carving has a little more strength. It must be difficult, right? Read more at wuxiax.com. Guest, what do you mean? Facing Fallen Ji's sudden insensible question, Lin Yu seemed a little puzzled. Obviously I can't see it, but I still have to take care of my sister, and I have practiced such a hand-carving craft. You must have suffered a lot, right? Fallen Ji's words had a taste of sympathy. If it weren't for Lin Yu who knew her identity and bad personality, she might have been fooled by this lifelike acting. It's not that difficult, I'm already pretty good compared to others. Lin Yu responded with a smile, and the two shook off their acting skills. As she was talking, Fallen Ji suddenly leaned down slightly, leaning in front of Lin Yu, not caring about the spring light leaking from her neckline at all. Her red and smooth lips were set off by her snow-like skin, making them extraordinarily beautiful. If he were to be any normal man, and being so close by Fallen Ji, I was afraid that he would have been lost in this brilliant light and couldn't move his eyes. Chanel on the side was watching Fallen Ji's movements, but he didn't care about the buns in his hands. He quickly stood up with his wooden knife and stopped in front of Lin Yu to prevent Fallen Ji from approaching. Although there was no expression on his face, the reaction he made was like an animal protecting food. I don't know why, maybe it was from a woman's intuition. Chanel really hated this woman who appeared in front of them for the second time. Seeing that he wanted to get close to Lin Yu at this moment, he stood up without even thinking about it. Perceiving Cheneyu's movements, Lin Yu's heart warmed, and at the same time, he quickly pulled Cheneyu away, as if he was afraid that his ignorant sister would bump into the guests. It's just that he is secretly vigilant in his heart. If Fallen Ji wants to make any unruly actions, then he will definitely make the first move. But when Fallen Ji didn't do anything special, she just blinked her eyes and watched the actions of the brothers and sisters, her red lips tugged back slightly, raising an inexplicable smile, and there was no angry emotion in her voice. Really lovely sister, but I have a presumptuous request, can you tell me your name? Lin Yu was silent for a moment, and said solemnly. Lin Yu. Is Lin Yu? The same name as me is 2 words, I remember it. Then Lin Yu, if you have a chance, see you next time. After all, Fallen Ji was the same as last time. He took out the money to buy the wood carving and put it in Lin Yu's hand, and then she left like a gust of wind. The second encounter with Fallen Ji ended here. Seeing Fallen Ji's leaving figure, Chanel seemed to sit down a little unhappy. I do not like her. Chanel rarely chooses to use words to express her emotions, but when she does this, she is obviously very serious. Is it? A gentle smile appeared on Lin Yu's face, and he reached out and touched Cheneyu's head. I don't like her either. When the two were talking, at the corner of the street in the distance, a slender figure flashed by, and after the figure left, a wooden sculpture that seemed to be crushed was lying on the ground. Chapter 25. Chapter 25. Withdrawing his hand like an electric shock, Lin Yu didn't expect that Chanel, a cute girl, would make such a move on the street. Fortunately, not many people on the street paid attention to them, and the scene just now was not seen. Facing Lin Yu's reaction, Chanel didn't know exactly what happened. There was a deep doubt in his big purple eyes, and he didn't seem to understand why Lin Yu was so excited. Lin Yu touched his nose in embarrassment, trying to relieve the suffocating atmosphere. Regardless of the background of the current era, Chanel can already be married, but many common-sense issues are still unclear. Otherwise, just now, I wouldn't have made such a shocking move under the crowd in the hall. Thinking of what Changhu said just now, Lin Yu couldn't help but start to have a headache. It was even more troublesome than facing Fallen Ji. How could he explain to Cheneyyu? But before Lin Yu came up with a solution, a guest came, which dilutes the embarrassing atmosphere. Seeing Lin Yu getting busy, Chanel didn't continue to ask questions. Instead, he held the wooden knife in his arms and tilted his head to watch Lin Yu concentrate on carving. It's just that the gaze that is constantly thinking about it has been thinking about it all the time. The business was as hot as ever, the carving knife in Lin Yu's hand kept flying, and the sawdust kept falling to the ground. Every time a sculpture was completed, the crowd aroused bursts of exclamation. The skill of flowing clouds and flowing water is so pleasing to the eye and never tire of it. But in this noisy environment, Lin Yu seemed to be free from any interference, and his concentration was extremely concentrated. Compared with completing daily tasks, carving every night is more like another kind of practice in disguised form, focusing all your attention and immersing your whole body and mind. Every time when he concentrates on carving, Lin Yu can feel that there seems to be a change in the depths of his soul. Although this change is extremely subtle, it is very clear. Carve a wood carving once again. Lin Yu subconsciously touched behind him to get another piece of wood, but in the end he felt empty. Read more at wuxiax.com. Sorry, the materials prepared today have been used up. Amidst the crowd of onlookers, sighs of disappointment were heard and gradually dispersed. Lin Yu has been carving here for so long, and they are all aware of his habit. As long as the wood carving is finished, they will not do it again, even if it is a price increase. This kind of hunger marketing method, on the contrary, makes people more concerned about Lin Yu, otherwise there would not be so many people watching it every day. It's done today, and Chanel is about to go home. Some lazily stretched, Lin Yu began to pack things as usual, and at the same time silently considered that after such a long period of time, it seemed that it was almost time to prepare to move. If selling wood carvings before was just a logical pretense, then after selling for so long, what Lin Yu really didn't expect was that the benefits were exceptionally amazing. Counting Lin Yu's income today, and summing it up roughly, it is almost possible to buy a smaller house in the city. I have to say that this kind of business with almost no cost is quite profitable. You know that Lin Yu is only here for a few hours at night. If he also comes during the day, I am afraid that the harvest will be a lot more. But if you move, you have to take time to look at the house. Thinking of this, the figure of Fallen Ji suddenly appeared in Lin Yu's mind. If the first encounter was a chance encounter, and the second was a coincidence, the frequent appearance of Fallen Ji in the past half-month still made Lin Yu a little wary. After all, it was also a winding level ghost. If he could not fight with him, Lin Yu really didn't want to get in such trouble. But the appearance of Fallen Ji from time to time always aroused some suspicions. In this case, Lin Yu thought about it and made a decision in his heart. Chineu, we won't set up a stall tomorrow, to see how the house is, we are almost ready to move. I heard that it might snow in 2 days, and try to move to a new home before it snows. After hearing the word moving, Chineu, who had been struggling with Fallen Ji's chest for a whole night, suddenly had a look of expectation in his eyes, as well as a smile from the heart. Although the current life is better than before, I don't know how much it is, but if she can live in the city, it is still very much looking forward to. After all, who wants to live in a leaky house in winter? Okay. Chanel nodded heavily, a bit of joy in his tone. Then remember to clean up the house tomorrow, you know. Got it. Feeling the expectation from Chanel's body, Lin Yu's mood was inevitably affected, and a deep smile appeared on his face. I worked hard to make money before, didn't I just want to live a better life for myself and Chanel? After working hard for so long, I was finally about to usher in a new life. Let's go, let's eat Odin, take a good rest tonight, but there are many things to be busy tomorrow. Chapter 26. Chapter 26. After yesterday's consideration, Lin Yu and Chanel got up very early this morning. After all, today not only has to complete the daily training volume, but also to clean up the house, and then go to see the house. Although there are not many things, it is very time-consuming. The two of them were busy in the morning until noon, and finally finished their daily training. After a hurried meal, they walked towards the town. If you want to choose a house, Flower Street is naturally impossible. The house price there can be said to be an inch of gold, which is most of the source of income for the entire Yoshihara. It is really not cost-effective to buy and live. And the environment there is not suitable as a home. Every night is so lively, there is no quiet environment to rest. So Lin Yu didn't even think about it, and took Chanel directly to move to the next block. After giving a sum of money, someone similar to a modern housing agency led Lin Yu to choose the house he liked. Facing those houses that were not so much better than those of the slums, Chanel's eyes kept shining with shining light, and he kept running in and out and carefully compared them. In the end, it was only when it was sunset that it was worthy to choose a house on the street that was not very far from Huaja. This house has 2 floors. The first floor can be used as a facade facing the street, and the second floor can be used as a home. There is even a small courtyard behind. Lin Yu is still very satisfied with this configuration. After moving, you can also do business on the first floor, selling wood carvings, and in the back courtyard you can practice swordsmanship with Chanel. In this way, there is no need to run to the mountains every day, which can be said to have saved a lot of things. After paying the full payment and signing the deed, the house completely belonged to both of them. In the new room, there was a faint smell of dust in the air, but this did not affect the joy in the hearts of the 2 of them. Are you still satisfied with Chanel? Read more at wuxiax.com. Chanel, who was looking around the room, heard Lin Yu's words, and turned his head on his face that had not been emotionally fluctuating. Suddenly he raised a smile, and his big purple eyes were slightly bent like crescents. Satisfied, like it? Chanel, who doesn't speak often, used 2 words in succession to express his inner joy. It can be seen that the girl is obviously very happy for her new home from now on. Feeling the joy of Chanel, Lin Yu felt a touch of satisfaction in his heart. Although possessing the system still has great power, Lin Yu actually prefers this kind of plain and peaceful day. Just like it, it's too early, we should go back to pack up, and we can move in directly tomorrow. As soon as Lin Yu finished speaking, Chanel ran over in a hurry, took his hand, and prepared to go home to pack his things. She couldn't wait to move in directly tonight. Gently holding Chaneu's hand, Lin Yu raised her mouth slightly, leading her towards the ghetto. As for setting up a stall, naturally I didn't consider it. Although packing things is one aspect, what Lin Yu actually wants to do more is to take this opportunity to avoid Falling Ji. In the 2 encounters, even if Fallen Ji hadn't shown anything, Lin Yu was still a little wary in his heart. After this move, Lin Yu is not going to set up a stall anymore during this time. If Fallen Ji finds it again, then the matter is already obvious. That is, he and Chanel were stared at by this cannibal evil spirit. Although it is not clear what extraordinary things he did before he was targeted, Lin Yu naturally would not respond with disapproval to these ghosts that feed on people. Now life has gradually started to get on the right track, this kind of life has always been dreamed of before. If Fallen Ji wanted to destroy this little comfort, Lin Yu would never agree to anything. Chaneo was walking on the street under the setting sun. When passing by the Kyogoku house, Lin Yu stopped slightly, and a gleam of delicate eyes flashed by with laces. Suddenly, there was a sharp smell in the calming breath. Perceiving the change in Lin Yu's body, Chanel raised his head and looked at Lin Yu with some doubts, not knowing what happened. Let's go, Chanel. In the sunset, 2 figures, one big and one small, drifted away under the sunshine, disappearing at the end of the street. Night fell slowly. The flower street is still crowded with people as always, even the cold weather cannot stop the fire of desire in people's hearts. It's just that the people who came to Huaja today were indeed a little surprised to find that the boy who appeared at the door of the Sharen's house every day with his sister selling wood carvings seemed to have not come today. This can't help but disappoint many people who want to sell wood carvings or watch Lin Yu's carvings. Even the business of Sharen Yu seems to have been deserted a lot because of this, no longer the bustle before. And among these disappointed people, there is also a slim figure standing in the shadow of the street corner. If Lin Yu is here, he must be able to recognize that this is Falling Ji who has been to business twice before. For the siblings who caught her attention, she would secretly observe every time they went out of the stall. Chapter 27. Chapter 27. This can be regarded as a pastime in her long and boring life. Especially in the two of them, after seeing more and more shadows of themselves and the prostitute Taro, they became more concerned in their hearts, and the hatred of Chanel was increasing day by day. After such a long observation and contact, the jealousy in my heart is swelling every day. But today, I suddenly didn't see Lin Yu's brother and sister, just like someone with de-addiction, one day they suddenly ran out of stock. The flames of jealousy had nowhere to vent, and they kept poking her heart, making Fallen Ji extremely irritable. It seemed that he was aware of the emotions in Franji's heart, and under Franji's smooth neck skin, another inexplicable bulge began to bulge gradually forming the shape of a human head. Is the brother and sisters so funny? It makes you so attached. The low and hoarse voice was especially infiltrating in the shadows. However, Fallen Ji didn't have any other feelings when he heard this voice. On the contrary, because he hadn't seen Lin Yu's brother and sister before, there was a smile on the cold face. Because they look so happy, brother, so happy that makes people jealous. Fallen Ji's words made the Taro behind him a little silent, but the silence did not last long. You can see through the faint light on the street, under the messy hair, the prostitute Taro's face there was a grinning smile. That's really annoying, but if it takes their happiness away, it should be very interesting, right? Yes. Fallen Ji stretched out the tip of her red tongue and gently licked her gorgeous red lips, as if she had seen something exciting, and her every move showed the beauty of the Warren. However, it's not enough now, it's far from enough, and more. When they are happier, it will be the most joyful. A bleak night breeze struck with an icy breath, and along with this cold wind, the dark night sky suddenly began to float with white snow falling. The first snow of this year finally came today, read more at wuxiax.com. After the snow fell, the temperature dropped significantly. After the whole night, the houses in the slums were obviously somewhat difficult to withstand the cold winter. Chanel was awakened by the freezing early, and ran to shake Lin Yu awake, staring at Shui Lingling with large and small packages, as if urging Lin Yu to move quickly. Facing such a positive girl, Lin Yu was also a little helpless. Seeing the dark sky outside, he had to get up and prepare to move in early with Chanel. But when he opened the door, Lin Yu suddenly noticed that there was a heavy snow of goose feathers floating outside. The heavy snow has not stopped all night, and the time outside has long been covered with a thick layer of snowflakes, like a world of ice sculptures. A little distressed, he took off his coat and put it on Chanel's body. No wonder he got up so early. This simple hut is simply unable to withstand such severe cold weather. After Lin Yu himself had been strengthened by the system, he was already in the cold and heat intact, so he didn't feel anything at all. Wearing her clothes, Chanel felt the faint warmth, with a sweet smile on her face, took Lin Yu's hand, and walked towards the new home. This sudden heavy snow accumulated a thick layer on the ground and made a creaking sound when walking on it. Pedestrians on the street are even rarer. Even the vendors who went out early in the past have disappeared. It seems that because of a heavy snowfall, the entire town has disappeared. He took Chanel and ran to the new home he bought yesterday. After putting everything in place, he closed the door and finally blocked the bitter cold from the outside. What? Chanel's small hands were red from the cold, and he covered his mouth, breathing continuously to get warm. Although the cold was a little bit choking, there was still a deep smile in Chanel's eyes. Compared with the joy of moving to a new house, the coldness just on the road was nothing at all. But compared to Chanel's excitement, Lin Yu was a little melancholy. I originally thought that after moving house, I would be able to live a small life comfortably, but what I didn't expect was that I still couldn't escape the fate of cutting wood. In this snowy weather, if there is no stove in the house, even this new house will be as cold as an ice cellar. There is no need to think about buying firewood. The Hwaja must be in short supply now, and there will be surplus firewood sold here. Moreover, if you want to sell wood carvings, you also need a lot of wood to support. I thought that there was still some time before the heavy snow, but I didn't expect it would come so soon. Some helpless sighs, reaching out to hold down Chineo, who was packing up things like an industrious little bee in the room. Don't be busy, let's add 2 more clothes. Today we are still going to chop wood, otherwise we will wake up in the cold at night. Chanel blinked, put on 2 clothes in a hurry, and ran back to Lin Yu. The move to a new house seemed to make her extremely excited. Even if she went to chop wood, she was full of positivity. Chapter 28. Chapter 28. Braving the heavy snow, carrying Chineo for another day, finally made his new home inseparable. The back of the yard is filled with a lot of firewood and wood suitable for carving. There are also many new clothes and new bedding in the house. It seems that compared to the empty one, it is really warmer. Chanel was wearing new clothes, but it also swept away a lot of immature feelings. After the standard of living gradually improved, this thin girl also seemed to start to accelerate her growth rate, as if she wanted to make up for everything she had left behind. Obviously, it was only a year, and Chanel started to become more and more beautiful from a little skinny girl. Wearing the new clothes, she showed the graceful figure of the girl to the fullest, and the thick winter clothes could not cover the slightest. Although Lin Yu was blindfolded and could not see, he could feel the changes in Chanel's growth a little bit from his breath. For him, this is naturally a very gratifying thing. After a busy day, Chanel didn't stop until now, but took a small rag and kept cleaning the house. In this way, the excitement of moving obviously cannot be dissipated in a moment, at least for 2 or 3 days. However, this lively Chanel is obviously more likable than the muffled look before. This is what a girl should look like. Lin Yu smiled and began to sit in the courtyard, and began to carve wood carvings. The location on the first floor, Lin Yu is going to be used as a facade for selling wood carvings, which can be regarded as a disguised increase in income, but the business is definitely not hot when it was in Hwaja. Read more at wuxiax.com. In the evening, the front of the first floor is also arranged. On the wooden shelves, there are exquisite wood carvings, which are very unique, and the official business will start tomorrow. And when Lin Yu was preparing for a new life at home, on the street where the snow is flying, a very thin figure is walking on the flower street, seeming to be looking for something. Compared with the cold surroundings, this figure seemed so abrupt and out of place. It seems that today is lost again. The prostitute Taro's voice sounded from the bottom of Fuji's heart. Looking at the empty position at the door of Shiren's house, in Fuji's bright eyes, there was no emotional fluctuation. It seemed that she was just an ordinary person passing by. Yesterday, Lin Yu and Chanel hardly came out, which made Fallen Ji's heart particularly uncomfortable. Fallen Ji still came out today, trying to find the pair of brothers and sisters who caught her attention. But obviously today is also a day without hope. In addition to Hwaja, the other places of Jiyu and Jiyuan have also been seen. I originally thought that Lin Yu, the brother and sister, changed a place and continued to sell wood carvings for some unknown reason, but now they seem to have disappeared. They seem to have left the town, and no news can be found. The weather was exceptionally cold, but people passing by Falling Ji could feel a more dreadful chill, which was constantly emanating, making people shudder and shudder subconsciously. Brother, where do you think they will go? Facing this situation, Fallen Ji expressed her doubts to the prostitute Taro in her heart. A deep smile slowly sounded, spreading in the bottom of my heart with a somewhat gloomy taste. In this weather, it is naturally impossible to leave here, obviously still in the city. If that's the case, use a clone to search. Anyway, I've stayed here for enough time. It's almost time to leave. The prostitute Taro's words pointed out a direction for Fuji. Although Fuji had been eating people on weekdays, she kept a very low-key behavior, and wanted to keep the water flowing. But how can it be perfect? The boss of Kyogokuya has been suspicious of those missing during this long period of time. This is what she calls. It's just that there is no evidence, and he is afraid of what happened to those people and dare not say anything. According to this kind of development, it is estimated that it will be completely exposed in the near future, and the annoying guys in the ghost-killing team will probably gather like crazy dogs. Thinking of this, a sneer lifted up at the corner of Fallen G's mouth, and a faint scarlet in the depths of his eyes flashed away. It's really exciting to destroy the happiness of others. For Fallen G, these 2 days have been extremely difficult, and the curiosity in Lin Yu and Chineu in her heart, as well as the jealousy of that happiness, has become more and more vigorous. It's like there are countless ants, constantly eating her heart. She desperately wanted to see more happiness for these brothers and sisters, and then when the horrible jealousy reached the climax, she broke out frantically and completely destroyed them, satisfying her deep desire. Everyone who is happier than us shouldn't live in this world, just let me crush their happiness a little bit. The desperate wailing just thinking about it makes people move. The wind and snow gradually increased, and Fallen G's swaying figure gradually became a little fuzzy in the wind and snow, like a god of death who reaped his life in the cold night, and gradually disappeared. Chapter 29. Chapter 29. The winter night is so difficult for people in the slums to get through. It is very possible that after falling asleep, they will never see the next day's sun again. But for Lin Yu and Chineu, living in a new house is exceptionally peaceful. The severe cold was blocked outside the house. The thick and fluffy bedding and the stove emitting residual heat made the whole house extremely warm. In this environment, Lin Yu and Chineu, who had been busy all day, had already fallen asleep early. Chineu curled up in a thick bed, and warmth came from all directions. Chineu had never been so relieved before, sleeping exceptionally deep. There was a faint smile on his white face even when he fell asleep. The house is peaceful, but outside the house is on the dark street. From the brightly lit flower street in the distance, several ribbons from the Kyokoko house as the center are like snakes with life, and they begin to extend outward. In order to find Lin Yu brothers and sisters, Fallen G has already begun to act. In the middle of the night, Lin Yu, who was still asleep, was suddenly awakened by an inexplicable voice. The figure was mixed in the wind and snow. If it were ordinary people, it would be difficult to detect, but for Lin Yu, who had an exceptionally keen hearing, it was exceptionally clear. What happened? With some doubts in his heart, Lin Yu quietly got up, silently grasped the long knife next to him, and listened carefully to the change in that voice. The sound was like the sound of a snake crawling slowly in the snow in the wind and snow, very subtle. Lin Yu felt a little vigilant in his heart. No snake could move in such a low temperature. This was obviously abnormal. The sound gradually approached, did not appear in the building, but came toward the window on the second floor. Read more at wuxiax.com. Faced with this unknown situation, Lin Yu held the handle of the knife with a slight force, and the bright blade suddenly pulled out of the sheath, and the sharp aura began to surround Lin Yu's body. In the whole world with ghosts, it is obviously better to be vigilant in the face of this situation. Lin Yu is even ready to do it at any time. It's just that the sound suddenly disappeared when it was near the window. Lin Yu listened carefully to the surrounding environment, but apart from the sound of wind and snow, no other sound came from it. It seemed that everything just now was just an illusion. In this windy and snowy environment, what Lin Yu didn't see was that a piece of ribbon slowly penetrated through the gap in the window without any sound, and then quickly disappeared. All of this was so silent, even Lin Yu didn't notice anything. Early in the morning, Chanel woke up from his sleep, only to find that Lin Yu had already gotten up and was practicing swordsmanship in the courtyard. After getting dressed and washing, Chanel was a little wondering why Lin Yu didn't call himself, but he ran into the yard with his small wooden knife, and the two began to practice together with the white mist. What Chanel didn't know was that after Lin Yu was awakened by the abnormal sound last night, he has not been drowsy. What happened last night was the first time I met Lin Yu, who had lived in this world for more than a year. If you are an ordinary person, you may feel that you have auditory hallucinations or misheard. But Lin Yu, who has lived in the dark for a long time, has absolutely no hearing problems. Last night there must have been something he didn't know, and this incident has always haunted his heart, giving him a little more shadow. As for the whole Ji-Yuan, fallen Ji, the winding land, obviously no other ghost would dare to come here to steal food, then the only possibility and the ability to do so was fallen Ji. Lin Yu's heart sank slightly at the thought of fallen Ji. What I had thought in my mind before seemed to be confirmed. Falling Ji seems to have really focused on himself and Chanel for some unknown reason. However, although Lin Yu had some guesses, there was not much nervousness or panic in his heart. If possible, Lin Yu really doesn't want to get into trouble and get into unnecessary trouble. An Angzan's cultivation, step by step to improve his strength, this is what he has been thinking about. Lin Yu also didn't have much ambition. He should embrace the world and dominate the world when he wanted to cross it. It didn't exist at all. Lin Yu is already very satisfied with being able to live a stable and happy life in this world with Chanel. But on the side of fallen Ji, he came to the door again and again. Even if he was a blind man, he could feel the other party's unruly thoughts, otherwise he wouldn't be so entangled at all. Her life is hard, settle down and go on the right track. Chanel also likes this kind of life very much. But fallen Ji wanted to destroy it now, which was something Lin Yu couldn't bear. This happy life can be said to be Lin Yu's only sole sustenance in this unfamiliar world, and Chanel is even his most important inverse scale. Chapter 30. Chapter 30. After a day of exercise, Lin Yu used the first floor as a shop as planned before, and began to sell the wood carvings he had carved. He didn't change his life because of falling Ji. Chanel is sitting in a good manner at home, and for this new home, Chanel particularly cherishes. Due to the change of location, the business is much worse than when I was in Huaja. However, after many people came in and saw Lin Yu with such obvious characteristics, they obviously recognized him. This is the boy who sold wood carvings in Huaja before. According to word of mouth, the people who had always wanted to buy wood carvings swarmed, and the small facade seemed to be lively. The former servant of the Shiren house also heard about this incident, and came to see it specially. After seeing such a spacious room, his eyes couldn't stop showing an expression of envy. Based on his monthly wages, it is obviously impossible to buy Lin Yu's spacious house without more than 10 years. Seeing that Lin Yu, who used to sell firewood every day, made so much money from selling wood carvings in a short period of time, he almost wanted to learn from a teacher on the spot. Groups of guests were sent away, and the sky outside gradually became late. The temperature began to drop, and pedestrians on the street gradually became scarce. Feeling the changes on the street, Lin Yu knew that it was going to be dark soon, and if nothing happened, fallen Ji would come to the door after dark. In this regard, Lin Yu didn't have any intention to escape. He just put the long knife next to him, holding a piece of wood in his hand, sitting cross-legged on the tatami on the first floor, sculpting, quietly waiting for fallen Ji's arrival. Judging from the contact before that, fallen Ji obviously had something to do with them, but for the time being, there should be no intention of doing anything. Today can be just to test fallen Ji. What is the purpose in the end? If fallen Ji is still going to go on imagining and surrendering, Lin Yu is also happy to continue acting like this with her. Read more at wuxiax.com. After all, after completing the daily tasks during this period of time, I can see the pictures in my mind. After the unlocking progress of the system reaches 10%, a huge change will obviously occur. Now for Lin Yu, time is often the most precious thing. As long as fallen Ji doesn't show any maliciousness now, then after Lin Yu's unlocking progress reaches 10%, he will have a more complete certainty, and even if he turns the table with fallen Ji, there will be no problem. With the passage of time, the sky became deeper and deeper, and every household was lit up with warm lights, and no one could be seen on the street. In this lonely environment, suddenly a familiar and crisp footsteps came from a distance, walking towards here. From the sound of these footsteps, Lin Yu naturally distinguished that the person who came was obviously fallen Ji. Sure enough, when the footsteps came to the door and disappeared, fallen Ji's voice sounded. Hey, it's a coincidence. I didn't expect to see you here. I wanted to sell wood carvings 2 days ago, but I didn't meet them. Fallen Ji leaned on the door frame, and there was a hint of surprise in her voice, as if she had found Lin Yu and the others accidentally. He didn't show any malice at all, and it was more as if what happened last night hadn't happened. Seeing Fallen Ji appeared, Chineyu's gaze immediately turned towards Fallen Ji's chest, apparently still a little bit brooding about the previous events. The carving knife in Lin Yu's hand kept on, seeming to be as gentle as usual. Sorry, the weather has been too cold recently, so I just sold it directly at my own home, but I didn't have time to tell everyone. That's it, but it's true, who could have thought of such a heavy snowfall suddenly? Fallen Ji is like a neighbor who lives on the sidelines, dragging the house with Lin Yu, showing no other meaning at all. Guest, do you still want to carve the wood sculpture of Ms. Warabiji today? Hearing Lin Yu's words, Fallen Ji's face raised a little with a smile. Rather than this, shouldn't you invite me in for a cup of hot tea? It's still snowing outside. Lin Yu smiled apologetically. The hospitality is poor, Chanel, please go and make a cup of hot tea. Taking a deep look at Fallen Ji's chest, Chanel got up to prepare tea. Fallen Ji looked at Chineyu's leaving figure, and did not get close to Lin Yu for the first time, but wandered around the wooden frames, carefully looking at the wooden carvings on them. Mr. Lin Yu's craftsmanship is really good, even the details are well portrayed. Really, many places are explored by myself, and I don't know if it's right. It's really a pity. If Mr. Lin Yu could see it, it would be more exquisite than the craftsmanship, right? Fallen Ji said, sitting enchantingly on the tatami, leaning against Lin Yu, her red lips opening and closing in Lin Yu's ears. Lin Yu could even feel the slightly moist breath. It looks good now. Although you can't see the sun, you can make up for it in other ways. What do you think? These slightly deep words made the smile on Fallen Ji's face even worse. Then Mr. Lin Yu, do you think that sacrificing daylight in exchange for immortality, is this a bargain? Chapter 31. Chapter 31. Sacrifice the day in exchange for eternal life. Naturally, he is talking about his own characteristics as a ghost. Facing this somewhat sharp topic, Lin Yu paused slightly, without showing any expression on his face, as he still looked gentle. Eternal life? Is the guest telling a fairy tale? Lin Yu didn't directly answer Fallen Ji's words, but just smiled. Perhaps, who knows, but Mr. Lin Yu still didn't tell me the answer. Fallen Ji was obviously not that foolish, staring at Lin Yu in front of him, waiting for his answer. It is naturally not worthwhile. If I live forever by myself and have no relatives, what is the point? Lin Yu's answer was obviously not in line with Fallen Ji's wishes. At this time, Chanel came over with tea. Looking at Chineyu, who was getting more and more refreshed, Fallen Ji smiled. If your sister got this kind of immortality, what would you do? Fallen Ji's words made Lin Yu's heart cold, and his palms were slightly held in places where Fallen Ji couldn't see, but his tone was still so calm. Then naturally choose to stay with her forever. Hearing this categorical answer, the arc of Fallen Ji's lips rose exceptionally, and it was obvious that this answer made her very satisfied. The jealousy that had made her suffer incomparably 2 days ago was nourished again, and the raging flames began to rise. The deeper the relationship between the brother and sister in front of them, the tougher the bond, and the stronger the pleasure of destroying it. How can she see other people own the happiness she can't get? If you don't get it, you will destroy it. This is the concept of Fallen Ji. The teacup was placed on the table, the steam was rising, and the faint fragrance of tea filled the air. If you don't dislike it, warm yourself up with a cup of hot tea. Read more at wuxiax.com. Fallen Ji picked up the teacup, just playing with it in her hand. This kind of cheap tea naturally couldn't get into her eyes at all, but she didn't show anything, so she took a sip. As her eyes flowed, she didn't know what she thought of again, her red lips slightly opened. He is really a good brother who is responsible, but judging from the looks of you two, it seems that you are not brothers and sisters, right? Lin Yu frowned slightly, but still replied. I saved this child on Hwaja, and then he and I depended on each other for life. Then, there must be many stories in it, right? Fallen Ji stared at Lin Yu, obviously very interested in the story between the two. I thought the two were brothers and sisters before, but now things seem to be far different from what she thought. But this is better, not even brothers and sisters, but the relationship between them is so deep. If it weren't for restraining herself, and wanting to play with it, Fallen Ji would almost want to torture Chanel to death in front of Lin Yu now. Appreciate, that desperate and helpless appearance will destroy all the so-called happiness. Sorry, I don't want Chanel to remember that memory again. For Lin Yu's decisive refusal, Fallen Ji made a considerate look, but just nodded. Her face was not irritated by the refusal. I'm a little abrupt. But since you are here, you can't drink your tea for nothing. Let's carve a wooden sculpture of Miss Warabiji. Speaking of drawing money out of the clothes, he put it on the table and pushed it towards Lin Yu. The guests really like Miss Warabihime. She is the one who carves each time. Lin Yu picked up the carving knife and started carving while talking to the wooden block. After all, it is the most beautiful warren in Hwaja. What do you think of Mr. Lin Yu? As for her appearance, Fallen Ji is still very confident. When she was still a human being, the young Fallen Ji had the beauty that overwhelming adults. Even if it is the incarnation of Warabihime, it is also a leader among the Warren. Nodded, Lin Yu didn't want to say much about this narcissistic answer. While carving the wood carving, Lin Yu's mind was spinning fast. Judging from the performance of Fallen Ji today, it is absolutely impossible to say that there is no attempt to herself and Chanel. Otherwise, he wouldn't come to see the two of them over and over again. If you just don't think about it, except for when Fallen Ji often asks some strange questions when buying wood carvings, she doesn't show anything wrong. However, Lin Yu, who had already taken precautions against it in his heart, still sensed something wrong through today's temptation. In every conversation, Fallen Ji seemed to consciously or unconsciously turn the topic on the relationship between herself and Chanel. At the beginning, Lin Yu didn't think so much, but the few questions today are about the meaning of Zhang Fuji, and it is very clear. She is very interested in the feelings between them in the past. If she simply wants to use them as her eating targets, obviously this is an unreasonable strength. However, I think of the introduction of Fallen Ji and his life experience when I was watching the Demon Slayer's Blade comics in my previous life. All the doubts in my mind before were immediately resolved, and everything made sense. Lin Yu has not forgotten that Fallen Ji also has an older brother called Taro Hor. When they were young, just like the previous ones, they struggled to survive and depend on each other in the Flower Street, but the final fate was extremely miserable. Chapter 32. Chapter 32. Because of life's pressure, Fallen Ji was at Chanel's age. She has already begun to become a female daughter to earn a living as a job, while her brother Taro Hor is running around as a debt collector. Until one day, Du Ji was tied up by the proprietress and the warrior and was tortured by the boss and the warrior after he was blinded in the eyes for rebelling against a samurai. In the end, amidst the screams and wailing, the burnt man was dying. If it weren't for the prostitute Taro who had returned from the pay at the time, and happened to meet the second child who passed through here, I am afraid that Fallen Ji had already turned into a gram of Lois. And such a tragic experience made the distorted three views even more deformed after becoming a ghost. Thinking of this, everything is already so clear. Based on Fallen Ji's distorted three views, she met her two people who were so similar to her before. It was undoubtedly that Fallen Ji had a great interest in the two of them, and judging from that bad personality, there must be only one purpose. That is, after enough teasing, the life they cherish now is severely destroyed. Let them also feel the despair and pain of Fallen Ji once. Thinking of the carving knife in Lin Yu's hand, it was slightly stiff. leaving a very obvious cut on the almost formed wood carving in his hand. "Mr. Lin Yu, does it seem to be a little restless today?" Fallen Ji's chuckle came, and Lin Yu put down the wooden sculpture in his hand, picked up a piece of wood and started to carve again. "It's too cold today and my fingers are a bit stiff." After figuring out the purpose of Falling Ji, Lin Yu's movements were obviously much faster. There were no previous mistakes, and a brand new wood carving was completed in a short while. Mr. Lin Yu's wood carvings are really white and not greasy. Every one of them is portrayed so vividly. "You flatter me." Lin Yu nodded lightly, without saying much. After Falling Ji got the wood carving, Shi Shiran also got up and was about to go back. She didn't want to start directly with this brother and sisters so early. Naturally, she has to wait until she gets tired of playing, and then destroy them a little bit. "It's not the time yet." "Then I will go back first, Mr. Lin Yu." Read more at wuxiax.com. With a charming laugh, Fallen Ji bid farewell to Lin Yu. After hesitating in his heart, Lin Yu suddenly said, "Guest, it's been so long and I still don't know your name." "My name?" Fallen Ji, who had walked to the door, turned around, with a faint smile on her mouth. "Warabeheim, my name is Warabeheim." "Please remember Mr. Lin Yu, this must be a name that you will never forget." The crisp and charming voice drifted away as he spoke. Chanel watched Fallen Ji disappear into the wind and snow, and hurriedly stepped forward to close the door, so as not to wash away the temperature in the room. Listening to the sound of closing doors in his ears, Lin Yu silently looked at the unlocking progress number on the system panel in his mind, slightly surprised. 9.9%. The 10% unlocking progress is only one step away. According to the progress of 0.02% in one day, it only takes 5 days to break through. Although Lin Yu is somewhat confident about his own strength now, he still has no problem facing Fallen Ji to protect himself. But if he can break through to 10%, then he will obviously get a further leap in his strength. At that time, even if you deal with Fallen Ji, you will be more relaxed and confident. It's just that, with Fallen Ji's character, is there really so much time left for him? As for escaping, don't even think about it. Yoshiwara is just a small town, and there are no means of transportation like trains. Having lived here for so long, even Lin Yu has never seen the car. If you really want to escape in this heavy snowy weather, you can't get far with manpower, and Chanel's physical fitness won't last long. The only way is to delay these 5 days, and then after the strength has been further improved, directly showdown with Fallen Ji. As his thoughts fluttered, it seemed that Lin Yu was distressed because of something, and Chanel sat down silently and handed a cup of warm tea to Lin Yu's hand. "Thank you, Chanel." Feeling the warmth in his hands, Lin Yu smiled at Chanel. "There are still 5 days, and everything will end after these 5 days. In my heart, I have a little more expectation for the strength I gained after breaking through 10% of the progress. As long as this watershed is crossed, Fallen Ji will no longer be a threat." There was no word for a night, and the dark and cold night passed in no time. During the day, Lin Yu, as usual, took Chanel to complete the daily task training, while carving wood carvings for sale. The sky gradually deepened, and Lin Yu's heart began to fluctuate slightly. Night fell. Falling Ji still walked with crisp steps like yesterday, twisting her charming figure, and came to the house. "Miss Warabeheim, you are here." Lin Yu sat on the tatami, listening to the footsteps at the door and actively greeted him. After Falling Ji informed Lin Yu Fern Ji of the pseudonym yesterday, she was obviously not prepared to conceal her identity as an Waran. "Mr. Lin Yu, this is the first time to greet me? It's really rare." Chapter 33. Chapter 33. It's just that I didn't know Mrs. name before. The two of them had thoughts hidden in their hearts, but they were talking peacefully. Under the guidance of Fallen Ji, the content of the chat is naturally inseparable from Lin Yu and Chaneu, but it seems that after reporting the name and feeling familiar with Lin Yu, Warabiji began to explore the past of Lin Yu and Chineu. "Mr. Lin Yu, what did you do before buying wood carvings?" "It's just selling firewood, barely enough for daily life." Lin Yu took the initiative to pick up a piece of wood and began to carve the wood carving of Fern Ji. It seemed that he had reached a certain tacit understanding during this time of getting along. Seeing Lin Yu's movements, Fallen Ji smiled. The longer she spends with the brother and sister, the stronger her thoughts of torturing them in her heart. This kind of simply made her want to stop, as if she encountered a toy that made her happy. Even if the killing intent in her heart was awe-inspiring, she was a little reluctant to just kill them like this. It's Ms. Warabeheim, she usually has a lot of troubles. After all, she looks so outstanding, so she often meets many unreasonable customers, right? When Lin Yu praised him in disguised form, the corners of Fuji's mouth rose a little, and her delicate beautiful eyes narrowed slightly. After all, there is no way to make a living, but if it is like Mr. Lin Yu, it will be fine. As she spoke, Fallen Ji was slightly in a trance. If the prostitute Taro could protect Chanel like Lin Yu back then, maybe she would not have encountered such a miserable thing. As a result of her thoughts, the intuition of Chanel beside Lin Yu in Fall Ji's heart became more and more obstructive, and the jealousy of jealousy began to rise again. "But I believe that Miss Warabeheim will definitely have a good home, won't you?" With that said, Lin Yu handed over the carved wooden sculpture. This time the carved image is not like the old Warren, but a good family dressed in a kimono. Perhaps, maybe. Fallen Ji was immersed in her own memories, yet she still didn't understand what Lin Yu's home meant. Read more at wuxiax.com. In 4 days, say whether it is fast or not. Although it is getting closer and closer to the 10% unlocking time, Lin Yu's life has not changed much. "I still practice daily tasks every day, sell wood carvings, and chat with Fallen Ji who comes every night." In this regard, Lin Yu was very calm. It's just that in that calm heart, there is a flame that grows stronger and burns gradually. Unlike the guys who dealt with the gang before, Falling Ji is the wind, and for this kind of existence with extraordinary power, it is obviously impossible to say that there is no pressure at all for Lin Yu, who is an ordinary person in the previous life. But this pressure, in a way, is also a kind of motivation. In the last few days, when completing daily tasks, there will always be more enlightenment rising in the heart. Every time he swings his knife, he has played to the extreme, almost perfect. The feeling of eagerness in my heart became clearer and clearer, as if it was only separated by a layer of paper, and it was broken with a poke. Lin Yu knows that this layer of paper is his last obstacle. As long as he can successfully break through 10%, this layer of obstacle will be easily solved, and he will also gain more powerful strength. Time came to the 4th day. Call. The sound of heavy breathing sounded in the small courtyard behind the house, and the long knife in Lin Yu's hand was constantly waving in the wind and snow, and the cold light flashed past. 999-1000. With the fall of the last knife, the number on the system panel also began to beat, from 9.98% to 10%. At the moment when the data changed, the familiar system prompt sounded immediately in Lin Yu's mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host, successfully increased the progress to 10%, and unlocked the domineering and armed domineering. At the moment when this voice fell, an invisible aura broke out from Lin Yu's body. The falling snowflakes in the sky seemed to have encountered an invisible obstacle, slowly falling from Lin Yu's side, but they couldn't get close to Lin Yu's body at all. At the same time, a dense bone explosion sounded from Lin Yu's body. The body that looked thinner at first began to grow stronger in this sound. Standing in the snow, Lin Yu suddenly raised his head, feeling the heat flowing continuously in his body, and the two unknown energies, and his heart was extremely agitated. Although he had a hunch in his heart as early as before, when he broke 10%, his strength would be greatly improved. But what surprised him was that he didn't expect the improvement to be so huge, which not only improved the huge physical fitness, but also directly unlocked the two-color domineering. Although there is no ability to unlock the fruit, for him now, the two-color domineering is obviously a more practical thing. Especially seeing and smelling domineering, even if Lin Yu is now standing in the snow with his eyes blindfolded, but in his heart he has a clear sense of the surrounding environment. Even the tiny snowflakes in the sky can be clearly seen. Rather than as before, it is necessary to carefully perceive the surrounding situation through hearing and judge what is happening. It can be said that Lin Yu is different from ordinary people in appearance, but he is even more keen visually than ordinary people. Chapter 34. Chapter 34. After all, ordinary people have a somewhat different perspective, and seeing, hearing and coloring are all round. Gently squeezed a fist, a faint dark purple energy appeared outside the body in an instant. Lin Yu slammed a punch, and there was a piercing sound in the air. With the surging power constantly surging in his body, Lin Yu even had the illusion that he could penetrate the earth. Lin Yu knew that this was a sense of error brought about by a substantial increase in strength, but the power in his body still made Lin Yu's heart excited. With the two-color domineering presence, the threat of fallen Ji was in Lin Yu's heart, and it was simply not worth mentioning. Today's Lin Yu even had some eagerness in his heart to wait until night fell, let falling Ji come to experience the power he had just gained. It's really an exciting night. Looking up at the snow falling in the sky, Lin Yu's mouth raised a confident smile. It's getting late. Lin Yu sat alone on the tatami on the first floor, with a small table in front of him, and a pot of tea. Now that he has broken through, Lin Yu is no longer ready to confuse him with his emptiness. Today is the day to tear his face. As for Chineu, in order to avoid her being involved in the battle with fallen Ji, in the afternoon, Lin Yu had been sent to a hotel not far away. Although she was a little puzzled about Lin Yu's approach, Chineu was clever and didn't ask much. In her opinion, Lin Yu had her own reason no matter what she did, and she just had to listen to it. The snow outside the house is getting heavier and heavier. Today seems to be the coldest day of the whole winter. And in this heavy snow, Lin Yu spread to the surrounding sight and domineering, and suddenly there appeared a figure that was completely different from the ordinary people passing by. Unlike ordinary people, Lin Yu in this figure can clearly feel as if countless resentments are condensed, and the cold breath is even colder than the weather outside. Far away, Lin Yu could feel the bitter malice. Read more at wuxiax.com. The figure is constantly approaching, and the sound of footsteps can be heard clearly through the wind and snow. After a short time, there was a knock on the door. The door is not locked. Lin Yu's calm voice sounded, and a cold wind suddenly came from the gate, and in the cold wind, a woman with black hair and golden eyes, dressed in gorgeous clothes, was walking in with a swaying pace. Mr. Lin Yu, today's wind and snow are really big. Fallen Ji walked into the house with a chuckle, smiling. Hey, Mr. Lin Yu, why didn't you see Chanel? Is it sick or sick? Falling Ji's every move was so clear under the domineering perception of seeing and hearing, even Lin Yu could feel the jealousy and turbulent malice in her heart. If the previous speculations about fallen Ji were all Lin Yu's personal opinions, now it's Lin Yu's speculation directly in front of Lin Yu. Ms. Warabeheim seems to be particularly concerned about Chineu. Really? I just think she's so cute, and I want to get closer. Oh? Is that really the case? That's a shame. I have already sent her away. It seems that Ms. Warabeheim's idea can only be lost. Hearing Lin Yu's words, Fallen Ji's brows frowned slightly, and a look of uncertainty flashed in her eyes, but she smiled again. That's okay, sometimes seeing her by your side is a bit distracting. Lin Yu's answer obviously realized that Fallen Ji seemed to have some thoughts about their siblings and made arrangements in advance. But in her opinion, even if Lin Yu noticed something, he was just an ordinary person, how could he escape her palm? Although a little regretful, the brothers and sisters could not be able to see each other's misery, and could not appreciate the desperate and painful expression of Chanel. However, the anger in Fallen Ji's heart did not show. It was still that cold and glamorous appearance, but the words were no longer ready to conceal his malice, and the fire of jealousy. Fallen Ji stepped forward like Lin Yu, and in the process of coming, her appearance gradually began to change. The black hair on one head began to gradually turn silver from the roots, and on the left and right sides of his white face, fascinating flower tattoos began to appear, and in those golden pupils, there was even more brutal hostility. The ghost image, which is different from the disguise, emerges spontaneously. Do you know? Every time I see you and Chanel together, how much I restrain the jealousy and murderous intent in my heart. Why can you be so happy? Why is there only a tragic fate left in my body? The expression between the words became more and more mad, and the tone was full of thick hatred. So, I have been suppressing myself, and want to destroy this issue when you are happiest. Your desperate and miserable looks are the best gift. But you actually sent that girl away. It's unforgivable. Don't worry, after I kill you a little bit, I will take your head to find your sister and appreciate her expression. Chong. Just when Fallen Ji's expression became more and more mad and her tone was extremely passionate, the whole person seemed to be completely immersed in her own world. Chapter 35. Chapter 35. There was a sharp and melodious sound of knives. Done. Accompanied by this calm voice, what appeared in front of Fallen Ji was an extremely sharp cold light. It seemed that he didn't expect that Lin Yu would suddenly act on himself. Facing this cold light, Fallen Ji didn't react at all for a while. The long knife slashed across the slender neck, seeming not to feel any hindrance, and after a slash, only the bright red blood on the bright red seemed to prove what had just happened. Thump! The head with a peerless face, with a somewhat unbelievable expression, fell heavily to the ground, and red blood poured out from the neck like a fountain. Faced with such a bloody scene, Lin Yu didn't have any fluctuating expression on his face, just stared at the scene lightly. You! Fallen Ji's head fell to the ground, and the frantic expression before slowly receded, and there was a coldness between her eyebrows and eyes. Dare to do it to me? Lin Yu turned his head slightly, looking at Fallen Ji's head on the ground and raised his eyebrows. What's the illusion that makes you think I'm going to catch it? The calm tone couldn't hear any waves at all, making Fallen Ji's heart slightly startled. Lin Yu not only sensed that she was malicious, but even her disguised ghost identity seemed to have seen it through. This feeling caused a raging anger in Fallen Ji's heart. The cover-up for so long before turned into a clown-like performance. The other party had long seen through her identity and purpose, but she still didn't know it. Every day she contacted them, she didn't notice a little bit in her heart, and she was even secretly proud, wanting to see the desperate expressions of Lin Yu brothers and sisters. Read more at wuxiax.com. But in the end, these are just the performance of the other party cooperating with her. For Fallen Ji, Lin Yu's behavior is simply humiliating her naked. What? You damn guy! The rising anger made it difficult for Fallen Ji to maintain her inner sanity anymore. In the golden eyes, the three characters Shangzi and Lu, which had been concealed, also emerged. And behind the headless body, several ribbons suddenly shot out like a snake with life. There was a sharp breaking sound in the air. The seemingly soft ribbon, but in fact it was as hard as steel, shot towards Lin Yu suddenly. Go to die! Die to me! Fallen Ji, who was dazzled by anger, didn't think about anything torturing Lin Yu at all at this time. At this time, she only wanted to see this young man who made her face disastrous, and died miserably under her hands. Lin Yu, who was sitting on the tatami, was obviously not surprised that Fallen Ji was able to attack. Within the domineering perception of seeing and hearing, he could clearly see the room, the ribbon that was hitting him at an extremely fast speed. Facing such a fierce attack from Fallen Ji, Lin Yu brazenly greeted the long knife in his hand. The bright blade of the long sword was glowing with a bitter cold light under the light, and Lin Yu's waving, dragged out a touch of silver training, covering all the ribbons that hit him. As soon as the long knife and the ribbon touched, the whole room suddenly rang out like iron strike metal. The speckled firelight, even in the confrontation that almost turned into an afterimage, kept flickering, with a different beauty in the danger. Looking at the scene in the room, Fallen Ji's heart was shocked and angry. If it was said that Lin Yu had been ignorant for a while, and was successfully attacked by Lin Yu, then Fallen Ji has suddenly discovered that Lin Yu, a blind young man, actually possesses extremely strong strength. This guy, he was just an ordinary person before. Fallen Ji gritted his teeth and looked at Lin Yu. It was already this time, no one knew that Lin Yu's gentle appearance before was all hiding in clumsiness. Just relying on this sword skill to withstand his own attack is enough to compare with the column-level swordsman that Fallen Ji has killed in the past hundreds of years. If it hadn't been for Lin Yu who had been living in Huaja all the time, perhaps Fallen Ji would really have thought that this was the column-level swordsman that the ghost-killing team had specially come to kill. It's just that the more strength Lin Yu showed, the more profound the shame for Fallen Ji. Manipulating the body, attacking with the ribbon, walked slowly, picked up the head on the ground, and placed it on his neck again. On the original bloody cross-section, dense granular buds suddenly stretched out. In the blink of an eye, Fallen Ji's head had returned to her neck, as it was as before, there was no trace of injury at all. The fatal injury to ordinary people is really not worth mentioning in ghosts. Seeing Lin Yu, who was constantly attacked by the ribbon and sparks all over his body, the expression on Fallen Ji's face was as cold as it was covered with a thin layer of frost. The horrible murderous aura accumulated over the centuries is even more surging towards Lin Yu like a wave. For a time, even Lin Yu, who had gained a huge improvement in strength, couldn't help feeling that under this killing intent, he was like a flat boat on the sea in the violent wind and waves, and he could be overturned at any time. But in the face of such a fierce attack, Lin Yu didn't have any nervous expression on his face, on the contrary, it was extraordinarily relaxed. Chapter 36. Chapter 36. Before the fight, perhaps Lin Yu hadn't been worried because he didn't know how strong he was. But now, this worry has long since disappeared. Since he Sangji played against each other, Lin Yu was only using the most basic physical fitness, and the swordsmanship inherited from Fujitora. No matter it is the Navy 6 type, or the domineering and armed domineering, they are not used. Rao was like this, the seemingly fierce attack did not even bring Lin Yu the slightest pressure. When there was another clear voice. Lin Yu cut horizontally with a long sword, and directly split the several ribbons that Fallen Ji had struck. Without any nonsense, he stepped directly towards Fallen Ji's body. Lin Yu, who doesn't have the sun wheel knife, is obviously impossible to effectively kill Fallen Ji, but this does not prevent Lin Yu from experimenting with the ability to be armed and domineering. In the world of One Piece, the armed sex has cultivated domineering to a high level, and can even touch the entity of the natural fruit ability. After acquiring the domineering armed color, Lin Yu's heart has always been curious whether this characteristic also has a magical effect for ghosts. It's like a sun wheel knife, it can kill ghosts. Watching Lin Yu escape from his attack, Fallen Ji's face became more and more cold. The twisted and sinuous blue veins, like small snakes, began to appear on Fallen Ji's face. In an instant, the originally beautiful face became as hideous and terrifying as an evil ghost. In Lin Yu's perception, ribbons came from all directions towards the physical converge, and merged into Fallen Ji's body. With the integration of these ribbons, the aura of Fallen Ji began to grow stronger and higher steadily. As Lin Yu, who had read the original work, was very bright in his heart, he naturally knew that this was the ribbon clone that Fallen Ji released before absorbing it. If he didn't absorb a ribbon clone, Fallen Ji's strength would recover somewhat. Read more at wuxiax.com. After taking all the clones back, it was the heyday of Fallen Ji's strength. However, facing Fallen Ji's behavior, Lin Yu's mouth evoked a faint smile, and a touch of dark purple and extremely deep energy suddenly poured out on the long knife that was glowing with cold light. Like a raging flame, the long sword was immediately enveloped completely. Holding a long sword with armed domineering in his hand, a sharp look flashed through Lin Yu's lace-up eyes, and he blatantly slashed towards Fallen Ji's neck. Facing the aggressive Lin Yu, a deep hatred flashed in Fal Ji's eyes. She had already recovered all the clones previously released, her strength had been restored to the peak level, and naturally there was no possibility that she would be afraid. Blood Ghost Art 8-band cut. A sharp voice with deep resentment sounded. Fallen Ji bit her silver teeth fiercely, killing intent in her golden eyes, and the ribbon behind her whistling again. This time the attack was obviously more severe than before. Under the control of Fallen Ji in the heyday, the 8 ribbons that continued to spread in the air were harder than steel, and even the sunwheel knife could not be easily cut off. During the inadvertent takeoff, the sturdy house in front of the ribbon, even as fragile as a biscuit, was cut open very easily. Sawdust, gravel, dust. Heavily broken objects, driven by ribbons, shot all around in the air. Such a fierce attack, if it were cut on the body, even if Lin Yu had a powerful body from one piece, it would definitely be overwhelming. Facing Lin Yu's offensive, Fallen Ji, after knowing that she was not holding a sun-wheel sword, had no defense at all, staring at Lin Yu fiercely, just wanting him to die. In the blink of an eye, the long knife in Lin Yu's hand hadn't even been smashed, but the post-cut ribbon was the first step, completely surrounding Lin Yu from all directions. At this time, even if the long knife in Lin Yu's hand was cut out, he would be torn to pieces by Fallen Ji's attack. But in the face of this almost crisis situation, the smile on Lin Yu's face remained unchanged, as if he hadn't noticed it at all. The long knife gleaming with bright purple in his hand was once again slashed on Fallen Ji's neck. Above. Crack. The long knife attached to the armed color domineering, in terms of sharpness, is obviously improved by more than one grade. Even though Fallen Ji was prepared this time, but the hard body of the winding string was like fragile tofu, and it did not play any defensive role at all, so Lin Yu was once again stunned. However, Fallen Ji, whose head was slid in the air, raised a cold smile at the corner of her mouth. Because of her attack, it was also here. Boom! The 8 ribbons slammed into Lin Yu's body like a giant python. However, the scene of flying flesh and blood in Fallen Ji's thoughts did not appear. On the contrary, the ribbon collided with Lin Yu's body, and there was a sound of steel humming. How can it be? Fallen Ji looked at Lin Yu, who was hit by all of her 8 ribbons in disbelief. It was impossible to believe that an ordinary person actually blocked her attack with a body of flesh and blood. As if sensing the shock of Fallen Ji, Lin Yu's voice slowly sounded, with a somewhat sarcasm. It's really a weak attack. Chapter 37. Chapter 37. Naturally, Lin Yu couldn't be stupid enough to fight against ghosts with unlimited regeneration ability and exchange injuries for injuries. The reason why he was not afraid of Fallen Ji's attacks was simply because Fallen Ji's strength itself was not strong, and Lin Yu also possessed extremely high strength in terms of defense. Not to mention the domineering attachment of the armed color, just the iron in the 6 navy styles, the ribbon of Fallen Ji is difficult to break through. In this comparison, Lin Yu could not help saying that Fallen Ji's attack was weak. It's just that the only thing that made Lin Yu a little disappointed in the confrontation this time was that the armed domineering did not show the ability he wanted to see. It seems that if you want to completely leave Fallen Ji, you can only eliminate it by relying on the sun. In the short time of fighting, Fallen Ji was beaten by Lin Yu twice in a row. Even if it was careless the first time, the result of the second time was already obvious. This seemingly ordinary blind young man, facing her, the winding Lu actually possesses the strength to crush. This kind of huge upheaval made it difficult for Fallen Ji to accept for a while, especially when she saw that her attack was ineffective. The shock in her heart even made her temporarily forget her anger. It should be understood that ordinary people are extremely weak compared to ghosts, whether in physical quality or other aspects. Even the swordsmen of the ghost-killing team need to practice breathing to be able to contend with ghosts, but this kind of contend is only relying on the subtlety of swordsmanship to fight, rather than using power to force it. But the young man in front of him actually used his body to take her attack. This defensive power, even among ghosts, can only be achieved by the existence of the 12 ghost month level. In other words, this ordinary blind boy is almost comparable to a ghost of the 12 ghosts and moons in terms of physical defenses. The thought that came out of his mind made Fallen Ji's shock beyond addictive. I have always regarded it as a plaything that can be pinched to death at any time, but in fact it is a beast of cannibalism. This kind of huge contrast change, even Fallen Ji who has lived for hundreds of years, is difficult to accept in a short time. Read more at wuxiax.com. Day. The wooden tatami made a dull sound of footsteps under Lin Yu's feet. Seeing Lin Yu walking towards him with a long knife still dripping blood, a panic flashed in the brutal and malicious eyes before Fallen Ji. Facing such an almost irresistible opponent, the Warren with a bad personality shouted loudly like a little girl. "Brother!" Hearing Fallen Ji's call, Lin Yu turned his head and looked towards Fallen Ji's headless body. The sight was accompanied by her calling, and the body suddenly trembled. The blood-stained neck came out, and the flesh suddenly began to bulge. Numerous granulation shoots began to grow and converge on the broken neck. With only a few breaths, the continuously regenerating granulation regenerates a twisted, thin, weird body on the neck of Fallen Ji. Compared with Fallen Ji, the figure that appeared later seemed to be suffering from dwarfism. It was very short, with a skinny and rickety body, which made it look so funny and ridiculous. A dark green messy hair is like a kelp buckled on his head. Under the cover of the hair, a distorted and ugly face can be vaguely seen, as well as the eyes that choose people to eat like a hyena, revealing infinite malicious eyes. "It is unforgivable to do such an excessive thing to my sister." The low and hoarse voice was very unpleasant, as if two rusty iron plates were rubbing together, which made people uncomfortable. This figure is not someone else, it is the older brother who lives on each other, Taro Hor. "Kill him! Kill him for me, brother!" Seeing the prostitute Taro, Fallen Ji seemed to have found the backbone, looking at Lin Yu full of bitterness, and constantly yelling. The Hor Taro looked at Lin Yu coldly, did not attack him immediately, but walked up to Fallen Ji's head, put it back on his neck, and comforted. "Don't worry, this guy will leave it to me. Those who bully my sister will not end well." As soon as the voice fell, a sneer sneered in the room, and the figure of the Hor Taro disappeared in front of Fallen Ji. In the next second, the figure of the Hor Taro suddenly appeared beside Lin Yu. In the palms perpendicular to both sides of the body, the sickle with an unknown aura on the two blades, like the fangs of a poisonous snake, cut through the air in front of him, and attacked Lin Yu from two different directions. Compared with Toji, whether in terms of speed or combat experience, prostitute Taro is obviously better. Facing this sudden attack, Lin Yu didn't panic. Long before the prostitute Taro started, Lin Yu was already mentally prepared. At this moment, the long knife in his hand was wrapped in a dark purple armed color domineering, and he turned sideways in the direction of the prostitute Taro's attack. The collision between the blade and the blade suddenly burst out a dazzling spark in the air. And just as Lin Yu resisted the attack of the Hor Taro, a piercing sound was heard behind him, and Fallen Ji had already launched an attack at this moment. Chapter 38. Chapter 38. The situation seemed to be reversed suddenly, and compared with Fallen Ji, the prostitute Taro was a powerful ghost who really possessed the power of winding. With the joint efforts of the two brothers and sisters, this strength has to rise to a higher level. The prostitute Taro's main attack, Fuji assisted, and Lin Yu's attack almost completely enveloped Lin Yu, almost forming a mortal situation, and there was no hope of survival. The current situation, if it were replaced by any column-level swordsman in the ghost-killing team, it would be a mortal situation. The winding, which has not changed for hundreds of years, naturally possesses considerable strength. It's just that, in Lin Yu's view, all this is a little different. Although the sickle in the hands of the prostitute Taro carries a deadly poison, even just scratching the skin can quickly kill him. But if it fails to hit, no matter how powerful the poison is, it will have no effect at all. The long knife in his hand lifted the double sickles in the hands of the Fujitora backhand, and the ribbon of the fallen girl behind him had already come behind him, driving the air currents and screaming towards Lin Yu. Fallen Ji knew that, in terms of her strength, this so-called attack might not hurt Lin Yu at all. But these are not her goals. She just wants to use her own attacks to compress Lin Yu's space for activities and create opportunities for her brother. With this thought, the blue veins and blood lines on Fallen Ji's face became more and more obvious. At this moment, the whole person was no longer the gorgeous appearance before, on the contrary, it looked very ugly. In the face of the intensive attack, this time naturally he was not prepared to resist, so that the prostitute Taro had the opportunity to attack him. With a light breath, Lin Yu, who originally gave people a very calm feeling, spit out this breath, and brought a sense of erraticness to the prostitute Taro and Fallen Ji. This kind of diametrically opposite aura made the two of them slightly more vigilant. Although they were always clamoring, but for Lin Yu, who can fight against the upper string without using breathing methods, the brother and sister are still very cautious. Seeing that the ribbon was about to come, Lin Yu didn't have any other dodge movements besides the change of breath. When Fallen Ji saw this scene, there was a look of joy in the depths of his eyes, but this joy just rose, and was quickly defeated by the scene in front of him. Read more at wuxiax.com. I saw Lin Yu's upright figure, and the moment the ribbon approached, it moved erratic. It's like a fallen leaf, or a piece of paper as light as a feather fluttering in the wind. Lin Yu's figure flashed past Fallen Ji's attack one by one in the air current brought by the ribbon. The attack that seemed to be extremely fierce and blocked all the dodge space, but it was so ridiculous in front of Lin Yu. A ribbon that is as hard as steel, and even Lin Yu's clothing corners can't be touched, every time it is lost, but this little distance is like a moat, it is difficult to break through. How so? Lin Yu's figure was reflected in the golden pupils of Fallen Ji, and there was an unbelievable voice in her mouth. If it was just a normal dodge, it wouldn't be surprising at all, but Lin Yu's movements were completely beyond her imagination. The world's top power of Demon Slayer Blade, that is, breathing method, and ghosts. Perhaps in terms of the sophistication of swordsmanship, few people can match the previous Jiguyuan to the world of One Piece. But in other aspects of the power system, it is undoubtedly crushed. Navy Type 6, painted on paper. Unloading all the power of the whole body, committing to the changes in the airflow produced by the opponent's actions, all attacks towards oneself can all be avoided at the critical moment. Coupled with the domineering perception ability of seeing and hearing, it is not too easy to avoid Falling Ji's attack. For Lin Yu, this may be just an understatement. But in the eyes of Fallen Ji, he suffered a heavy blow once again. For ordinary people, Fallen Ji, who is a ghost, has always regarded the existence of ant blood food, even the column-level swordsman of the ghost-killing team, she did not take it seriously. But today, the pride in my heart has been repeatedly frustrated in front of Lin Yu. Obviously, she is just an ordinary person who can't even use the breathing method, but it has brought her unconquerable pressure. Monster! The muttering voice came from Fallen Ji's mouth. This guy is a monster. Seeing his little sister's desperate appearance, the Fujitora frowned tightly, and murmured, "Plum." Listening to this figure, Fallen Ji looked at her brother in a daze. "Leave it to me, I will definitely make this guy pay the price." After that, a sound of tearing flesh and skin sounded, and the flesh and flesh was torn apart in the center of Fallen Ji's forehead, and an eye full of sorrow suddenly appeared in the red flesh and blood. Around this one eye, countless blood vessels and veins spread like a spider web. The appearance of this eye meant that this pair of twin ghosts had completely liberated all their power. The one-eyed eye on the forehead not only enhances Fallen Ji's perception ability, but also allows the prostitute Taro, who is experienced in combat, to control Fallen Ji's movements to participate in the battle. Chapter 39. Chapter 39. With the reassurance of her elder brother, Fallen Ji's mood has obviously stabilized a little. In normal times, Fallen Ji seemed to be a very arrogant and bad personality. But in essence, he is a person who is very dependent on his elder brother Taro, who may have been influenced by his childhood. No matter what it is, the prostitute Taro takes good care of her, and this habit of dependence has become deeply rooted in the bones over time. Even fallen Ji, who has become a ghost, did not pursue more powerful power like other wines, but tried her best to maintain her beauty. So it also has the weakest name. After all, there is a prostitute Taro, what does it matter if she is weaker? However, after the prostitute Taro took control of her body, the two people who attacked Lin Yu again, the pressure they brought was not at the same level as before. In this long lifespan of hundreds of years, most of the pillar-level swordsmen of the ghost-killing team who came to the door were all solved by the prostitute Taro. In terms of combat experience, Taro Hor is definitely not a weak person. It's just that the enemy they faced this time was not the column-level swordsman of the past, but Lin Yu, who was more powerful than the column-level swordsman. Blood Ghost Art Flying Blood Scythe. The Hor Taro held a sickle in his hand, with a cruel and violent aura in his eyes, and the dark light of blood rushed out with the swing of the sickle in his hand. That seemingly like a blade, the extremely thin blood blade, possesses extremely sharp characteristics. Once released, suddenly the whole house seemed to have an extra group of bloodthirsty bats. This sharp blood blade not only contains poison, but also can change the attack trajectory according to the will of the Hor Taro, and has the characteristic that it will not disappear without hitting the target. I didn't know how many column-level swordsmen were unable to resist, and they lost their lives in the hands of this bloody ghost technique. Not only that, but Fallen Ji is under the control of the Hor Taro, ready to attack at any time. Read more at wuxiax.com. Through seeing and hearing the domineering, Lin Yu looked at the black blood blade that hit him. The corners of his mouth were slightly raised, and he did not evade the slightest because of the intensive attack of the other party. After several fights just now, Lin Yu has a clear understanding of the strength of the pair of Shangxian Lu brothers and sisters. In addition to being a ghost that is difficult to kill, for Lin Yu, their strength has nothing to fear. Whether it is speed, power, or defense, neither side exists at the same level. It has been destined from the beginning. This is an unequal battle. Let me see how powerful 10% is. With a chuckle in his heart, Lin Yu's feet suddenly made a huge roar. The wooden tatami could hardly withstand the sudden force, and it shattered. Countless broken sawdust flew up. Countless cobweb-like cracks broke open on the ground below, forming a large pit. And among the sawdust in the sky, Lin Yu's figure suddenly disappeared from the sight of the two. Even if he got a one-eyed eye from the prostitute Taro, which greatly improved his perception ability, in the face of Lin Yu's actions, Fallen Ji still couldn't see Lin Yu's figure at all. With his super physical fitness, Lin Yu's burst of shaving was completely different from the time when he wiped out the gang before. The speed that broke out, even Fallen Ji and the Hor Taro didn't react for the first time. In their sight, Lin Yu seemed to move instantaneously. After disappearing briefly, he appeared in front of them again. The long knife with dark purple light seemed to suddenly appear from space. The extremely sharp breath, even before the body is close, can feel the sting like a needle on the exposed skin. Seeing the bright cold light, the prostitute Taro's eyes suddenly shrank to the size of a needle, full of shock. So fast! The prostitute Taro even had time to come up with this idea, and his vision had already shifted. The line of sight kept falling, and it was only at this moment that the Hor Taro realized that he hadn't had time to make any response, and he had been cut off his head by that long knife. However, as a ghost with immortal characteristics, the prostitute Taro didn't lose much combat ability, but quickly recovered, manipulating Fallen Ji who was still in a daze, and used the ribbon to restrain Lin Yu. At the same time, he manipulated the blood blade he had released before, and turned to attack Lin Yu. Boom! The sharp blood blade arbitrarily destroyed in the house. The original sturdy house was extremely fragile under the hands of the prostitute Taro. In the silent night, the roaring sound was so deafening. Many people who had already rested were awakened from their sleep and looked at the crumbling house with smoke and dust through the window, with a look of horror on their faces. In the street not far away, in a hotel. Hearing the loud noise, Chineyu's expression was a little nervous, and he hurriedly opened the window and leaned out, looking at the direction of his home, subconsciously clenching his palms tightly. Chapter 40. Chapter 40. Those dozens of blood blades are extremely fierce. In an instant, the entire thick smoke and dust has even reached the point where it can't be seen. The whole house is already in a state of fear that it may collapse at any time. Looking at the sky full of smoke and dust, the prostitute Taro's head fell on the ground with a somewhat surprised look, looking at the thick smoke and dust, muttering to himself. Should die. It's just that the uncertainty in the words obviously doesn't even dare to believe it. Despair. The sound of low footsteps came from the thick smoke. Hearing this footstep, Taro Ho's face changed slightly. Amidst the thick smoke and dust, a tall and straight figure was slowly walking towards the two of them. The long knife with armed collar and domineering attached, dragged diagonally on the ground, leaving a very deep scratch. You two guys, ruined my home. When the voice fell, an unprecedented palpitation suddenly fell on the hearts of Fallen Ji and the prostitute Taro. Obviously it was just a blind boy, but they were in a trance as if they saw a scarlet-eyed beast, roaring at them. Asshole! Under this tremendous pressure, the whore Taro roared, his headless body tightly holding two sickles, and rushed towards Lin Yu, trying to prevent him from approaching. At this time, even the prostitute Taro, who was very confident of his own strength, clearly realized. The young man in front of him, and the column-level swordsman they had fought before, were not at the same level. There is nothing wrong with what Fallen Ji said before. Compared to Lin Yu, they were more like monsters, but he was a teenager. Only now, it is obviously too late to have this consciousness. Read more at wuxiax.com. The headless body had just rushed out a short distance, and had not even been able to come and swing the knife, only to see Lin Yu's long knife dragged on the ground. A burst of cold light burst out. Each cold light represented a swing of the knife, and the cold light in the air, even in the blink of an eye, enveloped the prostitute Taro's body. Despair. Passing by the prostitute Taro's body, Lin Yu's steps did not stop because of his prevention, as if he had done an extremely trivial thing. Compared to Lin Yu's indifference, the prostitute Taro's face with only one head left at this moment, the previous anger has disappeared, and it is replaced by a deep fear. Even if the head was cut off, the whore Taro could clearly feel what happened to the body. And at that moment, he couldn't even see how many times the long knife in Lin Yu's hand had been swung. He only knew that it was an extravagant hope that he was even close, and he was directly dismembered. Behind Lin Yu, a night wind slowly hit. Blow away the smoke and dust in the air. Not only the smoke and dust, but also the body of Taro Hor who dissipated with it. The body that was already rickety and thin, bloodstains were all over the body at this moment. In the blink of an eye, sorrowful bloodstains have spread all over the body, and the second after these bloodstains appeared, the body of the prostitute Taro collapsed like a snow mountain in an avalanche. Pieces of finely chopped meat mixed with bone stubble and a puff of red blood fell on the ground. It was just a passing effort, and the prostitute Taro's body had been chopped into pieces of meat, and it was not an exaggeration even to say that it was meat sauce. This kind of injury where all the body was chopped up, even if it couldn't make the whore Taro and Fallen Ji die so directly. But for them, it will take some time to recover. Infinite regeneration does not mean something that can be restored in the blink of an eye, even if it is not something that their kind of strength can have. Watching his elder brother be chopped into a pile of minced meat by Lin Yu, Fallen Ji at this moment, there is nowhere else there is the previous ferocious figure, facing Lin Yu. There was only deep fear in Fallen Ji's heart, and she subconsciously retreated to the back. Don't come over. But for Fallen Ji's begging for mercy, Lin Yu didn't have any fluctuations in his heart. Now it is his strength that has the advantage and the ability to crush them, but if you think about it, if he and Chanel are weak, will Fallen Ji let them go again? Obviously it's not a thing. In the case of Fallen Ji's bad personality, if she asks for mercy, it will only make her more excited and will not have any sympathy. So facing Fallen Ji and the Horitaro, Lin Yu had already made up his mind in his heart. Today these two people will be completely killed, and there will be no future troubles forever. Beg for mercy? Let's talk about this kind of thing in the next life. The long knife in Lin Yu's hand was raised again, the fierce aura made Fall Ji's heart tremble uncontrollably, and tears couldn't help filling her eyes. You are not allowed to hurt my sister. The figure of the prostitute Taro sounded again, and the stall of minced meat behind him returned to its normal state, only the upper body. But the prostitute Taro resolutely manipulated his body, rushing towards Lin Yu with an extremely difficult posture, trying to prevent him from attacking Fallen Ji. Run! May! Run! The roar of the Horitaro was full of despair and anxiety. Chapter 41. Chapter 41. Compared to Fallenheim, who was dazzled by fear, Taro Hor apparently saw the situation more clearly. As twin ghosts, as long as they are not decapitated by the sunwheel at the same time, or are exposed to the sun at the same time, even if only one person survives, the other can regenerate again. But their strength in front of Lin Yu is simply vulnerable. If they don't find a chance to escape, their only end will be Lin Yu's continuous beheading. Eventually drag them out to the sun, and then let them turn to ashes in the sun. After reading this, the Horitaro clenched his teeth tightly, manipulating his body to rush towards Lin Yu. Even if he knew his actions in his heart, it might still be in vain, but he still wanted to try his best to fight for the chance of escape for Fallen Ji, even if the chance was very slim. Hearing her brother's words, Fallen Ji suddenly wanted to turn around and escape, and at the same time her heart was filled with regret. In any case, she had never expected that the siblings who were previously regarded as playthings in her palms had such a powerful strength that even her brother could not fight against them, and now they have ended up fleeing in a hurry. If there is another chance to choose, Fallen Ji will not want to trouble Lin Yu anyway. But now it is too late. With fear in her heart, Fallen Ji turned around and fled without hesitation. She knew in her heart that as long as she was not kept, her brother would never die. But how could Lin Yu let the siblings go so easily? The obstruction of the prostitute Taro had no effect at all for him, only the upper body. Lin Yu didn't even bother to use a knife, and kicked it away. He slammed into the wall and smashed through. Moan! The sound of the knife sounded again. Feeling the fierce breath behind her, Fallen Ji's face was distorted, and the color of horror in her eyes was almost beyond words. Facing that Lin Yu's attack, Fallen Ji did not sit still, but instead released her ribbon and rushed towards Lin Yu behind her, trying to block her. It's just that even the prostitute Taro can't stand a blow under Lin Yu's hands. What effect can Fallen Ji's attack have? Noisy. Read more at wuxiax.com. The sound of tearing cloth suddenly sounded. Several ribbons had no effect at all, they were smashed by the long knife in Lin Yu's hand. Pieces of fragments flying in the sky, like chopped butterflies, slowly drifted down, exceptionally desolate. Crack! There is no hindrance, and no hesitation. After the long knife in Lin Yu's hand smashed the ribbon, it slashed directly towards Fallen Ji. There was a crisp sound when the blade made contact with the bone. Fallen Ji didn't have any ability to resist, he was directly smashed and divided into two halves. The turbulent blood spouted violently from the two halves of the corpse. Fallen Ji didn't even have a chance to scream, so she fell directly at the door, only a step away from the street. Plum! Seeing his sister's tragic situation, the prostitute Taro let out a stern cry. But apart from shouting, there is no other way to stop it. Lin Yu looked indifferent, faced the corpse at his feet, and dragged it back into the house. The red blood stains dragged out two oozing blood stains on the ground. The broken body of Fallen Ji was thrown aside casually, and a faint sneer appeared at the corner of Lin Yu's mouth. Looking at the smile at the corner of Lin Yu's mouth, the prostitute Taro felt bitter. His brother and sister had no room for struggle and resistance in the hands of this young man. Whether it was life or death, they were all controlled by the other party. Brother! Kill him, brother! Why didn't you kill him? Fallen Ji's body gradually recovered, and the delicate features on her face were already covered by tears and blood. Her eyes fell on the ground without a sense of spirit, and she muttered to herself. Looking at Fallen Ji like this, the Horitaro was silent. Fallen Ji, who didn't get a response, obviously began to become a little excited. Why? Talk to me, brother, why don't you kill this guy? If it weren't for the continuous regeneration of granulation in the body, perhaps the tearful appearance of Falling Ji would really arouse sympathy. But Lin Yu, who was standing inside the house at the moment, was only cold in his heart. Murderers will always kill them. For hundreds of years, Fuji and the prostitute Taro didn't even know how many people they had killed. Such a man-eating evil spirit was simply not worthy of sympathy, let alone that they wanted to have Chanel for themselves. Almost hands-on. This inverse scale is absolutely inaccessible in Lin Yu's heart. For a while, Fallen Ji's crying and crying reverberated continuously in the room, and it was very ear-piercing in this silent night. Facing Fallen Ji's cry, the prostitute Taro's expression gradually began to become a little sordid and distorted. Shut up! If you didn't provoke this monster, how could we have fallen to this point? While talking, Lin Yu had been kicked out of the house before, and once again rushed in from outside the house. This time the Horitaro didn't want to buy time for Fallen Ji again, but the moment he entered the house, he had already started his blood ghost art. The strong smell of blood began to spread in the air. Chapter 42. Chapter 42. In the headless cavity of the Horitaro, a stream of blood spurted out, as if being manipulated by an inexplicable force. Like a tornado, it began to spread violently. The intensity of the attack was even more fierce than all the previous attacks by the prostitute Taro. Obviously this is the prostitute Taro who is going to fight to the death at the end. Feel the sharp breath in the air, as well as the thick smell. Lin Yu raised his eyebrows slightly, and the corners of his mouth already kept a faint smile. Finally, it's something you can see a little bit. Before that, the battle with Fallen Ji and the Horitaro did not put any pressure on Lin Yu at all. Only the last struggle of the Horitaro felt a slight threat. But it's just a little bit. The house that was already crumbling, under this bloody blade rising to the sky, was as fragile as a piece of paper. The sky is full of gravel and sawdust, constantly flying. The tornado formed by this blood blade is even expanding at a speed visible to the naked eye. In just a few breaths, he went in and out of the house and spread to the street. If left alone, destroying everything around it is just a matter of time. Faced with this final outbreak, Lin Yu's face holding the long knife remained calm and unchanging, and his feet stepped heavily in the air. That sturdy power even made the air stagnate in a short time, as if it had formed a solid body. And Lin Yu's figure stepped on the seemingly substantive air, and walked into the air, as if there was an invisible staircase in the sky. Through the moon step, Lin Yu walked out of the shattered house and stood in the air. The expression on the face of the tornado formed by the blood blade did not change. Just calmly raised the long knife in his hand, and the armed domineering attached to it became surging for the first time since the battle. Read more at wuxiax.com. The long knife, which was already almost dark purple, was now almost black under the blessing of the domineering armed color. The gloomy colors gleamed in the dark night sky, as if blending with the night. The outrageous aura was condensed in Lin Yu's body, and the powerful force created the extremely depressing atmosphere, like a huge rock, pressing on the hearts of everyone in Yoshihara. Looking at the increasingly powerful tornado, Lin Yu held the arm of the long knife, raised it into the sky, and slashed it abruptly. OM! The loud sound of knives resounded in the air. In front of this blade, whether it is air or air current, everything is cut off. The stern light of the sword, the moment it bloomed, in the spiritual world of Fallen Ji and the Horitaro, there seemed to be a long knife that penetrated the entire world, falling like a god's judgment. At this moment, everything in front of me seemed to vanish, and the only thing that existed was this horrible light. Cut out with one knife. A sharp blade of light sank into the blood-colored tornado. Time seemed to have stopped at this moment. Fallen Ji and the prostitute Taro, staring at Lin Yu in the sky in a daze, as if they were a devout believer who worshipped the gods, witnessing such great power. Boom! The extremely loud roar erupted throughout Yoshihara. It was like a burst of thunder in the middle of the night, awakening all the sleeping people. And the bloody tornado that soared into the sky before was even more vulnerable under Lin Yu's blade light. Just a face-to-face contact, it cut and collapsed instantly. The horrible light of the knife even sank into the ground without losing its energy, and under the solid foundation, a very deep crack was torn. The cracks spread far away, and the pitch-black cracks were like a passage to hell, unfathomable and extremely horrifying. The terrifying crack spread a full block away. Fortunately, when Lin Yu was swinging a knife, he still deliberately avoided the population notes and did not cause any innocent casualties. His last move to fight to the death, once again shattered. This time, the prostitute Taro's heart was completely ashamed. Fallen Ji, who had been questioning him before, was also silent. In their hearts, Lin Yu had changed from a formidable opponent to an invincible, even unmatched existence. Without the slightest chance of winning, even running away is nothing more than an extravagant hope. Waiting for their only end, apart from death, there is no longer any option. Coming from the air on a moon step, and looking at this familiar and unfamiliar voice, Falling Ji closed her eyes as if resigning her fate. Looking at the once extremely jealous Shang Xian Lu, he fell completely into despair in front of him, and stopped resisting. Logically speaking, Lin Yu's heart should be very excited at this time. After all, the big troubles that had been worrying for so long before were finally resolved. It's just that Lin Yu didn't have any waves in his heart at this time, or even the slightest joy of victory. It's like a person tramples two to death and wants to bite one's own worms. Is it so complacent? After seeing the real power, Lin Yu's mentality seems to be changing from an ordinary person to a real strong person. In this troubled world, only power is the eternal truth. Chapter 43. Chapter 43. Chang. After not knowing how many times the bodies of Fallen Ji and the prostitute Taro were chopped into a pool of minced meat, the distant horizon finally showed a hint of whiteness that symbolized the dawn. Lin Yu raised his head slightly, and looked towards the distant horizon with his lace-up eyes. The rising of the sun means that this battle will be over after all, and the final victor, naturally, undoubtedly belongs to Lin Yu. Swinging a knife once again smashed the siblings to pieces, ensuring that they could not recover before the sun rose. After Lin Yu washed the blood from the long knife, he retracted it into the sheath and walked towards the hotel several streets apart without looking back. In a messy street, Lin Yu's figure looked so tall and straight, the faint shadow dragged out diagonally under the sunlight. However, at a distance of dozens of steps, Lin Yu heard two sorrowful and miserable howls from behind. The sun fell on the two squirming pools of minced meat on the ground, as if it had broken sulfuric acid, and the minced meat that had been regenerating stubbornly began to turn into black ashes and dissipated in the air. After a few breaths, it was tabooed by the people, who once killed the pillar-level swordsman of the ghost-killing team of unknown origins, had completely disappeared under the sunlight. Only two dull bloody colors were left on the ground, as if to prove what had happened before here. Hearing the wailing sound behind him, Lin Yu's footsteps paused slightly, and then he walked away again. Lin Yu still sighed in his heart for the first ghost that came into this world. Regardless of whether it was the illusion or the dormancy in the early stage, for Lin Yu, it was a process of sharpening his mood. Fortunately, the result was still good. Facing the rising sun in the sky, Lin Yu left with a relaxed smile on his face. Hwaja obviously can't live anymore. The process of fighting last night was really terrifying. The aftermath of the fighting between the two sides even spread to the whole street. There was a roar and a howl. Read more at wuxiax.com. Even more resounding throughout the night, countless residents of Yoshihara were terrified. They didn't know what had happened, and they dared not go out in their homes. But this is the case. The scenes of Lin Yu and Fallen Ji fighting are still seen by many civilians, and it is obviously impossible to live a peaceful life anymore. Moreover, after this battle alone, the ghost killing team will definitely send people to investigate, and the ghost dance Wai Wu Mian's loss of a winder out of thin air will naturally not give up. Moreover, at the end of the death of Toji and the Horitaro, the memories and pictures of him must have been passed to Guiwu Wai Wu Mian. If you don't leave, you will definitely be approached by a steady stream of ghosts. For Lin Yu, who wants to lead a peaceful life, this is obviously unacceptable. Fortunately, when she sent Chanel to the hotel before, she put all the belongings in her home, so there was no need to worry about livelihoods no matter where she went. Having just arrived at the door of the hotel, Chanel, who had been worried all night, rushed out excitedly, and threw himself into Lin Yu's arms when he saw Lin Yu's appearance safe and sound. Regardless of the blood and dust on his body, he buried his face on Lin Yu's chest and said nothing, but his thin shoulders couldn't help but tremble a little. Knowing that Chanel was worried about her, Lin Yu wanted to comfort her, but she didn't know what to say, looked at her dusty and blood-stained clothes, gave a wry smile, stretched out her hand to hug Channa tightly. "It's time to go, Chanel." Slightly bowed his head to the ear of Chanel, whispering softly. Chanel raised his head from his arms and looked at the dust on Lin Yu's face. The sockets of his bright big eyes were slightly red. He stretched out his hand to wipe the dust off and nodded vigorously. "Okay. Da-da-da." A melodious sound of horse hooves sounded on the road where people are extremely rare. The sound went from far to near, and at the end of the road, a carriage was slowly approaching on the muddy road with snow. Lin Yu was sitting on the cowl, holding the rein in his hand and driving the carriage away. A blind young man was actually driving a carriage. If he saw this scene in normal times, it would definitely attract the attention of many people. It's just that in this snowy winter, the road is particularly deserted, there are no people at all, and naturally no one will pay attention. "Chineu, look at the map, we are almost there." "Okay." Among the thick curtains of the carriage, Chineu's small head poked out, and after a response, he withdrew back. There is really no way for this carriage. If there is no transportation in this cold winter, it will definitely not go far. At least Chanel's physique is absolutely unsupportable. After all, there is no train to take near Yoshihara. Even Lin Yu couldn't afford to buy a car, and it was not easy to handle, so I had to go back and buy a carriage to drive the road. Although it was slower, it was still very comfortable. At least it was better than walking on foot. Chapter 44. Chapter 44. Walking on the deserted road, feeling a little bit of snowflakes falling in the sky, Lin Yu turned his head to see that it had been blocked by the high mountains. Yoshihara sighed and felt a little bit more lucky. After living in Hwaja for so long, Lin Yu's life has always been very boring, or rather boring. "I have always been cutting wood or selling wood carvings, and I haven't gotten to know the world well." Until that day, when driving a carriage from Hwaja and leaving with Chineu, he asked about the situation around Chineu on the road. Lin Yu was shocked to discover that Yoshihara was not just a small town. Strictly speaking, Ji is famous for Hwaja, but this does not mean that it is an independent town, it is actually just a certain district of a city. And the name of this city is called Tokyo Prefecture. Speaking of Tokyo Prefecture, what impressed Lin Yu the most was the ancestor of ghosts who lived in Asakusa and lived a human life. The strongest ghost dance, is not miserable. Coincidentally, Asakusa and the Yoshihara Flower Street where Lin Yu lives are also in Taito District, Tokyo Prefecture. When I knew from Chineu that he had lived in the same area as Asakusa, a cold sweat slipped from Lin Yu's back. This is really a loss due to the unequal information. What Lin Yu never thought was that the small town he lived in was actually just a district. Moreover, he had no misfortune with ghost dance. After being a neighbor for so long, when he finally left, he slaughtered one of his winding subordinates. Thinking of this, I can't help but startle in a cold sweat. Although he was fighting against Fallen Ji and the Horitaro, Lin Yu could feel his current strength is very powerful. According to the situation at the time, at least the few finishers at the end of the ranking should not be their opponents. As for the forefront windings, such as Hei Si Mao and his like, they should barely be able to play a dozen. But this is not the reason why Lin Yu's heart swells. At least he is very clear in his heart. With his current 10% strength, if he faces the ghost dance of the first ancestor of ghosts, it is really a gift. Read more at wuxiax.com. It is estimated that it is like Falling Ji facing him, running away may be an extravagant hope. After all, the first ancestor of ghosts, the name of the strongest ghost, is not just casual talk. Lin Yu, who was only planning to let Janeda find a small town nearby and start a new life, suddenly changed his previous attention. Now that he knew that this was the place where Ghost Dance Wu Miserable lived, Lin Yu naturally had to run as far as he could go before his strength was inadequate. Knowing that he couldn't beat him, he still had to hang around in front of the opponent. It was absolutely impossible for Lin Yu to do this kind of mentally retarded thing. Especially now that Lin Yu has already offended the other party, naturally Lin Yu wants to find a place to grind up and develop a wave of wretchedness. At least we have to wait until we can fight Ghost Wu miserably. Otherwise, what would he do to protect the peaceful life he and Chanel have always wanted? The so-called Lin Yu, who has read the original work, is very clear that Gui Wu Mian is not a good-tempered person. He had slaughtered one of the strings that had not changed for hundreds of years. If there is no movement in this enmity, it obviously does not conform to the character of Gui Wu Mian. All things that may pose a threat to it, according to the habit of this guy who has lived for hundreds of years, must be decisively killed. Maybe, according to Gui Wu's urinary sex, the next time that Lin Yu appeared in front of Lin Yu was the first few strings. However, Lin Yu walked decisively, even if Ghost Wu was not miserable, no matter how angry he was, there was no way. After all, there is a full day time difference in the middle, and in this heavy snowy weather, the traces of travel are even more hidden and can't be found. Even if you want to find Lin Yu, there is no way. But for the sake of safety, Lin Yu asked Chineyu to find a remote town far away from Tokyo. This is already the third day of their departure, and according to Lin Yu's estimation, it should almost be there. After a while, Chanel's little head came out again. Brother Lin Yu, probably, there's still a long time. Chanel's voice is a bit uncertain. In this era of no navigation, it is really troublesome to read the map. Really, I see, it's cold outside and go in. He touched her little head and pushed Janeda back. Since the last time he fought with Fallen Ji, which made Chana worry all night, this closed-hearted girl has also gradually learned to express her feelings. Take this Lin Yu brother as an example, this is something that has never happened before. Even if Chanel has always shown trust and dependence on him, he has never been called such a close address until he saw the blood on Lin Yu a few days ago. The emotion that I had never known how to express, the suppressed emotion finally broke through the shackles and began to express little by little. Lin Yu naturally saw this change of Chanel, and he was very pleased with it. Chanel can bravely take this step, that is a good start. One day Chanel will become like other girls of average age, lively, cheerful and full of vitality. Chapter 45. Chapter 45. It looks like something big happened. A slightly frivolous voice sounded. It was not someone else who was speaking. It was a child with a white oak hair color, colorful eyes, and a carefree smile on his head as if blood was spilled. Wang Xianlu is dead, so there is no such thing as a tragedy to summon you all. Faced with Tong Mo's question, Space Ghost Peepa Girl explained. Wang Xianlu, I think it should be a girl named Ji, it's really a pity. It seems that Tong Mo fell in love because of Fallen Ji's death, but he has no human emotions at all, and these sad expressions are just acting like emotions. This is the first winder to be killed in hundreds of years? No wonder it's winder lu, it's really bad. A strangely shaped pot exuding a fishy smell on the side heard the sound of the winding Wu Yahu pot. Enough! Black Death Mao, who had been standing by without speaking, suddenly interrupted several people's words. In the face of this strongest Black Death Mao, who has a cooperative relationship with Gui Wu Wai Wu Mian, although the rest of the guys are of the unyielding generation, they have to give him a bit of face. If you have time to discuss boring things here, it is better to seize the time to complete the task. The 6 eyes that bloomed on the face like petals scanned the crowd indifferently and coldly. Upon seeing this, Naruto opened a black hole beside her. Everyone, this is the transmission to the Flower Street. If you want to find clues, you can check it out. As soon as the words fell, the lower strings, who had been under the pressure of the upper strings before, seemed to have seen the way out. After bowing to the several upper strings, they flew to Hwaja to investigate. If this is the case, Naruto will send me back first, and I will send someone to search. Read more at wuxiax.com. Tong Mo waved his hand leisurely. He was in control of a huge sect, so naturally he didn't need to do this kind of finding people himself. Ming Nu nodded slightly, and saw that the other people on the string did not speak. Their slender fingers gently plucked the strings of the pipa, and after a pipa sound, the silence in the infinite city was restored again. Tokyo Prefecture, Tato Ward, Asakusa. This is a very luxurious and lavish manor. Asakusa is no better than the Flower Street. It is obviously much more prosperous here. In such a place with an inch of land, owning a manor is naturally able to imagine how rich the owner's financial resources are. Ghost Wu, who had just returned from Infinite City, was not miserable. Standing in front of the window, watching the feasting neon lights on the street and the bustling pedestrians, the scarlet deep in his eyes became deeper and deeper. It's not the ghost-killing team, it's not the breathing method, there is such a magical power in this world. The muttering voice sounded in the empty room. Gui Wu Wai Wu Pai looked down at her slender and pale palm, and clenched it tightly. This kind of power must be obtained. In the depths of the eyes that were as deep as Wang Gujing, there were ripples for the first time. After the scenes before the death of the Horitaro and Fallen Ji were clearly conveyed to Giwuwume, Giwuwume became extremely interested in the blind boy Lin Yu. There is no Heliodin, no breathing method, it looks like just an ordinary person, but with an extremely magical power. He grinds a winding level ghost to the sun and wipes it out. This power is completely different from Gui Wu's cognition. If you can find this young man and seize this power, maybe you can find some way to break through the weakness of the sun that cannot face the sun directly. Any possibility that can make him perfect and no longer be bound by the sun, he will pursue it as much as possible. This is his only hope for hundreds of years. Lin Yu didn't know what happened in Infinite City, and Gui Wu Wai Wu Mian had summoned all the 12 ghost moons to search for his traces. But even if he knew it, it was estimated that there would not be much fluctuation in his heart. After all, he had already prepared himself, and had to go to the end before his strength was insufficient. The carriage drove slowly into the town. After asking pedestrians for the way, the two came to a hotel. Here, Chanel, you can have a good rest. Lin Yu parked the carriage and greeted Chaneu in the carriage with a smile. As soon as he heard it, Chanel's little head came out of the carriage, and a slightly excited expression flashed in a pair of big purple eyes. A few days of carriage life, even for this somewhat dull girl, is really overwhelming. At this moment, I heard that the journey was finally over, and I couldn't wait to rush out of the car and enjoy the warm food. Tonight, let's rest here first. I will buy a house until tomorrow. Let's settle here in the future. Really? There was a slight smile on Chaneu's face. I finally had my own home before, but he left in a hurry before staying for 2 days. Naturally, Chaneu's heart was somewhat lost. Hearing Lin Yu's words at this moment, Chaneu was particularly happy. Chapter 46. Chapter 46. The journey continues, and the carriage in the heavy snow is not very fast for the sake of safety. And Chanel's judgment is not wrong. The two of them sat on the carriage and swayed until sunset, when they could barely see the shadow of a small town in the wind and snow. It's finally here. Through seeing and hearing the domineering and perceiving the breath of the life of someone in front of him, Lin Yu finally breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. It's not because of worries about ghost dances and no tragic chasing soldiers behind him. It's impossible to chase after so long time. It's just that after 3 days in the carriage, this kind of life is simply not human. Even after Lin Yu's physical fitness has been greatly improved by the system, the feeling of bumps on the shaft of the car almost completely broke him. If he could, Lin Yu would never want to take this ancient means of transportation in his life. Chineu, I'm going to the town soon, I can have a nice hot meal and take a hot bath. Sitting in the back compartment, Chineu subconsciously touched his stomach and swallowed his saliva uncontrollably. The life of sleeping is still very hard. The thought of a warm and comfortable place to live, and a good meal and a good rest, Chanel was full of expectations. And just as the carriage drove away from the town, in an unknown place. This is a very large and empty space, the lights inside are very dim, and you can clearly see it in this limited light. Everything in this space is so chaotic. In the space where the end is not visible, a block of walls, doors, and countless corridors are piled up randomly like building blocks in the hands of a child, like a scene in a nightmare. Here, as if there is no up, down, left, and right, it is full of a sense of space chaos. Read more at wuxiax.com. 3 days have passed, what happened to what I ordered? An extremely magnetic, deep, and hoarse voice suddenly sounded in this extremely strange space. Looking in the direction where the sound came from, I saw a man wearing a luxurious western suit and a top hat on a high platform, slowly speaking. The man's face is very handsome, and the clothes on his body are just right, suddenly showing the temperament of the whole person, setting off a very expensive atmosphere. If it wasn't that the voice seemed too gloomy, and the face was extremely pale, and if it broke a bit of harmony, anyone who saw it would only think that it was from a noble member of a big family. Returning to your lord, for the time being, no news has been delivered back. Behind the man, a soft female voice sounded, but this female voice was full of panic at this moment, and her voice trembled slightly. No news. Hearing the words of the female voice behind him, the man with the black top hat flashed a scarlet color in his eyes, and he was obviously very dissatisfied with this answer. No. Lord Wu Miserable has tried his best to find it, but the snow has covered too many traces. Looking at the figure in front of her, Ming Nu, who was kneeling on the ground, was trembling with her shoulders, kneeling deeply on the ground, her forehead pressed against the ground, trying her best to explain. Gui Wu Wai Wu Mian's eyes flashed with coldness, even if there was no action, just standing there, but the strong oppressive force was like a tsunami pressing towards the girl. Under this pressure, Naruto only feels like she is facing a rough, raging sea, and she is like a flat boat on the sea, and it seems that she may be lifted at any time. Remake broken. Gather me all the remaining 12 ghost months. After a long while, the voice of Gui Wu Wai Wu Mian sounded again, and when she heard the voice, Ming Anvi breathed a sigh of relief, and a cold sweat slowly slipped off her forehead. Yes, Master Wu am I. Accompanied by Naruto's words, the space around her began to tremble slightly, a little distorted, and then in the blink of an eye, 11 black holes appeared around her. Among the 11 black holes that suddenly appeared, a group of figures exuding a powerful and strange aura slowly walked out. These figures did not seem to be surprised by this extremely sudden call. After seeing the figure on the high platform, they knelt down on the ground and saluted respectfully. Master Wu Miserable. There was only one figure wearing black clothes with a knife across his waist standing aside, just nodding slightly. Find me a blind boy with a knife with his sister, and bring his head back to me. The people kneeling on the ground heard Gui Wu's orders. Although a few people were slightly surprised in their eyes, they all did not speak, and they all responded in a deep voice. Yes, Master Wu am I. After giving the order, Gui Wu Wai Wu gave a cold glance at the people below, and turned and left. Naruto opened a black hole just right in front of Ghost Wu Wai Wu Mian, and the figure with a great sense of oppression gradually disappeared into the infinite city. When Ghost Wu Wai Wu miserable left, the 12 ghost moons who had been called up before dared to raise their heads and get up from the ground. Chapter 47. Chapter 47. Of course, when did I lie to you? Holding Chineyu's hand, the two can finally rest well. Fortunately, Lin Yu had put all his belongings on Chineyu's body before, and was not destroyed in the aftermath of the battle with the house. This money does not need the two of them to worry about their lives temporarily. After a good meal a few days in the morning, the fatigue of running around came to my heart. The only thing that embarrassed Lin Yu was that Chanel refused to sleep in a room alone. Even if he was laying on the floor, he would stay with Lin Yu. That resolute appearance made Lin Yu feel a little bit that the hotel owner seemed to look at his eyes strangely, especially after hearing that Chanel called him his brother. But there was no way. After the two met, it was true that they had always been resting under the same roof. In this strange environment, Chanel felt particularly insecure. After sighing, Lin Yu had no choice but to be cheeky. After asking the boss for another quilt, he went upstairs with Chanel. Sure enough, buying a house is the most important thing. Shaking his head helplessly, Lin Yu pulled down the light in the room. Compared with Huaja, the town that Lin Yu and Chanel came to is not so prosperous, and there are not many lively places. It's just a small and remote place. Even so, this calm and peaceful atmosphere is loved by the deep Lin Yu and Chanel. For Lin Yu, this kind of place that is neither lively nor prosperous is most able to hide his whereabouts and avoid being exposed to Gui Wu's eyes in advance and being asked for trouble by the door. And Chanel is full of yearning for a peaceful and stable life in his heart. Due to the miserable childhood experience, being able to live a happy and stable life is the greatest wish in Chanel's heart. Except for money, they didn't carry much salute. After transferring the carriage to the hotel owner at a low price, Lin Yu took Chanel to buy a shelter. After going around the town, I found a good location. It is not in the center of the town, but in a peripheral location, close to the edge of the forest. Read more at wuxiax.com. The room is not big, but it is very inconspicuous, and it is easy to overlook subconsciously. Although it is not a very lavish environment, if it is only used for living, it is still enough. Chineyu, do you like this position? Looking at the very secluded environment in front of him, Chanel tilted his head for a moment, and pointed to the forest behind, with a look of confusion. Are we going to the mountain to practice again? Lin Yu wiped his nose. When he was looking at the house before, he just thought about how to hide his eyes and ears, but he forgot to practice. It seems we still have to find someone with a yard. After thinking for a while, Lin Yu began to recall the room he had checked before, to see if there was anything suitable, but unexpectedly Chineyu took his hand and ran to the side. What's wrong with Chanel? Lin Yu's thoughts were interrupted, and he was a little puzzled. Front! Chanel said, pointing a short distance away. The domineering perception of seeing and hearing spread to the front. It was a two-story building that looked a little old, but it was not the size of an ordinary residential building. From the outside, it looked a bit like a rundown hotel. Is it here? Lin Yu felt it carefully. This empty hotel was not only spacious, but also had its own backyard. There was nothing bad about it except that it was slightly dilapidated. In terms of location, it is also relatively remote, which is more in line with Lin Yu's standards. May I? Chanel looked at Lin Yu with a look of expectation in his eyes. For the Chineyu that he chose for the first time, Lin Yu would naturally not refuse her, and everything in this hotel was very suitable. Since Chanel likes it, then it's here. Hearing Lin Yu's agreement, Chanel's purple pupils rushed into Lin Yu's arms with a smile. Now that the house has been selected, the rest is much simpler. I bought this vacant house directly. Although it is larger than it was in Hwaja, the price is much cheaper in this small town, which is a surprise. However, just when Chanel wanted to clean up his new home so as to be able to live in at night, he was caught by Lin Yu. "Can't live yet, Chanel." "Why?" He raised his head in doubt, and Chanel didn't know why Lin Yu would stop him. "This house is vacant and needs to be checked and repaired again. After the safety is confirmed, the house can be moved in. For these 2 days, let's stay in a hotel for the time being. After a while, it will be almost done." "That's it." Chanel pursed her mouth, looking a little depressed, as if she was disappointed that she could not move in right away. "Okay, don't be sad. After everything is done, it will not be too late for us to come and stay. Let's go. There is a flower forest candy in front of me, and I will take you to eat." "Okay." Hearing the food, the loss on Chanel's face was instantly wiped out, and the previous disappointment was instantly forgotten. Chapter 48. Chapter 48. Lin Yu, a modern man, is still a little bit worried about this kind of old age houses. After all, there has been no one to take care of it, and it is still very unsafe to live in directly after being in disrepair for a long time. In addition, Lin Yu wants to live here for a long time, and also wants to make his living environment better. Therefore, he did not hesitate to spend money to directly hire a group of workers, preparing to refurbish the entire hotel. After all, if 2 people live, there is no need to get so many rooms. During this period of time, Chaneo was only slightly wronged for the time being and lived in the hotel. However, under the trend of money, the progress of the construction was very fast. All the individual rooms inside were demolished, and some unsafe areas were reinforced. In almost half a month, although the exterior of the originally dilapidated hotel hasn't changed much from the appearance, the inside has become completely new. Except for the lack of some luxurious decorations, the rest is not much different from some luxury houses. How about Chanel? Now it looks like it is much better than before. Standing in the newly renewed room, Chanel's eyes flashed with gleaming light. She obviously didn't expect that, after only half a month's time, the house that originally looked very dilapidated could actually become new. "Yeah. I like it. I like it." Chanel looked around the room, with an unstoppable smile on his face, obviously very satisfied. "Then, I will live here in the future." Listening to Chaneo's laughter, Lin Yu couldn't help but feel a little sense of accomplishment in his heart. "Okay, Chanel, wait until we come back to see other places at night. We have to go out to buy a lot of things." Read more at wuxiax.com. Although the house has been completely renewed, many daily necessities still need to be repurchased. In this regard, Chanel is even more positive. Whenever she thinks that the things she buys will be used at home in the future, the girl's mood is especially happy. "I purchased a lot of things, and it was not worth returning until the sunset of the afternoon." But before Chaneo could rest, Lin Yu took her out again with things. "Because of the Japanese custom, after moving, I will bring some souvenirs, and visit the neighbors next door, which is also considered as a cut scene. After all, you will live here for a long time when you follow the customs." Lin Yu didn't expect someone to gossip or something. After visiting the neighbors in the surrounding circle, everything finally came to an end. You can start completely, a new life. And when Lin Yu was already preparing to live a new life, the matter of beheading Shang Xian Lu before had already begun to ferment in the passage of time. The existence of Lin Yu is not only known to the ghosts headed by Gui Wu Wai Wu Mian, the ghost-killing team also received news. After all, that night, there were indeed many civilians who saw Lin Yu fighting with Fallen Ji and the prostitute Taro. This is a fact that cannot be changed. That kind of terrifying destructive power naturally attracted the attention of the ghost-killing team. Compared with the dead ghost that seems to be wounded, the ghost-killing team is more interested in the strong man who drags the ghost to the sun. For a long time, the only ones who could deal with ghosts were the ghost-killing team, through the sun wheel knife and breathing method. This is the conclusion drawn by countless ancestors after hundreds of years of trial after generation. But this time there is such a strong person among the people, who actually possesses a certain kind of powerful ability, and can even fight against the ghosts of the winding level. He even crushed the opponent until the sun appeared. When this news reached the ghost-killing team, everyone was shocked. You know, a ghost of the winding level, but no one has been able to kill it for hundreds of years, let alone an unknown folk powerhouse. No matter from which aspect, this matter is worth investigating clearly by the ghost-killing team. If you can win over such a strong player, it will definitely increase the strength of the ghost-killing team, and the odds of winning will be even greater when facing ghosts. Ghost Kill Team Headquarters. What do you think about the Hwaja matter? In a room full of classical charm, men and women with different expressions and long swords slung around their waists are sitting around at this moment. And the one who just spoke was sitting on the head, wearing loose long clothes, with traces of lesions on his face, and with a gentle smile, Shiki Yoshiya. Compared with the birth house Shiki Yoshiya in the original work a few years later, he has not yet seen the curse in his eyes can see things, and the lesions on his face are not so serious. In the words, there was a calm and comfortable feeling, but the voice seemed a little weak. My lord, the rumors of Hwaja are a bit too exaggerated. It was a man with a silver-white hedgehog head and fierce eyes. If Lin Yu could be here, he would definitely be able to recognize that this was one of the pillar-level swordsmen of the ghost-killing team, the Wind Pillar, and the immortal Kawasaya. Even the column-level swordsman, the winding that is difficult to resist, how could it be solved by ordinary people? If this is the case, then it is impossible for ghosts to wreak havoc. Chapter 49. Chapter 49. Undying Kawamiya's words are not blindly denial, but are justified. After all, this is also the truth, even if they are column-level swordsmen who have been practicing hard for many years and have rich practical experience, they are not necessarily opponents. In his opinion, it must be the members of the hidden troops who had sent the news, and exaggerated the news. When I saw some messy scenes, I thought it was a wind-up ghost. My lord, I also think this news is a bit too gorgeous, and a bit unreliable. Sitting next to Undying Chuan Xia, Yul Tianyuan, who was dressed gorgeously with two double knives behind him, stroked the hair on his forehead, and also did not believe in the truth of the matter. Tanya Shiki Yoshiya faced the opinions of the two, but smiled gently, and looked at the few people aside. Does everyone share the same opinion? No, Lord, I think it's better not to make a conclusion easily before investigating the matter. My sister and I are the same opinion. It was a pair of sisters who were in the ghost-killing team, an organization that battled ghosts all the year round. Women are extremely rare, or they generally work in logistics, can become swordsmen and pillar-level swordsmen, and they are even rarer. Needless to say, it was a pair of sisters. This is a rare event in the history of the ghost-killing team. Chini, talk about your thoughts. Yoshiki still had that gentle smile on his face, but his eyes were obviously more interested in the proposal of the girl in front of him. I also ask Lord for permission. Shinobu and I are willing to go to investigate the truth of the matter. The black-haired butterfly chain is not like immortal Kawamiya and Ul Tianyuan, who remain skeptical about this matter. In her opinion, it is irresponsible to make a decision before everything has been investigated. This matter, even if there is only 1% hope, she also wants to try to investigate. After all, if it is true, as long as the strong can be found, the strength of the ghost-killing team can be greatly increased. Read more at wuxiax.com. No matter how you think about it, it's worth trying. I also think that someone should be sent to investigate carefully. For our ghost-killing team, this incident may be an opportunity. An opportunity that can make us face ghosts less difficult. An Inferno Kyojuro with long hair like a flame also expressed his opinion. Like Chana Hui, even if there is only a glimmer of hope, he wants to investigate clearly. Seeing the different expressions of several people, Yoshiki gave a gentle smile. Let's go check it out. I still believe that the members of the hidden army will never talk about it. Shinobu, can this matter get rid of you, if you think the location of Hwaja is a bit inconvenient? My lord, please let us go. We will definitely investigate. Chanel's eyes were firm, and she was not shaken by the nature of this location in Hwaja. For Chanel and Ninja Butterfly, since their parents died tragically under the hands of ghosts, all their thoughts have been put on eradicating ghosts, and other things are nothing at all. Thanks for your hard work, sisters, I will look forward to your good news. However, when investigating, you must pay attention to your own safety and don't act recklessly. Yes. Lord. Sister, do you think there will be such a strong person? The bustling flower street seems to have become a little deserted after experiencing Lin Yu's battle. Walking on the street, Butterfly Ninja looked at the surroundings, and looked at Chanel with a little uncertainty and asked softly. Maybe it's just my wishful thinking, but I don't want to give up this hope. Think about Shinobu, if this kind of strong can join the ghost killing team, maybe he can teach us more powerful power. Then the strength of the ghost killing team will get a qualitative leap. With a look of longing in her eyes, Chanel explained to Butterfly Ninja. As the two of them were talking, they had come to the place where Lin Yu lived before. The two sisters who were still discussing came to this street and looked at the scene in front of them, their expressions were full of horror. Is this really caused by the battle? Butterfly Forbearance stared at the scene in front of him in a daze, and muttered to Chanahui his doubts. I probably know. Why would the members of the hidden army say that this is a battle with the upper string? What appeared in front of the two sisters was the ruins created by Lin Yu, Fallen Ji, and the prostitute Taro fighting. The gravel on the ground and deep ravines seemed to be telling the fierce battle that day. And in the ruins, that long knife mark that spread to the entire street, even before it gets close, can feel the sharp aura in it. Even if a long time has passed, this breath didn't seem to dissipate at all, exuding a bitter smell. Looking at the picture in front of her, Butterfly Ninja turned her head stiffly, and looked at Chanake, who was also shocked. Sister, it seems that the strong, really does have someone. Chapter 50. Chapter 50. When the ghost-killing team and the ghost dance Wumian were surging because of Lin Yu, the person involved started to live the peaceful life that they had always longed for before, without knowing it. Chineu, when swinging a knife, pay more attention to the waist. When a person moves, the whole body is a whole. When exerting force, it must drive all parts of the body. In the backyard, Lin Yu just finished his daily tasks and began to correct Chanel's mistakes in practice. In terms of swordsmanship, purely discussing skills may be the pinnacle of power in this world, which is stronger than Fujitora. But in this era, even if Lin Yu only inherited 10% of his abilities, he can still be called a great master in swordsmanship. The average column-level swordsman is so pale in comparison to him. Under Lin Yu's guidance, this young girl with a talent that is not weak has made rapid progress. Drops of sweat slowly emerged from Chineu's forehead, slowly sliding down along the silky hair. The slender arms trembled slightly, seemingly exhausted, but there was still a stubborn light in Chineu's eyes, and he didn't want to stop. It's time for Chanel to rest. Facing the girl's stubborn appearance, Lin Yu was also a little helpless. Since the battle with Fallen Ji that night, although Chanel began to become more lively and able to express his emotions. But in some respects, it is even more stubborn. It was like practicing swordsmanship, as if it was because I was worried about Lin Yu that night, but I couldn't do anything about it. This made Chanel harder and harder to practice swordsmanship, wanting to make his swordsmanship more sophisticated. Fortunately, if he encounters something like the previous one, he can help Lin Yu. It is naturally impossible for Lin Yu to say that he is not touched by Chineu's persistence. But when I was moved, I felt more distressed about Chineu's body. Read more at wuxiax.com. A 12-year-old girl, if she had been in her previous life, at this age should still be enjoying the love of her parents, studying hard and leading a carefree life. Chanel is training hard, with some guilt and regret for Lin Yu in his heart, training herself desperately. Boom! It was another swing. Only this time, Lin Yu reached out and caught the wooden knife in her hand. Training is not just being brutal. You are only hurting your body like this, and you don't make much progress at all. Lin Yu tried to stop Chaneo with advice, but she didn't even listen. Instead, she dropped the wooden knife in her hand and hurriedly checked whether Lin Yu's palm was injured. Feeling the touch in the palm of his hand and the a little anxious emotion in Chaneo's heart, Lin Yu's heart softened. Originally thought, if Chanel was disobedient, he would talk about her well, but now he was so cruel that he was so cruel. It's okay, it doesn't hurt at all. Smiling and comforting Chaneo, let alone a wooden knife with his physical fitness, even a real knife can't help him. Looking at Lin Yu's palm over and over again, and then gently squeezing it to see that there really was nothing wrong with him, then Chanel felt relieved. After hurriedly picking up the wooden knife that fell on the ground and carefully wiping off the dust on it, he looked at Lin Yu a little dejectedly. I just want to help. Although the voice is not loud, the seriousness in the tone can be clearly felt. I know, I have seen Chanel's hard work during this period of time. Lin Yu smiled gently and grabbed Chaneo's hand. At the original immature palm, I don't know when a small blister was grinned, and Chanel shrank his hand subconsciously because of the pain. But I don't hope that Chanel will be injured because of this. Swordsmanship is not accomplished overnight, but requires years of training, so it's useless to be anxious. But Chanel seemed to be a little unwilling. Staying alone in the hotel that night, Chanel didn't want to experience the feeling of powerlessness. Obviously he was so worried, but he couldn't do anything. He couldn't even get close to him, fearing that he would be a drag on Lin Yu. I also want to fight with brother Lin Yu. Facing Chanho's persistent appearance, Lin Yu seemed to sigh helplessly, as if he had compromised. Since Chanel is so persistent, if this happens next time, I ask you to protect my back. Hearing Lin Yu agreeing to his request, a smile suddenly appeared in Chaneo's eyes, and he nodded vigorously. Okay, then go quickly and put the wooden knife, wash our hands, we should go to eat. I don't know if the noodles are dry. Let me cook at noon today. It seems that Chanel is confident in his swordsmanship, so leave it to you at noon. The two chatting and laughing figures walked towards the house. In this short period of 2 months, the intimate feelings became deeper and deeper. After experiencing a series of things, Lin Yu has completely become the only support in Chanel's heart, the most difficult existence for Chanel to give up. Chapter 51. Chapter 51. In a blink of an eye, Lin Yu and Chaneo have lived in this remote town for more than half a month. During this period of time, in addition to daily tasks, Lin Yu carved wood carvings, or went out to eat snacks with Chanel. The days were nourishing. After the number of wood carvings gradually increased, the lobby on the first floor, like before in Hwaja, began to be used as the facade of a company specializing in wood carvings. Lin Yu also didn't want to rely on this wood carving to make money or anything, but it's just a hobby, or self-cultivation. However, the neighbors around, after knowing that Lin Yu sells wood carvings, came to join in one after another, and they got acquainted a lot. Hey, Chanel, let me sort out the firewood first. You can send some of these persimmons to the neighbors on the left and right. On this day, Lin Yu had just brought Chanel down from the back mountain, and brought back a lot of wood for wood carving, as well as some persimmons. Lin Yu didn't expect to see the persimmons. I have been to this forest several times before, but I didn't expect to encounter a wild persimmon tree this time. There were a dozen persimmons hanging on it. Chanel ate 2 of them, and Lin Yu was going to give it to him. Neighborhood. After all, during this period of time, the surrounding neighbors saw that his eyes were inconvenient, and it was really not easy to live with a little girl. There was a lot of help on weekdays. Lin Yu naturally kept this kindness in his heart, and would give each other away whatever he usually had. It just happens to be able to adapt Chanel to talk to other people, which happens to kill two birds with one stone. Hearing Lin Yu's words, Chanel looked at the few shriveled persimmons with a bit of dismay. This kind of persimmon left over in winter has a lot less moisture, and it tastes very glutinous and sweet. Chanel likes it very much. This is nothing but this kind of thing. According to Lin Yu's previous life experience, it is better for children not to eat too much. Naturally they will not condone Chanel's fooling around. With her mouth squeezed, Chanel wanted to eat these delicious persimmons, but Lin Yu still wanted to listen. However, not long after Chanel left the house, Lin Yu heard footsteps approaching. Read more at wuxiax.com. Boom! Boom! The door on the first floor was not closed as a facade, but the visitors still knocked politely. "It's Aunt Hyori, come in and sit down, I just happened to come back." Lin Yu stopped arranging the firewood in his hand, raised his head and smiled. After being familiar with the surrounding neighbors, Lin Yu was able to tell the difference very clearly by seeing and hearing the domineering colors. "Your child's ears are still so sensitive, you can hear it when I knock on the door." The speaker is a middle-aged woman in her 40s who lives next door to Lin Yu's left. Because of the childlessness, after Lin Yu and Chanel moved in, they were extremely enthusiastic. Looking at Lin Yu's eyes seemed inconvenient, and they would cook some food from time to time. Among the neighbors nearby, Lin Yu and the others have the best relationship, and even Chanel has a lot of affection for her. "It wasn't the first time I came here," this kind-hearted aunt looked into the house subconsciously after entering the house. "Hey, what about Chanel? It's a little weird not to see her." "Oh, we ran into some wild persimmons on the mountain today, and we picked them off. We just asked her to go out to share them with the neighbors." "You kid." Hearing what Lin Yu said, the woman who seemed to be very kind and friendly sighed and said with a slight reproach, "Obviously, my life is not so rich, so why are you doing so politely?" For this kindly preaching, Lin Yu also only smiled. It can't be honestly that he is afraid that it will be bad for Chanel to eat too much. Seeing the gentle smile on Lin Yu's face, Aunt Huilai's eyes flashed with appreciation. "Lin Yu, I have been here for so long, but my aunt has never asked how old you are this year." Lin Yu was slightly startled, but he had never thought that Huilai would suddenly ask this, and said subconsciously, "I will be 20 years old after this year." 20 years old. 20 years old, 20 years old. Aunt Huilai heard Lin Yu's age, her eyes brightened, and she kept muttering, making Lin Yu feel a little embarrassed. "Aunt Huilai, are you asking what's the matter with this?" "It's nothing, it's just that it's not easy to bring your sister to discuss life with your younger sister at a young age, so just ask if you feel it's not easy." "It's okay, Chanel has always been sensible and doesn't have to worry about anything." Lin Yu was a little strange about this aunt's performance today, but seeing and hearing the domineering can't feel any malice from her, obviously there is no bad idea. Aunt Huilai seemed to see the somewhat confused look on Lin Yu's face and immediately pursed her lips and smiled. "It's getting late. Auntie has to go back to cook, so she won't sit here with you. By the way, if Chanel comes back later, let her go to my place. My guy went to the mountain and caught a hare today. Let's taste it together." Aunt Huilai got up and hurried away without waiting for Lin Yu to stay. Listening to the fading footsteps, Lin Yu felt even more puzzled, but after thinking about it for a long time, he couldn't figure out why, so he shook his head and gave up. Chapter 52. Chapter 52. In the evening, Chanel returned from Aunt Huilai's house with a small pot of burned hare in his hand. The rich smell of meat is so attractive in this cold winter. It's just that Chanel's little face has a somewhat dazed expression. "It's dinner, brother Lin Yu." At the dinner table, Chanel looked straight at Lin Yu, her purple eyes were a little puzzled and a little confused. "What's wrong with Chanel?" Perceiving Chanel's gaze, Lin Yu put down his chopsticks. It was fine before going to Aunt Huilai's house at night, but after going there, it became like this. With a look of hesitation, Chanel pursed her mouth. Aunt Huilai asked me if we had a hard time. Difficult. Lin Yu felt a little helpless in his heart. If he wanted to talk about it, if he and Chanel had a hard time, then there would not be a few wealthy families in this town. At the very least, the money saved before, plus the income of the gang, is already richer than most people. Just wanting to act low-key, Lin Yu and Chaneu's lives did not show anything. Then what do you say? Chanel almost tilted her head, with some hesitation. It's difficult. With that said, Chanel snapped his fingers and counted them one by one. Leaving home, being chased and killed, and I still don't have much strength to help you. Lin Yu twitched the corners of his mouth when he heard Chaneu's words. This girl who has begun to express her feelings is still a bit far behind in terms of communicating with others. Aunt Huilai asked if it's difficult to ask, is this the one? This is exactly what two people are chatting with from different channels, it's just like talking with the duck. That's how you, told Aunt Hyori. Read more at wuxiax.com. If this is the case, Lin Yu can already start to consider whether to move again. After all, if this kind of thing spreads out, it will be spread 10 by 1, and in this small town that most people know, it is estimated that the idea of self-development will soon be shattered. No, I just said it was difficult. Chanel shook his head and looked at Lin Yu's slightly changed face, not knowing what had happened. That's good, that's good. Lin Yu just breathed a sigh of relief when he heard Chaneu say again. What else did Aunt Huilai say? Ask me if I would like to have multiple sisters to take care of our lives. These words of Chanel completely thundered Lin Yu. Find a sister. Yeah, that's what Aunt Huilai said. I don't really understand what she means. Chanel said, with a dazed face. He didn't realize the seriousness of the matter at all. Lin Yu finally knew why in the afternoon, Aunt Huilai asked him how old he was and asked some inexplicable questions. Looking at this posture, it was obvious that they were having a difficult life, and that he was not too young, and wanted to introduce him to someone. Faced with this kind of act, Lin Yu suddenly felt that it was even more troublesome than when he was fighting against Fallen Ji and the Horitaro. It is naturally impossible for Lin Yu to accept this kind of thing that is the same as a blind date. He is not someone who wants to live here for the rest of his life, just a wave of development here temporarily. Moreover, he always stayed away from blind dates. Moreover, at the age of less than 20 years old, why has it developed to the point of going on a blind date? Lin Yu stroked his forehead and sighed. If it weren't for the late weather, he would want to go to Aunt Huilai's house next door now to show his determination that he doesn't need to worry about it. This kind of sudden goodwill, he really felt a little blessed. Forget it, let's eat, Chanel, it will be cold if you don't eat. Seeing Lin Yu seemed to be upset, the doubt in Chanel's eyes became more intense. She still hasn't fully understood what it means to find a sister to take care of their lives. Big brother Lin Yu. Aunt Huilai, what does she want to do? With the question in his mind, Chanel asked a question that he had always cared about very much. Lin Yu added a piece of rabbit meat to Chaneu's bowl, and the sound of taking a mouthful of rice was slightly muffled. Just want to introduce me to someone and let me get married. Hearing the muffled words in Chanel's ears, the girl's eyes suddenly widened, and the chopsticks in her hand fell on the table subconsciously. Not, get married. Although Chanel is obviously a bit clumsy in some respects, the meaning of marriage is still clear. Suddenly remembered what the neighbor next door said before, find a sister to take care of them. Lin Yu, want to marry other women. Once this problem appeared, it was lingering in Chanel's heart. Ignoring the meal, Chanel quickly stood up and ran to Lin Yu's body, stretched out his hand and pulled Lin Yu's sleeve tightly, with a bit of anxiety and fear in his eyes. Brother Lin Yu, are you really going to get married? For Chaneu, since being rescued by Lin Yu has been her only reliance in the entire world, and the only object she can trust. She couldn't imagine what she would do if Lin Yu was married. Chapter 53. Chapter 53. No, these are just Aunt Hualai's own thoughts. I only thought of it after listening to you. Lin Yu put down the bowls and chopsticks in his hands to explain to Cheneu. Now that there are still a lot of troubles that have not been resolved, how could Lin Yu think about marriage? It's just nonsense. Hearing Lin Yu's words, the nervous mood in Chanel's heart relaxed slightly. What she was most afraid of was the idea Lin Yu proposed on her own initiative. Now it seems that Lin Yu is also in the dark without knowing it. Thinking of this, Chanel quickly loosened Lin Yu's sleeve, stood up in a hurry, and wanted to run outside. Where do you want to go at night? Lin Yu grabbed Cheneu. The night in this world is not peaceful, except in the big city, otherwise it is best not to go out without going out. I'll talk to Aunt Hualai, you don't want to get married. Chanel held his head up, with a serious tone. Facing Chanel's impatient appearance, Lin Yu felt a little warm while crying and laughing. It's so late, of course, don't bother others. I'll talk about this by myself tomorrow. Your task now is to sit down and have a good meal. Being pulled by Lin Yu, Cheneu had to sit down obediently, and ate a little glum with his rice bowl, obviously still thinking about what was just now. Regarding this, Lin Yu didn't think much about it. After the misunderstanding was clarified tomorrow, and let Aunt Hualai not worry about this matter, it was natural for Chanel to be fine. After having dinner, the two of them tidied up hastily. After Lin Yu carved a few wooden sculptures, he fell asleep deeply. Early the next morning, Lin Yu was awakened from his sleep by the bursts of noise in the yard. Dressed and walked towards the yard, the air exudes a cold breath, and the temperature is lower than usual. Lin Yu came to the yard and realized that the time was much longer than usual when he got up, in the morning. At this time in winter, it is obviously not even light yet. However, in this dimly lit and extremely low temperature morning, the figure of Cheneu in the courtyard had already appeared early, holding the wooden knife in his hand, and was constantly waving it. Read more at wuxiax.com. Why do you get up so early today, Chanel? The figure in the yard, wearing a not too thick clothes, had his back soaked in sweat, and was tightly attached to his back. Obviously, Chanel got up early and has been practicing for a long time. Can't sleep. Chanel's voice was a little low. Lin Yu helplessly took a towel and handed it to Cheneu. Okay, let's take a rest, and quickly change your clothes, so don't catch a cold in this cold. Chanel replied dully, stopped the movement in his hand, and walked towards the house. Upon seeing this, Lin Yu said to Cheneu's back. I'll go and tell Aunt Hualai when it's dawn, it's a bit too early now. Let's go later. Chanel turned his head, with a little more expectation in his eyes. Well, don't worry. Lin Yu rubbed Cheneu's head with a smile, with a pampering smell in his tone. Then, I'll make breakfast. Chanel was originally in a negative mood, and suddenly became happy. After knowing the purpose of Aunt Hualai yesterday, Chanel had not been able to sleep well last night and rarely suffered from insomnia. I woke up early in the morning, and started to practice with a gloom in my heart, wanting to vent my emotions. For Aunt Hualai's thoughts, Chanel's heart was naturally full of anxiety. What it means to be married, Chanel still knows very well in his heart. As an object of mutual dependence, Chanel is still very frightened. She hardly dared to imagine what she would do if Lin Yu got married one day. If there is such a day, she doesn't know how to face it. For her who has always depended on Lin Yu, perhaps this idea is a bit selfish. But the thought of Lin Yu going to marry other people makes me feel a little uncomfortable. This kind of feeling, for Chanel, who just opened his heart, was not very prepared to understand what was going on, but it was this kind of feeling that made Chanel a little at a loss. I had to use training to vent my depression. However, Lin Yu was very keenly aware of Cheneu's emotions and soothed him in time. He could still understand this kind of careful thought of a girl for 2 generations. The two had breakfast, and after Chanel packed the dishes, he looked at Lin Yu expectantly, as if he couldn't wait to explain the situation to the aunt next door. Okay, I know, you just stay at home obediently, and I'll be back as soon as I go. Although Lin Yu couldn't see it, he could still feel Chaneda's scorching gaze, smiled, and went out. Lin Yu was also a little helpless for Aunt Hualai's kindness, but it was true that he didn't mean it for the time being, so he could only politely refuse. I went to the small spot on the street and bought a little snack. Lin Yu walked towards the next door. To reject other people's kindness, we still have to show something. Lin Yu still has this basic etiquette. People who are good to him should naturally be treated politely. What Lin Yu didn't expect was that the process of rejection was obviously not as simple as he thought. Chapter 54. Chapter 54. Aunt Hyori out. Lin Yu was sitting at the neighbor's house next door with a snack in his hand, with a look of stunned expression. Yes, I went out almost in the morning before dawn, saying that there was something to be done. This old lady mysteriously doesn't know what she's doing. The uncle sitting opposite Lin Yu is Aunt Hualai's husband. There is no child under their knees, so Lin Yu and Chaneu are particularly fond of them. Lin Yu, you said that you are true, come and sit and bring things to do, take it back, the child of Chanel is growing up, take it back to her to eat. No. Facing the uncle who was full of care in his words, Lin Yu felt a little helpless. Aunt Hualai, did she say when did she come back, or what did she go for? That's not the case. In the past few days, she has been running outside often, and she is always talking about her. By the way, did your kid come to her specifically for anything? Lin Yu smiled bitterly, and explained the cause and effect of the incident. It turns out that this is the matter. My old lady is also a little anxious, but I didn't say. Lin Yu, you are not too young now. And I don't live like this with Chanel. It would be great if I could take advantage of this opportunity and find a suitable one. At that time, Chanel will also be taken care of, and after the girl gets older, there are always things that are inconvenient for you. Lin Yu grimaced and felt a little bitter in his heart. Originally, he wondered if the uncle would persuade his wife after he found out, but he didn't expect that the thoughts of the husband and wife were surprisingly similar. On the contrary, he started to persuade Lin Yu to come. I don't feel anxious about this matter, Chanel is still young. What's so little? Your Aunt Hualai married me before Chanel's age. Do you want to wait until you are 20 before letting Chanel marry? At that time, no one asked for it. Read more at wuxiax.com. In the face of this kind of chatter similar to the elders, Lin Yu was completely defeated. After all, the other party didn't have any selfish intentions, and they really cared about their brother and sister, but this kind of care really made Lin Yu a little unacceptable for a while. Uncle, after waiting for Aunt Hualai to come back, please help me talk about this matter. Now I really don't have this idea, and... As he was speaking, there was a sound of footsteps outside the door, as well as the familiar voice. Lin Yu? So you were there too, so I happen to have something to tell you. The sound of footsteps walked in, and Aunt Hualai's voice came from behind. Aunt Hualai, I have something to tell you. When the Lord came, Lin Yu hurriedly got up, and the intention of going to Aunt Hualai was dispelled. Unexpectedly, she was interrupted before finishing her words. Come and sit down. Auntie has something to tell you. This is a good thing. Hualai took Lin Yu's hand and sat down with him. I told you, Lin Yu, Auntie has not run for you in the past few days. You see, you are not too young, and Chanel is also so old. It's time for a woman to take care of you at home. No, the girl who lived in our town 2 days ago has almost changed to the age of marriage and is in a hurry. It just happens that you two are about a few years old. I think it happens that you two can get in touch with each other. The family environment of each other is similar to yours, that is, there are more younger siblings in a family of 5. And that girl aunt has already seen it for you, whether she looks good or not, she is healthy. Aunt Hualai got more and more excited as she talked about it, as if she couldn't wait to take Lin Yu to go on a blind date now. Aunt Hualai. Seeing that the rhythm was getting more and more wrong, Lin Yu interrupted her quickly. I know you are for the good of me and Chanel, but I really don't have any idea of getting married right now. And you know that in my situation, I am a blind man, and I don't have any good income, so I shouldn't harm other girls. For this enthusiastic aunt, Lin Yu had no choice but to use his own blind thing as a shield, hoping to escape the catastrophe by this. However, Aunt Hualai is clearly confident in this situation. It doesn't matter, I have already talked about your situation, the other party will not dislike it. I've even made an appointment for you. Tomorrow afternoon, you will go with your aunt and try to get in touch. If it doesn't work, the aunt will find something else for you. Facing Hyori, who had already prepared everything in place, Lin Yu was really dumbfounded. He doesn't know anything, and even the meeting has already been arranged. No, Aunt Hyori, I still don't. Lin Yu, Auntie has gone with her old face this time. If you don't go, she won't have the face to live in this town in the future. That's Lin Yu, this is not a bad thing. Getting married is something that everyone must go through. Don't put too much psychological pressure on you. Clearly release the contact. If it doesn't work, let's talk about it. The uncle on the side also began to persuade. Lin Yu, who was surrounded by the two of them, seemed to cry without tears. Although I am very grateful for this concern, it was too sudden. No matter what, you will come with me tomorrow. Even if you don't like it, you have to give the other party an explanation, don't you think? Chapter 55. Chapter 55. Returning home with a blank expression, Lin Yu was full of persuasion from the two, reverberating like brainwashing. How about, have you talked to Aunt Hualai? As soon as he got home, the long-awaited Chanel rushed over. Facing the look of Chanel's expectation, Lin Yu shook his head weakly as if he had been drained. I said it, but... After hesitating for a while, Lin Yu still whispered. I said, but it seems it's too late. Aunt Hualai has already made an appointment with someone else and wants me to get in touch tomorrow. Hearing this news, the expression on Chaneu's face suddenly stiffened, his lips shrank subconsciously, and he gave a sullen grunt, but he didn't say anything, just appeared aggrieved. Lin Yu smiled bitterly and shook his head. For Chaneu's performance, he had already expected it before he returned. But there is no other way. After all, Aunt Hualai is already talking about this point. If she doesn't explain it, she can't justify it. The only troublesome thing is Chanel here. Hey, it's really a lot of trouble. Lin Yu, are you ready? Follow me quickly, don't let others wait. Shuri, Aunt Hualai called Lin Yu at the door early the next day. I know, I'll be here soon. Lin Yu rubbed his forehead and sighed deeply. Last night, Chanel had always been depressed. After a long time of comfort, he finally explained to her clearly that he just refused in the past. This allowed the anxiety in Chanel's heart to gradually disappear, and his peace was restored. Chaneu, take good care of the house at home, and I will bring you snacks when I come back later. Read more at wuxiax.com. Before leaving, Lin Yu gave Channa a good account, and promised a temptation for a snack, which calmed down the girl who had been shouting to go together. Let's go, Aunt Hualai. Hurry up, we have to go shopping, otherwise it would be impolite to pass by empty-handed. Hyori grabbed Lin Yu's arm involuntarily, carefully leading the way, reminding him from time to time. After simply buying some snacks, Hualai took Lin Yu to a small pavilion near the town. Lin Yu, just sit here for a while, the other party should come right away, I'll leave first. I'll look for you again later, you should be unfamiliar with the road here, pay more attention to yourself. Listening to Hyori taking care of her like her elders, Lin Yu nodded helplessly. As Hyori left in a hurry, the surrounding area became a lot quieter for a while, the breeze was blowing slowly, and the atmosphere was slightly deserted. Feeling the chilly air around him, Lin Yu didn't know why this kind of meeting was not in an indoor environment, it was obviously so cold outside. But fortunately, Lin Yu's body has long been cold and hot, and this temperature does not feel at all to him. It didn't take long to wait. Lin Yu appeared a little petite figure in the domineering look, and he was walking towards the small pavilion with some twisted steps. "Hello," was Aunt Huilai introduced it. Faced with this situation, Lin Yu stood up and asked aloud. "What?" "It's just that the person who came to the blind date seemed to be extraordinarily shy." In Lin Yu's perception, like a scared little rabbit, he subconsciously took 2 steps back. Feeling the action of the other party, Lin Yu did not expect the other party to be so timid, with a somewhat sorry smile on his face. "Sorry, I scared you." Seeing Lin Yu's gentle words and that delicate face, the other party's nervousness was slightly relaxed. Sorry, I mainly didn't expect that you could detect me." The other party's voice was a little quiet, very cautious. But listening to this voice, a familiar feeling flashed in Lin Yu's heart, and he always felt that this voice seemed to have been heard somewhere before. Because the eyes cannot see, they become more sensitive in hearing. Lin Yu smiled sideways and stretched out his hand towards the pavilion. "Why don't you come and sit for a while?" Although he had already made up his mind to reject others, Lin Yu was still prepared to be polite out of courtesy, otherwise it would be too embarrassing to refuse directly. "This is a little heart, please accept it." With a smile on his face, Lin Yu pushed the refreshments he had brought. What's so embarrassing?" The other party seemed to be embarrassed in his words, but Lin Yu was able to perceive the other party's dim sum on the table through his domineering experience, as if he was very interested in it. It's just that what makes Lin Yu feel a little strange is that the opponent's body should be very healthy in the sense of seeing and hearing and domineering, perhaps in a sense it should be regarded as more power. Although this description may be a little inappropriate, it feels like this to Lin Yu. Chapter 56. Chapter 56. But judging from the opponent's actions, it was a bit awkward, as if he was trying to hide something. "It's okay, these are what they should be." Faced with Lin Yu's persistence, the other party was not shirking either. After all, he was still very interested in this box of delicate snacks in his heart. "By the way, I forgot to accept myself. My name is Lin Yu. Aunt Huilai should have told you. My name is Ganlu Temple Mili, and, please give me more advice. Miri of Ganlu Temple." Hearing this name, the expression on Lin Yu's face was slightly surprised. A blind date unexpectedly met Ganlu Temple Mili, something he had never thought of. But thinking of the family of 5 that Aunt Huilai said before, and the awkward frailty of the girl before, this makes sense. This girl is the pillar-level swordsman Koenjo of the Ghost Slayer in the original book, no doubt. Ganlu Temple Mili saw the slightly surprised look on Lin Yu's face after hearing her name, which made her feel a little bit surprised. Blind date is not the first time that Ganlu Temple Mili has had a blind date, but every blind date before this has all ended because of failure. It's not because the requirements of Ganlu Temple Mili are too high, or the appearance is too bad. It's because of his own physique, and that kind of natural or straightforward character. Strictly speaking, Mili of Ganlu Temple is like Ji Guo Yuan Yi or Shi Tiao Yu Wu Yi Lang, who are born with different talents. It's just that compared with the talents of the two of them, the talent of Ganlu Temple Mili made her feel a lot more distressed. Since childhood, the physique of Ganlu Temple Mili has been different from that of ordinary people, and the muscle density far exceeds that of ordinary people, even reaching the point of 8 times the horror. Read more at wuxiax.com. Obviously it looks like an ordinary girl, with the same slender arms, but in terms of strength it is indeed far beyond. When she was 1 year old and 2 months old, she was able to lift 30 kilograms of stones with ease, and she even frightened her mother at that time. At the same time, in terms of appetite, Ganlo Temple Meili is also far beyond ordinary people, and her appetite is enough to be the sum of 3 sumo wrestlers. This physique not only caused a lot of trouble when Ganlo Temple Meili was on a blind date, but it was also a heavy burden for the family. For the Ganlo Temple family with 5 children, it is not easy to afford the appetite of Ganlo Temple Meili. In addition to getting old, blind dates also want to reduce the burden on their own family. But this physique has made it difficult for Ganlo Temple Meili to succeed, so that she had to go on a blind date hungry, pretending to be weak. It's just that many people have known the name of Meili of Ganlo Temple in the previous few blind dates, and many people have refused even after knowing that she is the target of the blind date. At this time, Lin Yu's performance made Ganlo Temple Meili's heart suddenly some bad shadows. However, Lin Yu didn't show anything after a brief surprise. Although he was a little surprised, Lin Yu didn't have much thoughts about this development. After all, this is the world of Demon Slayer Blade, and it is not uncommon to encounter the plot characters in the original book. Mr. Lin Yu, is there any problem? Ganlo Temple Meili looked at Lin Yu hesitantly, feeling a little nervous in her heart, wondering if her blind date this time would fail. However, before Lin Yu could answer, only a slight voice suddenly came. Gu. The atmosphere that seemed a bit embarrassing at first, after the sound of this sound, it almost completely froze. Ganlo Temple Meili quickly covered her belly and locked her body. If Lin Yu could see the expression on the girl's face at this time, he would definitely find that the face of Ganlo Temple Meili rose instantly, like a red tomato. No. I'm sorry. Mr. Lin Yu. I'm just a little bit. Let's go, this place is really cold sitting here, it just so happens that I haven't eaten yet, and I'm a bit hungry. Why don't you go and eat something together? Lin Yu smiled gently, as if he hadn't heard that very embarrassing sound before. What? Ganlo Temple Meili looked at Lin Yu in confusion, her voice was so obvious just now, Lin Yu must have heard it, but it looks like this now. Can't help but make Ganlo Temple Meili's heart a little touched. After all, Lin Yu's touch came forward and took the initiative to resolve this embarrassment. This move is still very moving. May I? It doesn't matter, let's go together. Okay. Faced with Lin Yu's invitation, Ganlo Temple Meili smiled a little, with a faint blush on her cheeks, and followed Lin Yu with the cake. To resolve the previous embarrassment, Lin Yu didn't have any other thoughts or goals, but just wanted to make things clear to Ganlo Temple Meili through this not-so-embarrassing environment. It would be best to be tactful. After all, Lin Yu was a person from a modern society in his previous life, rather than being full of machismo notions like the present day of Japan. What Lin Yu didn't notice was that the Ganlo Temple Meili who was standing behind him had a faint change in the gaze looking at his back. Chapter 57. Chapter 57. The two of them walked on the road of the small town, looking at Lin Yu who was walking in front of them. Compared with the tension and anxiety in the light green eyes of Ganlo Temple Meili, they were not only more curious about Lin Yu's back. The taste of. Although there are not many contacts with the opposite sex, the previous blind date experiences have left many very unpleasant memories for Meili of the Ganlo Temple. For Ganlo Temple Meili, who has already passed the age of being able to marry, she has always been disgusted by others. The reason for her failure in blind dates is not only because of her physique, but the cherry pink long hair is even more disgusting. Some people have even said that if this hair color is inherited to a child, it is simply a creepy thing. If you don't want to marry out to reduce the burden on the family, the experience of Meili at the temple of Ganlo is also repellent for blind dates. However, the young man in front of him gave Ganlo Temple Meili a completely different feeling. The contact time was short, but Lin Yu gave her the feeling that it was like a gurgling stream, clean, gentle and clear. There is no such thing as a scrutiny attitude towards her like the previous blind date. Even when his stomach gurgled just because of hunger, the teenager didn't make fun of himself, but rather gently rounded it up for her. This gentle attitude was something that Ganlo Temple Meili had never experienced during a blind date. Mr. Lin Yu, really a gentle person. Thinking silently in my heart, Ganlo Temple Mi Li's heartbeat started to accelerate slightly unconsciously. He glanced at Lin Yu secretly again, as if suddenly realized. He reached out his hand and patted his head, quickly accelerated his pace, and came to Lin Yu's side. "Mr. Lin Yu, there are a lot of people here, shall I take you away?" While talking about Ganlo Temple Mili, he whispered in his heart that he was a fool. He clearly knew that Mr. Lin Yu's eyes were inconvenient, and he had walked behind him for so long. Fortunately, it was a smooth road before, and there were not many people. "If you accidentally fall down, I'm really sorry Mr. Lin Yu, read more at wuxiax.com. "Really, thank you very much." Lin Yu smiled gently and politely stretched out his hand, waiting for the support of Ganlo Temple Mili. He has the domineering look, not to mention walking, and there is no problem even fighting. It's just that Chanel is usually used as a cover for him. Now that he is alone outside, if he acts like a normal person again, it is somewhat unreasonable. In order not to be noticeable, Lin Yu did not refuse the concern of Ganlo Temple Mili. Carefully stretched out his hand to hold Lin Yu's sleeve, although she knew that Lin Yu could not see it. Ganlo Temple Mili still looked like a thief, quietly glanced at Lin Yu's handsome profile. At the same time, in my heart, countless thoughts emerged from my heart that couldn't be suppressed. Should I grab Mr. Lin Yu's hand? It's over. Will Mr. Lin Yu think I hate him? But if you just grab your hand, will you be considered a casual woman? The thoughts one after another gave the simple brain of Ganlo Temple Mili suddenly some signs of downtime, but fortunately at this moment, Lin Yu's voice sounded, interrupting her thoughts. "Just eat something here, eat something warm this winter, and warm yourself up." "Ah, okay, okay." Ganlo Temple Mili and Lin Yu walked into a small shop in a daze, only to find out that it was a ramen shop when they sat down. "Boss, first 4 bowls of ramen, and then 2 tempura." Watching Lin Yu greet the boss to order, Ganlo Mili's eyes widened slightly. Mr. Lin Yu, why do you order so many things? We too shouldn't be able to finish eating." Having said that, but smelling the fragrance of the food in the small shop, Ganlo Temple Mili only felt that she was more hungry in her belly and swallowed subconsciously. "Are you ordering too much? I'm sorry that my sister and I got used to it when we came. If we don't dislike it, can Miss Ganlo help share more?" Hearing Lin Yu's words, Ganlo Temple Mili's eyes lit up and she was about to say yes, but when she was about to speak, she suddenly remembered that she was on a blind date. A touch of embarrassment flashed in his eyes immediately, and he sighed gently. "But I can't eat much." "It doesn't matter, drink some hot tea first." It happened that the boss came over with 2 cups of hot tea. Lin Yu didn't delve into this topic, just smiled. While serving the dishes, Lin Yu chatted slightly with Ganlo Temple Mili, and learned a lot about the situation in her home. When Mili was born in Ganlo Temple, her family's environment was pretty good at that time, but as she grew up, and then had 4 more younger siblings, life became more and more difficult. But this is the case, the parents in the family did not dislike her. Even the blind date was proposed by Ganlo Temple Mili, but with little effect. While talking, the boss came over with Lin Yu's order and started serving food. At the beginning, Ganlo Temple Mili was able to restrain herself, but under the influence of hunger, all her attention was quickly focused on food. Chapter 58. Chapter 58. The hot ramen was just served, and the rich aroma continued to flow toward the Ganlo Temple Mili. Barbecued pork in a bowl, white noodles, green onion. All this is so full of temptation in the eyes of Ganlo Temple Mili. As for the tempura next to the ramen, it is wrapped in a golden bun and exudes a seductive aroma. "Guru." Although the voice was lower this time, Lin Yu, who had a keen hearing, naturally heard it really. But this time it wasn't from being hungry, it was the sound of Ganlo Temple Mili swallowing her saliva. Under the domineering perception of seeing and hearing, even the heartbeat of Ganlo Temple Mili's heartbeat has accelerated a bit when facing these delicacies. Miss Ganlo Temple, come and try as many as you can, after all, it's not interesting to eat alone. Yes, is it? Ganlo Temple Mealy was still struggling with the persistence in her heart. Moreover, this tempura tastes very good. With that, Lin Yu picked up a piece of tempura and bit it down. The cloak suddenly shattered between the teeth, and the clear voice completely degraded the Ganlo Temple Mealy, who was standing on the edge of the struggle. Picking up the chopsticks in her hand, Ganlo Temple Mealy held up the bowl in front of her, drank a sip of the noodle soup, feeling the taste of the taste buds exploding in the mouth. At this moment, the blind date was completely thrown by the Ganlo Temple Mealy. Behind the head. Chug. The noodles of Q-bomb disappeared quickly in the bowl. Lin Yu chuckled in his heart as he felt the joyous emotions coming from the body of Ganlo Temple Mealy. While the girl was immersed in the food, the boss called in and ordered a lot of dishes. For Kanroji Miri, ramen and tempura are not uneaten, read more at wuxiax.com. It's just for today's blind date. From the morning till now it's almost noon, I haven't eaten anything. This made her, who originally had a lot more appetite than the average person, was even more hungry. Moreover, the taste of this small shop is naturally better than at home. Usually, maybe only once a month can I have the opportunity to order a bowl of ramen and the like to make myself enjoyable. Of course, there is only one bowl. If you let go of eating, Ganlo Temple Mealy is probably able to eat her own home directly. But if it is Lin Yu, this is not a problem at all, even if it is eaten every day, every few years, there will be no show. The Ganlo Temple Mealy, who was immersed in the food, finally completely forgot what she was here for. Even Lin Yu, who was sitting opposite her, forgot to do everything, focusing on the food on the table. It's also because of this time period that there are not many people in the small shop, and the boss's cooking speed is finally able to keep up with the speed of Ganlo Temple Mealy. The empty plates on the table grew higher and higher, and gradually even the boss's eyes looked at Lin Yu and Ganlo Temple Mealy's eyes a little bit wrong. Of these two people, one looked like a starving ghost, while the other was a blind boy who looked very young. No matter which one looks like it can afford to pay. Is it because you want to eat Ba Wang's meal? Just as this thought came to my mind, I saw that Lin Yu took out a few paper currency and a few coins from his arms and handed them over. The trouble will continue. With money, it's easy to say anything. The boss immediately went back to the kitchen with a smile and got busy. Lin Yu was eating his own ramen, while silently observing the Ganlo Temple Mealy with a domineering look. After nearly a dozen bowls of ramen and many other side dishes like tempura, Lin Yu finally learned how terrifying the appetite of the three sumo wrestlers is. The stacked bowl, placed on the table, was already taller than him. Lin Yu roughly estimated that the meal of Ganlo Temple Mealy was almost a week's food for an ordinary family of two based on the current salary. If you eat like this every day, even if you make it yourself, you will probably eat for a few days. The Mealy family of Ganlo Temple will be hungry for the whole month. It is conceivable how Ganlo Temple Mealy usually came here, and I must have barely eaten something every day to get a good belly. It is impossible to eat enough, and it is even more unrealistic if you want to eat well. After Lin Yu finished eating the noodles in front of him, he stopped. Compared with Ganlo Temple Mealy, it was naturally an absolute crush in strength, but Lin Yu's appetite was the same as that of ordinary people, and there was not much change. Finally, after eating another bowl of ramen at Ganlo Temple Mealy, she put down the bowl and wiped her mouth contentedly, lying on the seat like a contented hamster, touching her belly with a smile on her face. It's been a long time since I've eaten so full. Really is so happy. Really, it's fine if you're full, then let's go. Okay. Ganlo Temple Mealy slightly narrowed her eyes and responded happily, but after she was full, her attention finally recovered. She suddenly opened her eyes, looked at the pile of plates on the table in front of her, and the tabletop that looked a little messy, and fell silent. I eat these all. Ganlo Temple Mealy seemed to be unable to believe that everything in front of her was real, and she looked at the desktop with a dull expression. Although I don't want to believe it, the feeling of fullness in my belly can't be faked at all. Chapter 59. Chapter 59. The boss stood aside with a smile, looking at the mountains of plates on the table, and couldn't help but praise. Miss has a really good appetite. It's the first time I have such a good appetite since I opened the shop for so long. Although this is a taste of compliment, but Ganlo Temple Mealy doesn't want this kind of compliment at all. No, these. Ganlo Temple Mealy's face flushed, and she looked at the plate on the table in a panic, stammering to explain, but the facts on the table in front of her did not allow her much room for explanation. She didn't know what was going on. As soon as she ate it, she was a little out of control. She would still be on a blind date, completely forgot. It's over, all the previous efforts will be wasted. There were tears in the eyes of Ganlo Temple Mealy's eyes, but she knew how terrifying her appetite was. After a meal on this table, it is definitely a big number. Ganlo Temple Mealy no longer knows how to face Lin Yu if she settles the bill later. Thinking of this, Ganlo Temple Mealy looked at Lin Yu in front of her, feeling extremely guilty in her heart. Mr. Lin Yu, Ganlo Temple Mealy lowered her head, her voice a little low. In her eyes, Lin Yu might not know what happened because of the inconvenience of his eyes, but she couldn't just keep it from him. I'm sorry, Miss Gan Lucy, for keeping you waiting so long. Lin Yu smiled apologetically, as if he didn't know anything, as if simply thinking that Ganlo Temple Mealy could not sit still. Go for a walk, it just happens to be a little hot inside. Speaking, Lin Yu stood up from the seat, pulled directly over the wrist of Ganlo Temple Mealy, and walked outside. Hey, Mr. Lin Yu, but... Ganlo Temple Mealy was pulled by Lin Yu, feeling a little anxious, and quickly turned around to look at the boss, fearing that the boss might misunderstand that the two of them were eating Ba Wang's meal. Read more at wuxiax.com. What only made Ganlo Temple Mealy puzzled was that watching the two of them leave, the boss not only didn't ask them for food, but also waved his hand to say goodbye to them with a smile on his face. What is going on? Don't you want money? Lin Yu was pulled out of the shop in Ganlo Temple Mealy's puzzlement. When I came to the street, there was no blockage of houses, and the cold air immediately surrounded him. The icy air made Ganlo Temple Mealy, who had been nervous before, unknowingly relax. But after relaxing in my heart, it became more and more strange. Especially the performance of the previous hotel owner is simply puzzling. After eating so many things, how could he not have any money? And when ordering before, Ganlo Temple Mealy clearly remembered that Lin Yu definitely didn't order so many things. Thinking about it, Ganlo Temple Mealy's heart flashed with a flash of light, and she turned her gaze to the back of her eyes. Does Mr. Lin Yu know all these things? As soon as this thought appeared in the mind of Ganlo Temple Mealy, it was as if it was deeply engraved in the heart, and it was difficult to erase it. Think about it carefully. Although she was dazzled by hunger and did not pay much attention to the surrounding environment, but the dishes served by the boss are obviously completely different from those ordered by Lin Yu before, and the quantity is also different. A lot of. The boss obviously couldn't do it on purpose, so Lin Yu was the only one. Ganlo Temple Mealy was thinking, suddenly a warm paper bag was stuffed into her hand. This one. Subconsciously looking at the paper bag in his hand, I saw a freshly baked taiyaki inside. If you don't mind, it's good to warm your hands. Lin Yu said with a smile on his face, holding another taiyaki in his hand. When I was going out before, I promised that Chanel would bring her a snack when she returned. Although taiyaki is not so delicious when it is cold, Lin Yu is still planning to take a portion with him. Holding dim sum in one hand and taiyaki in the other, Ganlo Temple Mealy's palm was warm, and looking at Lin Yu's warm smile, his heart was a little agitated. Thanks. Ganlo Temple Mealy lowered her head and said in a low voice, as if it was because of the previous events, some did not dare to look directly at Lin Yu. Walking along the street, Lin Yu patronized many small dim sum stalls. Wazi, Kari Tang, Dorayaki. Lin Yu bought some of all kinds of snacks, and while buying it, Ganlu Temple Meili couldn't help but refused, and also brought her a portion. In a short time, a street was strolled down, and the arms of Ganlu Temple Meili were already full of various snacks. At the very beginning, Ganlu Temple Meili might still be a little embarrassed because of her politeness, but when Lin Yu bought a bunch of things, this simple girl was completely numb. Those snacks that she has always been greedy for on weekdays can be said to have been bought by Lin Yu all the time today, and she has also discovered that she must have been cheated by Aunt Huilai. Where are these brothers and sisters who have a difficult life? Where can someone who has a difficult life invite her to eat such an expensive meal and buy so many snacks so casually? Chapter 60. Chapter 60. If Lin Yu's name is not confirmed, then the inconvenient features of eyes are also consistent. Ganlu Temple Meili almost doubted whether the young man in front of her had come out to play with her. Not to mention anything else, Lin Yu's expenses for this period of time alone are enough to cover their family's expenses for a month. This is not something ordinary people would do, and looking at Lin Yu's calm look, it didn't seem to be anything to him. Perhaps Ganlu Temple Meili hadn't noticed it herself. Lin Yu's impression in her heart became more and more mysterious, and at the same time, her strong curiosity made her want to know more about Lin Yu. Even if the young man in front of him is just a blind man who is different from ordinary people, but in this short time of contact, Ganlu Temple Meili felt from him a completely opposite feeling to the previous blind date. Gentle and polite, considerate and meticulous. These things are something that has never happened to the previous blind date. In each previous blind date, those people looked at themselves as if looking at a piece of goods. This feeling made Ganlu Temple Meili very uncomfortable, but she had no other way to share the pressure of the family. However, Lin Yu's appearance seemed to be in the gloomy sky, and the light revealed by it illuminates the heart of Ganlu Temple Meili. The care and thoughtfulness that I have never experienced before are so novel for Ganlu Temple Meili, and his favorability is constantly rising. Perhaps in terms of body, Lin Yu is a blind man, but if it is given to Ganlu Temple Meili to choose, compared with those normal people, Lin Yu doesn't know how many streets to dump them. In the eyes of Ganlu Temple Meili, apart from the inconvenience of the eyes, Lin Yu is not one of the best blind dates for this small flaw in any other respect. When the dim sum was roughly bought out, Lin Yu predicted in his mind that the world should be almost the same. After all, it's time to eat and drink. According to the experience of previous lives, this process is almost the same. Read more at wuxiax.com. It's time, you can politely refuse, presumably like this, Ganlu Temple Meili shouldn't be too sad. It's too early, Miss Ganlu Temple, I'm almost here today, shall I take you home? Send me home. When Ganlu Temple Meili heard Lin Yu's words, her heart throbbed faster. In this era, especially in Japan, male chauvinism is basically rampant, as can be seen from the ruthless duty of Meili at the temple of Ganlu. Not to mention sending her home, even asking her to eat is something that has never happened before. Mr. Lin Yu, don't you think I'm pretty good, willing to be with me? Ganlu Temple Meili's mind was constantly filling her own fantasy. She was a bit in love at first, but at this moment she was treated with such unprecedented tenderness, and she was a little at a loss for a while. But his face flushed red, staring down at his toes, immersed in his own fantasy. Miss Ganlu Temple? Miss Ganlu Temple? Seeing that Meili of Ganlu Temple did not answer, he called out twice and brought her attention back. If it was a little later, it is estimated that Meili of Ganlu Temple had already figured out what the name of the second child of the two people would be. Mr. Lin Yu is in trouble. The honeycomb sound of Ganlu Temple was like a mosquito and flies, and they responded softly, and there was no way of seeing the natural and heroic appearance in the original work. Ganlu Temple Meili led the way, and Lin Yu walked behind him silently thinking about how to refuse, and he was obviously not so hurtful. After thinking about it, I only thought of the most common good person card in the previous life. After all, this is the most euphemistic way in Lin Yu's impression. Lin Yu asked himself that there was nothing to be guilty of about Ganluo Temple melee. He himself was forced to participate in the so-called blind date event. He not only invited the other party to dinner, but also bought a lot of snacks and sent them home. After this set of procedures, how to say it should be polite? Mr. Lin Yu. The front is our house. Come in for a cup of tea and sit down. Ganluo Temple Mi Li didn't know why she was in front of Lin Yu. She didn't have the usual careless appearance, and her soft voice made her feel a little awkward. But the tension in her heart, and her shyness, made her unable to speak loudly when she wanted to speak. No, my sister is still at home waiting for me to send her back snacks, so she won't sit down. Hearing Lin Yu's words, a look of loss flashed in Ganluo Temple Mi Li's eyes. She didn't want to separate from Lin Yu so soon, and wanted to stay a little longer. Lin Yu can naturally feel the disappointment in the girl's heart, but even so, there are some things that should be said, but they still have to be said cruelly. Miss Ganlusi, although this is the first time I met today, I can feel that you are a very kind girl. You are a good person, but Lin Yu was speaking according to the words conceived in his heart, and it was the first time for him to reject girls, trying hard not to make any mistakes in his words.